in Europa. If the traffic gonna be loud enough, suddenly, don't you love that? Like when you're about to do something that requires your ears, suddenly the background gets louder. Like how the hell? I didn't hear that the whole time. But anyway, my name is DeyZan. I hope you guys are doing well. Spirit and body and finances and its corresponding effects on our lives. I'm trying to figure out what the hell going on out here. That's all. Appreciate you for tuning in. Like, comment, and subscribe, man. Especially if you watch these videos on replay if I make them public, which I do usually. Mainly do that shit for me, actually. Shout out to Jonathan L. and Ascending E. 3's in the building. I don't even know why I make these videos, to be honest with you. Seriously. I'm not trying to grow a YouTube channel. There's nothing to really sell here. And I feel like we done covered it all already. So it makes you wonder what's going on here. I don't know just yet. But I'm about to find out. I think the sun has changed a little bit too, because I can't even look at it right now. Yeah, no matter what I do, it doesn't, my eyes can't create the halo around it, or the actual circle. So the sun's a little bit brighter than usual, or intense, I should say. Whatever the hell. Whatever the words are. It's in a slightly different polarity. But I always feel it and notice it in people before the environment changes. I think people change, then the environment changes, or shifts together. Like two clocks going spinning at the same time, but two different radiuses. It's the same fucking story, isn't it? It's Mayan calendar show the same. Yeah, we keep our language model about trying to figure life out before this. They didn't have enough boxes, I think, or dimensions. It wasn't. Nothing taught us was Russian egg enough, I should say. If we could understand the Russian egg toys, we probably understand a lot of things. What I've noticed in real life, people are seemingly, I don't know how they get shorter than they've been shorter, but the fuse, there we go. The fuse before anger is expressed. Not even like anger, but like frustrations or like whatever the hell. When you take the control of your bad feelings and it's destructive. There we go. The fuse for destructive nature. There we go. The fuse for destructive reactions. There we go. The fuse for destruction is very short. It's not very intense though. It's not at C4 level yet, but it's ready. It's on a hair trigger. And I've been seeing it and noticing it, just minding my fucking business. But I've been trying to get like really become a master at minding my business. And no matter where I go, what I do, I'm gonna run into some people who kind of, it's weird. Because I started thinking like, yo, how come every time I load in an arena with other people, why are these the things that are going on? You ever been there before? Like, why every time I walk into this place or this office or this subway, like this is what's happening, like this is what's being talked about? How come you never there in the energy 2 hours prior, you know what I'm saying? Or the shit you used to hear about back in the day, like, man, you should have been there. How come I'm never there then? So in my life, I started noticing a pattern in all the dimensions, depending on what people are talking about and how they respond. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I didn't ask for this curated experience. Like not like that. Like, damn, change it up, you know? They'll say it's like a reflection of you, I guess. I don't know if it's a reflection, but I do think you're tuned into it. So what I do is I'm like, well, I gotta check my own tuner to see if like, what the fuck? Which subdimension is this? And all I gotta do is go on the internet and wait for other people to show me that I'm not nowhere different than they are. Like, oh, okay. Oh, so this is a global variable that's changing a little bit. Why? I've been talking about the same stupid shit all year for real. So it's not new is what I'm saying. It's not like the frequency ain't new, the feeling ain't new, the downloads ain't new, the nature of the government and history ain't new. None of this shit new. This shit been like this the whole goddamn time. But then something happens and I notice a click in people. People that never clicked before are starting to click, bro. And I could tell, based on my clock, where they are, that they're climbing those stairs. Oh my God. Where the fuck did that come from? What fucking plunked them in the goddamn pineal gland to make them all of a sudden take the next step in the ministry of no shit Sherlock? Undoing MK Ultra programming part 2. Like, what the fuck? Why now? I think Mr. Now highlighted the fact that it's the sigil for everything is snapped. Like snapped. Snapped. The beneficiaries. Can you imagine that? And snapped on the beneficiaries. Interesting. That's an interesting Manchurian candidate as ideology there emerging. Shout out to the brother Terran Art, man. Shout out to TBFB. I see you. Shout out to the brother Jonathan Lee. Ashramori is in the building. Shogun says, I sent the pigeon out. The squad should be there shortly. The squad should be here shortly. Wow. Shout out to brother Jonathan Lee for the support link. Let me pin that message. Salute. DT Cruising, what's good, brother? I see y'all, man. All right. Even Rob, the sun is getting very intense. I can't look at it at times. Yeah, you notice it too? Good. I love data points like that. We need it these days, bro. That's gonna be like, okay, so the end of the story is this. Fuck all the bullshit. What I appreciate about this present moment and experience and being able to communicate to whatever fuck, because I'm trying to figure out what the nature of reality it is itself, on top of our fucking little social bullshit that we be going through. But it's cool when there's somebody left that understands your word model, like the way you think and talk. Like, so when you say some shit, and you're like, oh, that's deep, or like, oh, that's from like TikTok. No, this bitch a different sun. Fuck what y'all talking about. I'm talking about the shape around it, and I know we getting older and our eyes change, but fuck all that shit. When you look at it, there's a fucking problem, right? It's way more radial in its I can't see shit around it phase as well. And then if you try to like do the little eye thing, you know, you see pieces of it. And you know what I'm saying? It's fucking me up, boy. Now I got like some green spots when I close my eyes and I look on the goddamn concrete and it's yellow and orange. And that's without looking at it for a very long time. That would normally take a few minutes if I was like at the beach or something, before it has this profound, you know, whatever the fuck is doing it to the white blood cells. But still, it's good for you. Under normal fucking circumstances, we don't know. We don't know which phase is good for us. We don't know if staring at the goddamn moon is good for us. Shit, I've heard stories. Like, I don't know. But as everything is shifting, because ChatGPT and whatever the fuck the social, whatever's getting the school of fish, whatever the fuck that is, man, it'll make you feel like you missed something. Like, I really feel like my dreams where I like came up at the wrong time in class, or was it an exam? Was it the first day? Do I have math? Do I know my locker number? Where that bad bitch at? I was just following her. Like, it'd be one of them days every day now because of this shit. I call it, like, I'm trying to think of it. It's like I'm trying to express this. Like, the only word I can come with when I think about it is not like, I was like, is it sad or nostalgic? Nah, that ain't what it really is. Because everything is what it is. So it's not something sad happening. It's a sentimental thing happening. There's like a sentiment. Like, there's a sentiment. I've noticed everyone within the algorithm, at least, or just even the people I'm talking to or I'm privy to conversations of, more like it. It's like everything's so fucking sentimental. Like, everything's about what it was in every dimension. Like, most people just start with like, well, 10 years ago. And you're like, bro, never in my life, growing up until this point, did I ever talk to people who made quick reference of 10 years ago in contrasting point to today, like in a sentimental way. Like, yeah, man, back then, like, older people used to talk about back in my days and stuff to little kids, because that's how they pass on recipes. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about like everybody, no matter what the age group is, got a back in my day story. All at the same time is what I'm saying. That's kind of fucking weird. And the biggest ones, of course, are about paychecks and how much you can get for the value and how much the boomers paid for a house or something. Like, I know there's a lot of propaganda or late stage CIA mockingbird shit going on too. I ain't stupid. There's too many ugly people talking to me on TikTok. They gotta be for the agency, boy. But anyway. Yeah, even that changed. The beauty standard change. We saw that change though. Like, in real time. We saw it get worse and worse and worse. So it's not like, hey, surprise. Nah, but it's changed so much that it doesn't seem like it's going back either. That's a good thing though. But it's not because of our age. Shit. We always a goddamn a day late, dollar short in this motherfucker, boy. I forget. We all getting older at the same time. By the time it's an advantage to you. But it's only an advantage to you because anyone younger wouldn't even understand what the fuck I'm talking about certain types of girls. So, yeah, no reference point. So, game over. Like, we're playing Tekken 2 this year, ain't we? With our feelings. Like, what the fuck is going on with people? Why is everything shifting that direction? Like, what's pushing the water that way, right? And now that's what's scary to me. Because I can see, like, the water's being pushed. I've been new shit changing now. I've been felt it. I've been echoing everything the whole goddamn year. I can't help it. I'm built like that. And what I'm saying is I hate it. But I'm built like that to detect. But if I've never went through it myself, I gotta wait and see where the edge of the pool is. Like, oh, either it was worse than I thought, or it ain't that deep. Oh, we in the 3 feet. Like, but it's the same fucking pool though. Like, I know what pool we in, but something's moving the water on these niggas. And thus it affects all of us. Like, it's a ricochet. Because then I'm gonna look at them differently, which is gonna make me think differently, and it's gonna make me look back and then go, these sons of bitches changed the channel again, you sons of bitches. I wanna find out who was doing it, man. Just think of it like a macro Mandela effect. Like something so subtle, but it's major. Like, it's not like a letter on a book. It's like they something to that type of degree. I'm not saying it's a Mandela effect. I'm just saying it's like up there. What the fuck's a Mandela effect? Exactly, nigga. Something up there happened. Yes. I don't fucking know the answer. But I know the quality of the change all the time. I've been clocking it for over 10 years now. So yeah, the main tone is people missing something. It made sense because for the past week or two, they've been announcing Nickelodeon going away, MTV going away. Basically, all the Viacom millennial franchises ran its course of influence and everything else in between us. So if you just take face value, like certain things from our past just phasing out, like, yeah, you'd be a little bit sad for real, but if you really think about it, what you sad about? You haven't watched that shit for years. That makes sense. Like, oh yeah, that's right. It's not the end of the world. I'm one of the people who signed out of it first. It's a messenger. I signed out of that shit way before it closed. We signed out of Nickelodeon every day way before it turned. You know, we stopped watching music videos on MTV way before it was ridiculousness all day, right? So that kind of makes more sense. But there's other things that are going away too that are not quite the same. That's the problem. We can't compare any reference point in our sentiment to now because this is the first time in human history. I love that word. This, quite literally, is the first time in human history where we have so many different backgrounds of people in one place in its own meta, micro simulation of rules and things. And the challenge of stabilizing that water, when something rocked the boat, I don't know what did it, but something rocked the fucking waters of the mind boat and the programming boat. But this is the first time in human history, outside of literally being a Romanesque society, because quite literally this is what it is, right? Like, in case people don't understand that, like, I hate using their fucking reference points, but if you think of a Roman society, the word Roman in that context would just mean mixed. A mixed society, sub-societies. So everyone doesn't have to become the same thing, unlike Israel, in a sense. Israel is like, yeah, the same circumcisions, the same rules, the same observances, the same Sabbaths, and like, it's Sabbatean. But if you're from Jacob, Israelite versions of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, anyone could follow Sabbath, if you will, but the Israelite version of it, it's that doesn't change too much through time. Whereas a Roman society, you can have them there, you can have Persians there, you can have all kinds of other persuasions and beliefs there, as long as you fucking paying the Caesar his taxes. That's Roman. States, different states of mind, all at the same time. They're governing several states of mind. Whereas Israel ought to be one. That's the key difference. But Israelites could absolutely be in Rome. In fact, would you like to know who their original rulers were? Caesars and shit. Czars. That comes from the idea of a pharaoh. So how would a fucking Roman society get the fucking audacity to reference ancient Egypt, which is in America? Unfucking less, right? Yeah, get the ball rolling type shit. I understand everything. But yeah, we're in a Roman-esque society with Roman-esque descendants, so that makes sense, huh? But somehow we're at the end of it. And I don't know what switch. Within the last 48 hours at least, the tone switched again in people. I thought they were going to food stamp us to death. They didn't. It's quite weird. The food stamp conversation led so many other groups of people to come forward and make content about how much their life fucking sucks. I did not see that coming, guys. That shit was like, what? And I was joking with someone on Instagram, or I was posting a lot of it in my stories, and what I was trying to show people is these are different races, genders, and ages of people with the same message. I've never witnessed that on the internet before. Then you start seeing that little intelligence meme of Group 7 or 6-7. It's like they're trying to flash VIL, VIL, but VI backwards is 4. Why are they talking to me? 13. So I don't know. VIEL is the veil too. 6767. So like, oh, the veil is lifting. Oh, they say that every fucking night before Christmas, right? Every Halloween is about the veil, damn near. Whatever the fuck people think that was, is now, then, I don't know. I've heard this shit my whole life, but now they flashing it, boy. Nobody should be flashing 6-7. Hey, that's 13. That's like me saying Heinz 57. You know what's so crazy about that? That's why French fry boxes are shaped like that, because it's the Heinz shaped logo. It's a coat of arms shape, if you will. So every time you buy French fries, you think of Heinz subconsciously. Especially if you go to McDonald's, it's red, same story. That's a little subversive mind control, if you think about it. You grab French fries, you think about ketchup. Which ketchup? Where's that Heinz 57? Depending on how much it costs that day, right? I know. But that shit you buy them other days, you want McDonald's to hand it to you. You be like, what the fuck going on here? This shit turning ghetto. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's like what's happening in other areas too. Went from a Heinz 57 timeline to somebody 6-7 timeline. What a time to be alive with it. I was literally thinking about crossing these walls the other day, and just to have an NPC randomly come over and climb the wall in front of me is a weird fucking loop, boy. The veil is lifting is a understatement if that's what someone else is feeling out there that's sending it through the fucking algorithm. That ain't me. But it is. That's exactly what that's what that call sign is when you convert it to Greek. Like, what the fuck? What are y'all bothering the valet or the veil for? Leave us alone. They hitting us with a bat signal, bro. I ain't got time for this shit. So all these people, all these ranges of 30 and ups, Indian, white, black, everybody in between them, talking about the same 3 things that are happening in the news, but this time it happened to them. To put things into perspective. So when they say millions of people are affected, because we have so many people subscribed to the internet, you'll see a representative of what that is. And that's fairly new. They used to say all kind of weird shit used to happen back then. Remember I was telling you like how some of these mass events and false flags, if you will, I always go like, yo, how come you never see no shit on Instagram or Facebook where these motherfuckers are like memorializing those people? Like, I'm talking about, there's not like a little pissed off brother that's like, this motherfucker shot up everybody and took out my brother type shit. Like, nobody. Like, there's thousands of people in these events just in my lifetime, and like not one of they ride or dies is like still on about this shit yet. We getting a podcast and remember the times Whitney Houston still, but we ain't talking about the niggas at Vegas or Columbine or Sandy Hook or any of the 1,000 events I missed. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I always thought about it like that. Like, why the fuck more people don't show up? Now, so that's just numbers. But now when they talking about politics and Trump politics, you're like, numbers. They never survey my ass, so I don't know where they're getting their numbers from. But numbers, you know. But then you'd be like, nah, now when you sign in, the group that's affected is the working class. And the difference is generational. The generational working class has grown up on the internet, so now they're there. Whereas maybe the silent generation that was being axed in the late 80s and early 90s, or the boomers in the, the 90s and 2000s, when it was targeting them, we grew up under that. And results varied, but you weren't on the internet seeing other boomers talk to you either. So this is uniquely our generation be able to see things that way too, which is fucking weirder, right? It's first time for fucking everything, always with us. Everything's a fucking first time for everything. Ain't that that's what's making me exhausted. It don't seem like when I was growing up, no one had that sentiment like there's a first time for everything. Like they didn't have this much unpredictability with their 2-year to 5-year futures. You know what I'm talking about? It seemed like, yo, the old times was like a whole block schedule of everything being old timey, and then it switched, and then now it's just kind of balancing out to some new shit. But now it's like, yo, first time in a lifetime planetary event every 3 months. Every retrograde you never knew about, but now there's like 8 more planets that could do the retrograde at the same time now because of perfect equidistance from the sun in the middle of the swirling arm of a galaxy. But now there's multiple galaxies and dimensions. What the fuck going on? Like, nah, there's no chance in Hades that there's life because there's not too many Earth-like planets out there. These motherfuckers talk about exoplanet this, exoplanet that. I forgot how many exoplanets we got. We probably got more exoplanets than black people in America. You know what I'm talking about? So then you just understand, like your whole frame of reference of the bigger questions is always shifting. And then your local variables is like, yo, ain't this the point in time in the game where we supposed to have like Sega Genesis 5 and like way more money to go to the arcade? Like, what happened? What happened? What are you talking about? Them houses cost $500,000. Since when, boy? I was walking outside when I saw like 50,000 and 80,000 on the damn sign. Same fucking house type. Don't play with me. Yeah. And you're like, oh, it's the markets. Bitch, for the first time in human history, though. You can't even refer to the past because there's too many different variables. It's not just one chart and graph. It's all of them are different now. New graphs they didn't have back then on top of that. So imagine the science, like, it's nothing like what they went through at all. This is nothing like it. This is this is after Reagan's union busting. This is after Social Security. You know what I'm talking about? Already ran out. Like, we talk about this is that shit back then, how it was then is happening now. That's a different story, bitch. Nah, them soup lines and them bread lines ain't got shit on this. I'm telling you something. Because the people who are about to go to soup lines and bread lines are making a lot of fucking money. Them niggas didn't have anything. They didn't have anything. That's why they brought their ass to a different country. They always tell that story off. Like, nah, this ain't happening to a place because something happened with the populations and the, Reconstruction. Well, it was kind of creepy fucking photos if you ask me. And they want to refill the Americas. Well, these motherfuckers you're refilling America with never been in America, never had a job in America, never had a fucking house in America. So of course they depressed, bitch. What the fuck you talking about? Why they bring their ass here with no money? Ain't that what everyone else is saying? Come on now, cut it the fuck out, right? But these are the people's kids that came here like that. So cool. So now for the first time in their human history, 100 years, they out here, descendants thereof, and there's like, all right, what's next for us? There is no next. The fuck going on with y'all? That was it. Did you enjoy your stay? And then their kids are going like, wait, this shit's about to happen to us again. That's a divine loop then. These motherfuckers controlling society don't have control of divine time and loops. Because if they did, they wouldn't be so fucking broke. They're not trying to fuck this up this bad. That doesn't make any sense. They could be rich in any currency they want to if they control all of them. Like, use your imagination. That's not what this is. That's what they say because they don't have the answers. Like the book, the details. That's the general consensus. That's not what it is though. Got people questioning the Matrix itself again. Like, damn, we want to do this routine every 2 years. Yeah. It's a simulation because you all are using the same imagined state of things that aren't real. So you're always disillusioned. As long as other people around you are equally yoked to the disillusion, it'll seem real. Until too many people start questioning it, and then it stops making sense, and then you're the only one left, and then you gotta heal. Yeah. That keeps happening. Someone found out that they were wrong about, or they're not wrong, like, 'cause it's not a right or wrong thing. They found out that their projection of what things are and would be the basis of where it started was completely a lie to them. Like, this is mostly white people saying that, which is even more curious. Because white people are being specific about which part of it. Whereas we be like, nigga, they lying about everything. We ain't miss. But they ain't good enough for people who don't think they lied about anything yet. You feel me? Like, we be skipping steps with these people. But what I'm saying is these people are entering the first step. They're identifying something that they wholeheartedly believed in. And remember, this is environmentally reinforced in them, what they were taught by their friends, family, social groups. And these are white people, so they have a different values in those things, right? Obviously. And then for them, their kids, their generation to go, nah, they got us too. Like, that's deep. That shit deep, man. That make you cut somebody over some pizza for real. That's how deep that is. Y'all probably haven't seen that video. So yeah. Yep. I seen some white girl showing off a $6,000 a month apartment in New York City for some fucking crazy ass reason. Why the fuck would you live there for that much money? And I already knew it wasn't gonna have no fucking square feet. She walked in and showed the common space. Thank God they have a washer, dryer, dishwasher, and stove all in that area, because I lose my fucking mind. So at least they got that right. And then they had suitcases in the living room because there's no storage or closets. And then she said there's 3 bedrooms, or she has 3 roommates. And I said, wait, there's 3 people in those apartments? So her rent's more like $2,000 something, which is better than $6,000, because I was like, the fuck she talking about? But then now I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? $2,000 a month in that square with these people? What the hell going on in Hades? What the hell is going on in Hades? What the hell is going on in Hades? These are white girls with good jobs. I'm talking about, like, they're not going to. And remember, they got the feminism program. And oh, that's why I looked at it differently. Because on top of that, the feminism program, they're not there because they're saving up for their marriage and, you know, they're gonna have kids one day. No, this girl is closer to my age than she's not. No, she's not. Like, that's just gonna be the normal for her, period. So with other people who have been below that bar their whole life, or reference points wise, what I'm trying to say is that's the middle class and up pay grade. New York City, come on, cut it out. That's the middle class and up pay grade. And that's the white woman version of it. That's very important. And even they're kind of like, their scale and perspective of their financial advantage is thwarted by their lifestyle, if you will. So to them, it's kind of like, you know, it's their version of struggling. More so because they won't have a family. The real struggle comes in when you're by yourself. Hence, so if you map the life, because this was advertised to them, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out and there was no backup, not a backup plan, but like a backup life, like a backup lifestyle, a backup perspective to adjust if that's not available to you. Like, most people just have, it's either everything or homeless, right? Like, no one has a gradient. It's just either it works out or I'm dead. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even see more videos like that where people are joking around with that shit. I want to joke around with that. What that stupid boy say? He says he was saying something dark humor about death or something. I'm like, nah. What did he say? Something about his money or food or something. Like, you ever feel like you're just, this keeps happening to you because you're about to die? He tired. He tired of everything closing on him every time he gets close. You know what I'm saying? Like, another thing after another. Like, as soon as you reach for it, and that's the shit that's weird about this. It's shutting down things that swaths of people are reaching for. It's not just shutting down random shit you ain't been paying attention to, or objectives and paths and lifestyles. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like 1,000 black and white TV manufacturers closed this week. That's not what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, And they don't have the backdrop of the system being manipulated itself. 1933, which is United States history. That's not even like a conspiracy fact. All those points, and then knowing the quality of the characters behind it and how they did it, how the billionaires came through and bought up the millionaires, because a B is bigger than an M. And you understand, like, Monopoly is a weird game, my friend. And that was 100 years ago. So in their head, in our programming, they thought like, oh yeah, with that foundation, shit should obviously work for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's lying, stealing, borrowing, have no value, mysterious families, corporations to hide their accountability. Yeah, this will definitely be a very open ledger, integrity, honesty, meritocracy, and accountability built into it, so you can have this quality of future with it. Like, that'd make sense if you followed the law of gender. It'll never fucking happen. And that's what, they haven't gotten to that part in their healing journey yet. It wasn't that they were lied to, or so most people feel like they weren't where they want to be in life by now because there's some shortcoming. And then they find out the basis of said shortcomings is built in. And then the thing you were chasing, even if you didn't have the shortcomings, ain't even there no more. #AI. So it's kind of like, damn, you got hosed. Yeah, from most categories of things that people try to do, absolutely. Now you got to figure out a different category. Most people never did their main category, so they learned a whole bunch of other categories. They might as well have been playing this category, right? So it's dispersed in a weird way, but everybody gonna say the same thing. Oh no, that shit cooked. But it being cooked gonna affect people differently. These are people who've never been affected before by these things. This a white girl with $6,000 rent. I don't even know where to look for that at. What the fuck going on? So it's funny that food stamps was the SNAP was the activating code for this. There's so many of them. I mean, lots. I started adding this shit to my story. I was like, damn, everybody just uploaded today at once about lamenting. This is Lamentations Part 2, nigga. This thing apocrypha, I think. The fuck? But nothing has changed. I think that's why I'm kind of like, huh? I've been talking about this the whole time. Ain't nothing new happened. Nothing new happened yet. Like, nothing new. Actually, like, nothing happened. These are conversations and ideas, and obviously social media is ruled by people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, but they're sticking to the topic. So just in that short time period, there's been enough upsetting and ruffling of feathers in the ideas and imagining if and looking at everyone else's sorrows, you know how the mirror neurons work, and then now people are pushing it back out. But the shit they're talking about didn't just happen. And you could even say my name. Like, that ain't... These people have been holding this shit in for a long time. They didn't have a target audience. Now they do. Even the political people are freaking the fuck out on each other. So, like, you know how, like, there's that Asian brother, I forgot his name. He came about on YouTube's algorithm during the PPP loans, and he still kind of follows White House policies as it pertains to money and taxes. But there's other versions of him. There's another guy on Instagram who's more of like a liberal Asian brother who's like not anti-Trump, like against MAGA, but he's always trying to do the Chinese college Americanized, level-hated, intelligent take about things. Biased, of course, he is, but he's showing his counterparts on the MAGA side. He's clipping up their TikToks and making a point, and I've never seen these people before, thank God. But one guy, for months, he showed like one video per month where he was like, yeah, Trump just did this into tariffs, and we're going to kick ass, and oh, then Trump did this, and the economy is about to be really good, and then he's progressively getting worse through this year. And then around August, it was like, hey, something, Trump is going to work it out. And then, hey, I really think something's wrong with the economy. He's not talking about MAGA. He's not talking about Trump. He's not backpedaling on his, it's going to be great because Trump is great ass bullshit. Now it's just generally, I don't know how people are surviving out here. I took my family to fucking Cheesecake Factory, you know, nothing too fancy, family of 5. You like, and I just don't understand how anyone's making it. And the Asian guy's like, and that's what the problem is, because you guys, like, bro, they had no chance in Hades to see it go any other way. And be honest, you didn't either. I don't think either side really believed, no matter who the president was, policy-wise, because they ought to be sophisticated enough to understand, you know, $50 billion of debt climbing every day, Bruce. The word that we're looking for that I'm not hearing too many people say is called insolvency. That's a highbrow at the top of the Chuck E. Cheese pyramid language model we should unlock now while we got tickets. Because if we don't start talking about what insolvency means, we're going to lose the whole plot of central banking. So anyway, so yeah, they're breaking their code, their code to the narrative, to their bias. Now it's becoming generalized. It's like, like he can't. The Asian guy himself can't even like really rag on him much, because it's like, I don't know how people are making it either. Even though that was my point, being anti-Trump, you know, nah, that's where they both got it fucked up in the game. And I'm telling you, this ain't Trump. It didn't fucking matter who it was. The thing that's happening isn't Trump. Trump is just the sigil. He's the correspondence to it. Yes. Trump is the flavor of things. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. If you think about Trump and you think about what's going on, it makes sense. Like a dude who has his history being the leader of a fucking the bestest country in the world, where could that fucking take us, right? Like, we're in all his friends, and even if he didn't do nothing, which is how likely is that, birds flocking together. But let's just imagine if he's only a part-time freaky frog. Look at his friends. That's it. Yeah, they gonna, out of all the people you could pick to run something, you could only pick out of them. Oh yeah, this shit gonna last forever, man. Someone call Keith Sweat. We need a remix. Like, what the fuck they talking about? What other fucking way? I'm talking about just in a social dynamic viewpoint. What other way could it fucking go, Bruce? But I don't think nobody thought it was gonna go this way, this fast. And you still got 2 months left on the clock. Nope. Nobody did. Because you didn't have the mRNA side effects yet either, did you? And you can even say RNA. You can even say like that was never in nobody's dancery. That was in nobody's dancery, but us over here and maybe 3, 4, 5 other potential realities. But that's about it. They weren't thinking Mama and Papa and everyone's gonna be dead and insurance gonna go up 3 times because like your rate going up because there's less people subscribe to that United Health anyway. Remember, they're shooting niggas. We forgot already. This a wild fucking year, boy, to have a bingo card. So nah, this is new shit. We don't know what the fuck. We don't know what the fuck, actually. Because they making a really big fucking deal about healthcare. That means a lot of people don't feel good. For that to be the main fucking tweet for so many people. My healthcare. Yeah, one sister was like that. She was like, she had a decent job, middle class job, and she was like, yeah, they just gave us the new thing. We got to sign up for the new whatever the fucks. I already had to get my husband off of it because they said if they have a job that cover their own healthcare, we ain't going to cover it. And then they said they're going to raise the price. It was like something ridiculous already, in my opinion, but they raised that shit up to like $700 every paycheck. Her job, bro. Like, she working. And that's just for medical. Just the so-called tax of her paycheck is $1,400 a month if she wants health care for the kids or whatever the dispersion is between her and her husband, the black couple. So you imagine, $1,400 for what? $700 every, what? Hell no. How does that even make sense? Now imagine she came forward. Imagine all the other people, you know, you'll never see, won't come forward, don't know what the fuck that means, or just simply know they can't fucking afford it. And then most people can't afford to keep the fucking job that's attached to. So you'd be like, yo, I know how this job market is. They might do layoffs again. So why the fuck am I going to pay them in $1,400 a month for the next 6 months anyway? If you know what I'm saying, like that's a new variable too, because you have to think like these jobs are very short term lately. AI maybe, you understand? Like you ain't going to be locked into the retirement pension anybody's inching at this particular point in transition, with corporations talking about they rather not have people. So you understand, like even subscribing to extra things to deduct your ducats doesn't make fucking sense at this time currently, and that's a brand new variable too. Everybody else had this thing called job security, and like so it's tied into your skin color. Unfortunately, it's tied into your region, it's tied into your network, it's tied into your education license. Like you can hedge your bets on this shit. Motherfuckers with all of that shit. I'm telling you, there's an Indian kid, programmer. You know how they is. He grew up with us though. He one of them 6-figure kids. I think he in California, and he's our age. And he said his job did a meeting with them and said that they're gonna have to let their department go because they're replacing them with Indians. And he was like, I'm Indian, like you can keep me, right? Like we can get rid of these white people. You know what I'm talking about? Like he's like on funny shit like that. And they're like, no, you don't get it. We're hiring Indians from India. He's like, no, I was born in India. He's like, no, we talking about the ones that we ain't got to pay nothing. And he said for the first time he felt like everybody else's granddad. He's like, these damn Indians are taking all of our jobs. I was like, that's cute and clamorous. Y'all being cute and clamorous. Y'all being cute and clamorous. But that really happened. Like that whole tier of millennials who were making all the money in our generation, they're getting axed by AI. Specifically, that's very important to keep in mind. Did you know that most of the houses that were bought this year were bought by people over 70 years old? I think a third. You heard what the fuck I said? People over 70 still buying houses. Over 70, dog, buying up houses at these prices because they got it. 70, my nigga. You don't see nobody 70 talking about nothing besides Pelosi and them niggas. You don't see nobody 70 in the dancery for real. We talking about like Donald Trump and friends, 10 years under and shit. Nah, just them. They got it. Now imagine how long they got left. And that's what sucks. Potentially they have up to 30 years and shit, but I'm talking about in the game of flipping money and buying houses and worrying about shit like that. I'm talking about. The fuck? If you can't budget out your next 10 years, boy, fuck out my face. With millions, shut the fuck up. But they don't have as much time either because of this bonus word I threw called insolvency. We only let that float in the sky for a little while in case the UAP drive-bys. So you still got the insolvency monster swimming around. So anyway, it'll get here eventually. But yeah, so like the dispersion, the pain dispersion isn't equal. That's new. A lot of these people come from young countries historically, where people didn't live that long. Let alone people live that long with wealth who can protect it arbitrarily because, you know, remember, duels, bank robberies, cowboys and Indians, train heist, pirates, you know, that whole timeline where these people come from, boy. Don't forget that. After the 100-year marker, you go back a little bit further. Remember, the Civil War is a naval battle. Don't miss it. So, a lot of people come from a background of not actually being industrious. And that's not a slight. That's just, what the fuck would they be industrializing if this is new? So if they just got here where it starts, it wasn't there with them prior. So this is brand new for the first time ever in their human history, right? Yeah. That was going to work forever, though. You feel me? It's never worked before for hundreds of years for them, but it's going to work forever now because I can guess a few reasons why they would assume such silly shit like that. But yeah. They got us fucked up. And obviously, in having us fucked up, they have themselves fucked up. That's how that works. If you have your reference point fucked up, your reference is fucked. Nah, man. Nah, it don't matter what buttons you click. So slowly, kinda, it's not even slow. Slowly, instantly, everybody is waking up to at least one thing in general. The government's a fucking problem. Wow. They saying that shit out loud now. And you could even say, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they out there. They trying to figure it out. They don't know if it's MAGA. They don't know if it's blue anymore. Because now they looking at TikTok, and the MAGA people sound like liberals, and they looking at the same TikTok, and the liberal people sound like conservatives. Call it pole switch, man. We ain't talking about Chicago. So, like, it's the same story. Like, when that happens, when there's a phase switch, where they say the CIA did its job. Yeah, yo, for real. That's the CIA's, remember that interview they had? It's like, when it gets to a point where no one knows what the truth is, we did our job. Well, we're going to have to, like, really celebrate the CIA this year. If that was their objective, now, I don't know how hands-on they were in this particular landing destination, but everything they have contributed to it, though, you know, for their contribution. They get an Essence Lifetime Award, for real, for making this shit manifest. I tell you, man. I'm telling you, where's Tom Joyner when we need him? I don't know what's going on. The CIA did that. I hope they got enough in their budget for the CIA, because they are effective. If that's what the fuck this is, like, oh my God. Don't nobody know what the real reference point is, like, because they just spinning everybody around, nigga. They got Candace Owens talking about Trump and them went after Charlie Kirk. Can you imagine what timeline you're in? Can you imagine? I don't think you can imagine. That is never supposed to happen. That is not ever supposed to be a narrative. We skipped over so many other bad actors, and we went straight for the president and the government itself. Set up they fucking hometown hero Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm bewildered on why he was their hometown hero, debating 17-year-old girls in college, but that's on me. But they seem kind of smart sometimes, so, like, what the fuck they doing? Like, she married to a white guy too, so you would think, like, don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. She's trying to get the Christian conservatives up. You know, MAGA. I'm telling you, this is the per capita racism class of people. Don't miss this. Don't forget how, what they call it, suspected white supremacist Charlie Kirk was. Please don't miss it. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. They dog whistling is what they call it back in my day. They dog whistling. The dog whistlers are dog whistling to the dogs that love Trump. Oh, no. Oh, man. They should believe me when I told you that boy ain't racist. He an opportunist. He from Germany. They forgot. He didn't grow up in the Deep South, so he don't have that. He wasn't around the KK. He just got here, guys. He just out here vibing. He ain't really on that type of shit. You know, he didn't have to worry about all the violence. I mean, his dad was selling drugs and alcohol. Like, he ain't quite like y'all. Like, nah, he wasn't in a trailer park with the hippies, none of that. He never had a chance to. That nigga went to a really, really, really good fucking high school for his time. Like, I don't know if you understand who that boy is for real. We talking about the epitome of Scarface's kid. You know what I'm talking about? We talking about the epitome of a silver spoon. We talking about the epitome, his whole life. Like, a small loan of $1 million back then, just for inflation, nigga. So, yeah, like, no. This ain't that. So they don't have a group. If using white supremacy to hedge your authority in morality and then hide it within white Jesus Christianity, which, come on, stop fucking playing with me, and doing all of that establishes a voting block of people with certain values and networks for their money and investing. and then you shatter their glue. It's like, oh shit. This ain't just because the welfare queens, like Reagan said, is doing it. I'm looking at all these white girls too. You know what the white girls are saying? Yo, it's your job to pay for me too. Mary Neurons is a bitch. They say, I've been collecting this shit 4 to 10. Nah, she said 10. Bro, I almost threw the phone to California from here. She said for the past 13 years, she's been getting $10,000 a month in government assistance. I don't know a damn sister in human history that got that much, damn much. And they were talking all kind of crazy shit about us and our demographics for the very little bit that they got. Remember, having Section 8 in a cheap apartment that's subsidized by the federal government, paying the person who bought it, who already got a federal rent to buy it and do the upgrades to have tenants. But, you know, everyone don't understand the science to money, I guess. But even if you didn't know that and you just looked at everything as money in the bank and money in the pocket, back and forth shit, yeah, they'll pay $50 rent, but they'll never also have $10,000 to go with it. These motherfuckers are paying the white girls $10,000 to live, nigga. No requirements, no need a job, need to go to school, nothing. I've never seen that. I've heard about it, but I never. Now you get to see who the actors are, and they are real. But they're getting cut off. So yeah, think about that. For 13 plus years, she's one of many. All gonna see her and be like, what? And then all the other people, Charlie Kirk's side, they're gonna see her. They're gonna see their cousin. They'll be like, wait, she's about to be hungry? Yep. You gonna tell her she should get a job? That's what people want to tell her? We need to have the come to Jesus moment about fucking common sense. You gonna tell this white girl of 6 kids who's been getting, listen to me, $10,000 a month for 13 years. You know, I'm sure it wasn't always that number, but a lot. For 13 fucking years. I'm talking about from the end of the Mayan calendar until now, from 2012 until now. Like, think about back then. That was after the 2008 collapse, and she still somehow got $10,000. And they want the jargon they use for black women is, oh, why don't you just get a job? You have nice nails and hair. At tops is $1,000. And they don't do that every week. You should know. So imagine if. Why the fuck would anyone getting $10,000 a month go find a fucking job to go make $1,200? I thought the rule of thumb was work smarter, not harder. We gotta scale that. The most she could ever hope to ever fucking make a month would be like $4,000 in her best behavior. It'll never be fucking. There's no job where that woman live that will give her $10,000 a month. I'm here. I can almost bet over under 100%. There ain't no fucking job that she can get that's gonna get her $5,000 a month. So what I'm saying is, you're telling her like she need to go do something so she can earn a quarter pay cut. And y'all don't want to take the jobs that have pay cuts. Y'all gotta make up your mind on your doctrine now. Y'all don't have a sound doctrine no more. That's not a sound doctrine. You can't tell her a welfare queen, the real kind, because a queen has a lot of money. A welfare queen of that. Now I know the bar $10,000. Whatever Shaquisha was getting, it was never that number. So imagine the welfare queens at $10,000 and their patinas and all their friends who pretend like they don't see them. Now I gotta see them and be like, wait, they're giving them that much fucking money? $4,000 in food stamps, this, that, and the third. What? And they don't speak no good English? Oh, what? On King James kids. Wait, what? And I'm out here with 3 or 4 jobs. Like, see, that's the part that you're not going to see discussed. You don't see the anger or the dark humor or the cattiness against it, but then the person, when it bounces back to them, they'd be like, especially now, when everyone already feels exhausted. Especially now. You have all those people have to look at people like that and go, maybe they had it right inevitably? You see what happens when all your value systems is about how much money you have access to? You realize that everything else is a bunch of bullshit. Money talk, bullshit walk. The bullshit just getting flushed down the drain now. There is no moral, social, class high ground when the people from the classes that said this is the formula you're supposed to do and get the things are not getting the things, and the people who never follow that formula always had more. And you can't even say. I know. They about to know for the first time in human history. Shout out to TikTok and Instagram, man. They're showing the real colors of America's out here, man. When we used to tell everyone what the shit was, they're like, nah. When we were like, nah, for real, like, I lived out there. I was there. Like,
all you gotta do is education. Get a job. Never hard. Don't do the things that are fun until you can afford to do it. Racism's an excuse, but you'll never get my job.
Shit. You ain't never getting those jobs either, the fuck? I guess you're right. It wasn't racism after all. And you ass niggas like, So that little temporal marker in time, that little sonic save point is gone for everybody, it seems. I don't know. You remember the times when we used to deny all the reason why affirmative action and DEI is needed because they take these programs away and we tend to not hire black people by default? Yeah. Weird story. Weird fucking story. And then the AI ain't hiring you. A weirder fucking story. Corporations don't like the black workers. I can tell you why. That's common sense if you follow the law. And then the AI don't like everybody else. That is weird. They made them supercomputers with melanin, you said? Oh. I wonder if that has an effect on things. So yeah, they're trying to do a population replacement thing in their working class. Because the people a little bit older than me who think they're smart are trying to figure out how to multiply numbers really fast because they can do it with little to no investment on the front end. So even if they fuck up at best, they didn't fuck up their own money. Elon Musk, Sam Altman. There ain't no per hour paycheck they got to get that money. Their investments didn't come out of fucking thin air because they had a dope ass mailing list. Them niggas was giving loans and grants and all kind of shit. Spending money. Their spending money ain't even theirs. You understand everything. So yeah, I don't think those are the type of people who have the qualities to solve social issues anyway, since this whole fucking country celebrates autistic white people who tend to have Asperger's, aka no empathy. And you can't even say, you can't give them empathy either. They have that condition because they don't have any. And then they believe that. And it manifests as such. How come they don't care about people? They have Asperger's. They're autistic. They're that rich, they're probably sociopaths and psychopaths. I mean, look at their friends again. So you're asking narcissism, no, you're asking the vampire, why isn't it feeding me anymore? You ain't got no blood left to suck, that's why. That's why you feel so tired. That's why you're not so inspired. That's why you're tired of vampires. A lot of people went to those vampire clubs for the drugs. The drugs ain't hitting no more. We know. They changed the formulas. Sure did. The sun did too. Sure did. The chemicals they spraying did too. We know. And the most important chemical, dopamine, meaning the rest of your diet and I don't know, COVID and some new injections. Ain't nothing gonna hit the same. Quite literally. They changed the way that things hit in your body. Doom, 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 doom. I'm telling you. They're not dealing with one problem. Trump. That's follow my finger. Trump is the finger. But follow me, like, you got another problem. You feel different suddenly. People are missing. People are weird. Everything's strange. That's not Trump. What is that? Yeah, man. So nothing in history will ever align to this. I don't think enough people had vaccines back then. Huh? I hate it. I hate that it's like that's the wild card. That's the quiet card. And that's the one card that's not really a fucking conspiracy. It's just like, again, that's a big fucking deal. I'm telling you, out of everything going on, I can promise you, empires crumble and get rebuilt. But white blood cells don't. And I kind of feel like people are missing the dancing bear on this shit. The COVID-19 vaccine plan was a military operation. The reason why they could warp speed it, the reason why they could mandate it, the reason why they use that vocabulary is because it was a military operation. They'll tell you to test their preparedness for such an event. Well, if it was a test, then there was no event. So they flunked out the United States population because of practice? Come on, Allen Iverson. Practice. The COVID-19 lockdowns was practice. COVID wasn't a pandemic, statistically. So to ring the alarm on something that didn't hit the threshold of pandemic and then run in a military operation is very telling. And ain't the military the one suffering right now from a budget issue? Don't let me say karma, but government shutdowns, all of them. You understand? The pandemic in the United States was a military operation. mRNA is an experimental injectable. That's a military operation. Look it up. Don't let them fool you with the pretty language. Like, oh yeah, it's a really good idea in case, something bad happened to us. The military is able to, and they're very prepared, yet something really bad still happened to us. The fuck are y'all talking about? I know. That's the sleeper card right there, boy. I think most people know that or feel that or something in that box, but they don't do nothing with it. They just kind of like pivot off to like the way things used to be. And that's probably the illest thing about the sentiment loop that people are having, is that it ain't what it used to be for so many reasons at once. But that don't even fucking matter no more. I don't think the game that we're playing as a society is trying to get back to the way things were, because they're not there no more. So, you know what I'm saying? We're trying to move parts that don't exist. We're trying to like fix things that, you know what I'm saying? It's not like the bridge is broken and like, yo, if we fix this bridge, we'll get across to the other side. No. There's not a bridge problem. I'm saying the United States government betrayed its people problem. And it's been running away with that since the pandemic. Accountability, Asperger's, narcissism, sociopaths, psychopaths, you're never going to get it from anyone that speaks to you in that dimension. But as a collective. Remember, it's the federal employees that were supposed to protect you and carry out all these programs that do these things too. Now they're all fired. I'm pretty sure some of the important ones will start snitching and start talking very saucy soon about all things, but they're still getting their whatever checks or benefits because they're those people. So we'll see. What I'm saying is there's no chance in this narrative because like this is like all the shit that fell out the closet, but we still had the door closed and shit leaking out. What I'm saying is they didn't even open up all the fuck shit and bullshit and embezzlement and experiments and secret deals. We didn't even get to that story yet. I mean, they still got you held up on the Epstein list, one that Russia already got already, but no one know how to put that shit on Discord. Very weird story. So like that's like Epstein list is a placeholder for a way bigger operation because that's Mossad. And if it's Mossad and it's going on in the United States soil and it's going back and forth, then the CIA is shaking their hands. And then Yemen drops a bomb and says that, yeah, the CIA and Mossad are behind some of our fucking rival political forces over here in our country causing problems. Hashtag Israel, right? I know that's crazy. We get to bomb Yemen because the people we put in Yemen to subvert Yemen are our targets. Like, what in the Tom Clancy is going on here? Like, how many times do you want to fall for Ocelot? Like, but at least it's up to the minute now that's in the zeitgeist now, while everything else is already under scrutiny and untrustworthy. So now, if you had a problem with conspiracy theories before, motherfuckers could just say anything now, and it'll form lightning. They could just make up some shit that don't even make sense and be like, yeah, and that's why Vladimir Putin has a blue tie with a red sock because the Mayan prophecy of the Hopi Indian. And remember back in 1990-10, yeah, like that right there, that door of psychosis is right. It's right there. They don't walk right through it and never come back to shore. I'm telling you, boy. These motherfuckers be doing drugs. Don't forget this. How many people do drugs in America? Don't forget these high-functioning people that get these weird robotic-ass jobs in corporate America be on that Vyvanse and Adderall. Don't you forget. Out of their paycheck, they got to pay 2x more to keep that prescription on their paycheck. And then however much the tariff impose on the Adderall itself. Don't you forget. Those are becoming very expensive drugs for the normal paths of getting them. People are tired because they can't afford Starbucks. Starbucks has cocaine level caffeine. I had a Starbucks machine when I worked at Lidos. Regular basic one too. Man, when I finally stopped drinking that shit, I was sick, nigga. I was sick. I had to buy Mountain Dew a day just to kind of like keep me up a little bit. Like, that Starbucks shit is intense. Now imagine people buy that shit every day, build a tolerance for it, and then be like, nah, we can't afford this no more. Good luck. The people with the good jobs or in the jobs are saying like something's weird going on in their job. Like, we're not talking about poor ghetto people and no. We talking about everybody else that we don't talk about. They having problems, dog. It ain't because they poorish. It ain't because they're Moorish. It's because something happened to the people on top of everything else being fucked up financially. But it will be fucked up financially if finances come from people. So, you know, hunting on the squash banana. It's all connected. They're noticing it for the first time in human history. They're just now noticing it is what I'm saying to you. They're just now talking about it. So the others who are not talking, looking at their, you know, Hunger Games representative going, yeah, now that I think about it, finally, yeah, I noticed this. Yeah. People sad people ain't coming to their birthday parties. Yep. No one's paying for your brunch. That makes sense. You heard about the food stamps? Yep. They're not coming to your brunch today, sis. Unless you're paying for it on your birthday. That don't make sense. So why they even want... Look. So many people like, any of you guys still in contact with your good friends? Anybody got friends? The girls especially. How do people in Vegas make friends? One day the people are one way, the next day they're just looking at you. You heard what I said? I'm talking about attractive women who come to Vegas looking for sugar daddies and everything else. Just want a nice little power female group so they can run game on niggas together. I know the end of the story. But in the middle of these gory details, when they try to figure their shit out, they don't have like a social sister group here. But the prescription prescribed by these individuals is that you meet someone and everything's cool, then like the next time you see them, it's kind of like something's off. And then you start reading other comments, and other people have very similar experiences, no matter where they are. Needless to say, these are vain people. Either way we do it, but vain people are having a hard time keeping up with other vain people. Ooh, popped a Molly, I'm sweating. Other people were like, well, it's just you because my friends. Shut up, you nerd. Shut up, you fucking cat person. No one's talking to your ass. This is a beautiful woman speaking. Shut the fuck up. No disrespect, I'm just saying. Y'all not in the same fucking social circle. That's not what she's talking about. Her friends don't look like you. Her friends don't look like your friends that you would want. We have a gender issue. We're comparing apples to raisins. Stop it. She's not looking for raisinets. She's trying to figure out what's wrong with the apples. They have a history of socializing a certain way in certain environments. I mean, Vegas, on all places, where all the clubs and drugs and alcohol and people who like to waste their money when they're drunk. You understand everything. They can't find friends. Woo! Like, you know what I'm talking about? If they don't find friends, they don't survive. They're single. Don't miss this. This shit's so hyper connected and scary that if the junior baddie league associates are trying to find a way to rank up through their society, to be around the girls, to be safe and protected, to find all the fucking football players that go to a certain club, even though they don't win no games around here, that class of females is like, what the fuck's going on? It's no longer fun to go outside. One by one, not all of them, but I'm seeing more and more every day. Like, yeah. Yes, hashtag Kevin Samuels, but worse. Plus ultra. But hashtag Kevin Samuels, hashtag plus ultra. Because Kevin Samuels didn't know that the vaccine was going to be, and then Trump part 2 was going to be. He didn't know. He was doing his projections based on old math, and he still landed. But if you had these variables, oh no. Nah, Kevin Samuels was like, nah, we got to talk about something else. He said it would get hard just because of sociology issues and snapping into reality financially. He did not know that the people who snapped in and got it right are going to have the same fucking problems in their relationships or marriages. That you know what I'm saying? That's no longer a safety net. I know, that shit crazy. It's not everybody though. My problem is, it's the only people who stir the fish. Like, those are the people that move the water socially, at least. And if the people who move the water socially are not moving the water, then what happens? Stagnation, right? If some fish stop moving, they die. So you understand everything. That's the problem with being a social creature. And that's a problem with being a social creature gender that's extra social within social creatures. Women can't exist by themselves. And it's sad that they took this as a challenge, as a masculine, aggressive, matching equality of men thing. Nah, it's not worth it, sis. You're not competing with us. We're not even competing with us for the variables that you're competing about. Men don't go to the other man like, yeah, man, you holding it down all by yourself, man. When I get older, I'm gonna hold it down even more by myself. Where the bitches at? You putting the game on? You still playing Apex? That girl tripping, ain't she? Damn. What about that other one you was telling me about? And nowhere in our conversation do we go, bro, we really gotta lock in, bro, because I feel like you should have been unlocked the mid-rise downtown. Like, why do you live out here saving money, living responsibly by yourself? Your house doesn't feel like a home. You plan on moving soon? Yeah, they're gonna raise the rent up again, so I'm probably gonna move when it hits a certain threshold because math or something. Oh, yeah, we don't do that. On average, we don't do that. I'll say that most men that I come across are more talking about the cerebral things. You can figure out men today by you just walk up to a group of men and say, what the fuck is going on outside? And you'll start a whole barbershop conversation. They might ask you one clarification question. What do you mean? Because what they're asking is, which degree are we approaching this? From the degree of food stamps, what the fuck's going on? Do they not know that niggas gonna lose their goddamn mind? And then you just go from there. We don't turn back around and go, well, man, these women, if she's just friendly, soft, and submissive, all my missing pieces will fit together. Nah, men have a different problem. Even if they found the perfect girl for them, they still have the same fucking problems that men always want to fucking have, being men. That's why they don't want their women to be an extra problem. Like, why is this not common sense? Men have a very unique set of men problems and responsibilities and outlooks in wiring and energy routing and all kinds of things. Very, very, very different. Luck of the draw in this society. During these years, we play these positions. And if we don't play these positions, we have these other options. And in all of that gradient, from Tom Brady to me, from Tom Brady, Johnny Depp, O.J. Simpson, man, and then me, from that whole gradient, they still gonna have a problem with bitches. So it doesn't change for us. It doesn't. With the right one, with the wrong one, it's the same stuff. The only thing that changes is when we get the other stuff better, and then you have the woman that you actually want, and she's doing better. And then maybe, just maybe, if you're blessed enough, your kids will act right on top of that. And if you're just, oh my God, if the markets, if the jobs, if the economy, if the AI, and if all of that stays consistent 2025, then maybe we can be like, yeah, I did that shit, nigga. Nigga, I don't know a nigga who did that at 30. So men now, or millennial men, they're not even in that conversation bracket. We have not unlocked that map on Grand Theft Auto yet. Our generation, that is. We're not talking about the generation who can buy a house for $50 down. No, we're talking about right now where every ugly house is $500,000. Nigga, we weren't planning on having a $500,000 house then. We weren't trying to get our shit together so that we could buy the $500,000 house. If we bought anything like that, it'd be our dream house, not our first one. The fuck is going on? So like, nah, men have, nope. And the little perks and advantages that they perceive that we have, like, oh, the ability to sleep with more than one partner and not have an emotional hang up about it. That's what you were competing with. How's that going? Ain't that the dumbest shit? The argument always goes back to men and women, plural. Dude, you don't have those men without women, though. So why are you trying to be like that men to get more women instead of being the women that stop sleeping with the same man? See, I understand Thomas Paine, common sense ain't common, but I'm trying to figure out their math equation because they chose the other option, and we are here 2025 today. We got the fucking post-scout report. Post-scout report says that is not what it's ever been about. So much so that the same women who chose that route, at least for the last 10 years, they're asking like, where are all the men at? Sis, it's generational, man. You don't have to move somewhere really fucking far away, because the men that you were compatible with in your dynamics, your age range, and your energy level, and your power level financially, because y'all are in denial about that, you slept with them already. It's not like going to the mall already at 18 and you see some guys, you don't look their age, so you don't know that you're looking at 15 years worth of people. But when you're 15 years older, 15 years above you, you're not even looking for those. So you're cutting down the window by yourself. And then you hope 15 years richer, and the guys who are 15 years older then or 30 years overall. Now, they are usually married or old and out the game completely for hopefully all the right reasons, since they're a different fucking generation. But they're not looking for you either way. So you're dealing with what's in front of your face or younger. That's what the problem is. Sisters, y'all getting older, meaning the window is you're playing Tetris you're playing Tetris. There's less room for more blocks to fall down. There's not as many men falling out the sky in your age range, because they've been on this planet as long as you have. They don't open up a window and new versions of them come out. No, just hang out for a little while anywhere in your city. You don't see them all. Just go to your main intersection and start doing duck, duck, goose. I think they thought that shit was like Amazon and everything else that they UIX to their ass. Like, eventually there'll be new products and new stock. Nah, this is not Wayfair. They're not selling people. No, I'm talking about like people don't. You don't get new people. It's the same people. Same ratios. Unless, because niggas is dying too. Don't forget the part. Between jail, dying, and all the reasons you can die these days. Like, and health issues too. Diseases too. Like, diseases take a lot of people out of the game. I think they forget about that one with outbreaks. So like, yeah, whatever's left is whatever's left. And it'd be a shame if you were social creatures and got to know everybody. You just pick people based on who you know. But nah, this ain't that, obviously. The internet expanded the net of potentials, but not the reality. A girl getting more attention from more guys because of the internet forgets that there's way more girls getting attention from the same guys. But yet that's their pretense. Guys and multiple women. Okay. Those same guys have eyes on multiple women. So it's not even like Amazon. It's more like eBay. They treated sexual marketplace as Amazon when it's really eBay. You got your buy now price, and if it's a product in high demand, which I think those men they're looking for are, obviously they have so many women, and then you have the bids. You have to outbid somebody. That's a different game. That price might go way too high. You need to cut it. They won't. We learned that from women. I'm not settling. The price ain't either. It's a two-way marketplace though. Especially if you're looking for a man to take care of you, you're actually talking about marriage. And that's a market that only men choose. eBay Lite. Nah, it's Craigslist. It's Craigslist for us. It's Craigslist. And even in Craigslist, you got to get there first. So Apple Store and Amazon thinking in an eBay and Craigslist world. That's why that shit ghetto, sis. Because it is. You can't change the narrative by pretending. It isn't. And that's what they try to do. They didn't realize that's what men were arguing about. It's like, nah, man, y'all not doing the math right. No, we're not talking about wrong and right. We're not talking about plus and minus. We're talking about gender. Y'all in the wrong gender. Y'all shop in the women's section. We shop in the men's section. We don't wear the same breeches. Just because you can bring your ass over here and put them on don't mean that they're for you. Even more, you're looking at them with different eyes and a different reason than we are. We don't give a fuck. We're not gonna be like, we're tired of the selection. Let's wander over to the other section. Oh, these women have nicer t-shirts. The fuck? They don't get men. But why would they? Even with dads around, they ain't listening. That's how we know they're in a different dimension, or was. They were for a while. Women were in a different dimension for a minute. Y'all don't listen to us. Not y'all hear us, but y'all don't listen. Like, and that's why y'all can't imagine what we talk about, you know, as we're listening to each other. I'd say men are more telepathic. All language is telepathic. So if men are more telepathic, then they're talking differently. It's very subtle. Like, for instance, you're sitting in a waiting room somewhere, and there's 2 or more other guys beside you, and you haven't even talked to each other yet. You're just sitting down minding your business. Back in the day, we didn't always have phones, but even if we did, and if a bombshell walks through the door, everybody, without saying a word, as soon as one guy makes eye contact, the rest make eye contact. We all see it. One of the creeps linger too long, you know who he is, but then while he's still lingering, the other guys are looking at each other like, yo, did you see that? And you just open your eyes because you're taking more light. You know, that's a automatic physiological reaction. And then you go, tough. Then you go tough. Without saying a word. That's telepathy. You ain't even gotta know that brother's name. And you done said a whole bunch of everything already. Y'all didn't go to the same school. I don't even be from the same city. And they all talk to me the same without saying anything. Even in situations that ought to be dangerous. Men are highly telepathic. Very subtle. Very subtle signs. Very subtle sign language. And that's more common. It has to be. You're a hunter. You go out in the wild, you gotta know what that pattern means on a snake. Either that shit poisonous or it ain't. You gotta know that. You gotta be able to look through the bushes and be like, something there ain't supposed to be there. It moved a little bit. All right, I'm going this way. Very subtle. We're picking up on subtle things. Hunters. We got our genes from hunters. Hunters who hunted things to feed everybody else. That's why women spec in preparation. I don't know if the ladies remember, but if you had a man of your household and the homesteading fantasy that most of us never experienced in the last 100, 200 years because of reasons and people who weren't here before. But if you imagine if I was to go outside all day and hunt something, you're not coming with me. Maybe my son, depending on how old he is, right? And then we bring it back after a long day. Remember, you ain't text me all day. We ain't got no phones. We ain't got no music playing in the background. We probably don't even have Coronas yet because there ain't no stores. So whatever you come up with to sustain my trip requires preparation. And whatever I bring you back before we eat it, it requires preparation. And that's why you were the housekeeper. Because there's no jobs. There's no delivery. What the fuck else are you going to do in that life? I think they forget that part. There's nothing else for your wife to do, actually, if the men are doing everything else. That's where humans come from, you know, all of them. Not the value or the ones who are prettier or the ones who are more educated. No, that's just life without this bullshit. Now, life transitioned into this bullshit. And our ladies applied the rules of the women entitlements then with the new freedoms and the new version of women now. But men have just been men the whole time. Our rules never changed for us. All men never got married. All men never got the most bitches. Women don't like statistics. But they also don't like listening to men either, because you wouldn't need numbers if you just listen to us. No, I'm not those guys. No, I'm not talking to no hoes. No. So now time goes by. That's a time window of no hoes. So if I ain't got no hoes then, and I can tell you how long since, and then I'm going forward no hoes, that means ain't nothing going on. y'all be lying. There'll be a lot of shit going on in your phone. Whether you act on it or not, or whether you're just going to acknowledge it's just one time or not, nah, your numbers are always going to skyrocket over ours because you have that option. We don't. We need the active energy and calories to pursue, hunt. If we decide to hunt and pursue, then you know how men are, like it's like Craigslist. The quality in the region, you're looking for a Supra, but motherfuckers ain't even got Toyotas around here. So it's like, what's the point of getting the fucking punch buggy Volvo? Like, I can just stay home and save my money. Not for a better one. Like, I'm just not buying those cars. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We don't keep it in our shopping cart either with an alert on when the prices change. No, that's not the one. Because everything costs us. That's why women got that fucked up. When y'all got your freedom to go do what the fuck y'all want, y'all did it with the idea that you still have the older version of women's sticker on you. That men ought to pursue you because of the rarity that is. Now, when you become less rare to your environment and your friends, men are not looking at you with that price sticker of what I got to do to match that. They're like, oh no, she's just out here in the streets. How do you price match that to your great grandmother? The one that could sew, cook, heal, do all the things from scratch because she had to. Hence her value was insane. Especially if she ended up being someone's fucking wife in a time period where that wasn't common. So imagine all the women who couldn't and didn't. How long did their children live? And how big did their families get with nothing passed down to them? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now look at today. How many people saying the same thing in a modern era who are not having kids? Uh-huh. That's why you don't hear those stories. They're dead. If you are alive today, that means your great-grandmother won. That's why the men today of the great-grandfathers who won and actually had kids have that value system. When you say, well, everyone back then, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But everyone today are from the ones who did. Don't miss that shit. Now, we're from the people who did do it that way. And that ain't the way it is. That's different. So that means a whole lot of us ain't going to make it in the future. They don't have a different conversation. Yeah, same story. We're forgetting that it's algebra, not right or wrong, red or blue, black or white, up or down. No, it's all the variables. All of our variables are different these days. But genetically, we're still those same men. Because that's where we come from. And those men never change. Those men were always warring, working, providing to everyone else, even amongst men. Because if we come and touch down somewhere, whether they're black or white, especially my family who built every goddamn thing, we got to work together to do that. So we're not just doing it for ourselves. Men create societies with their hands. There's no such thing as independent. Independent of what? Women say independent of men. Who are men independent of? Men are independent of other men. You talking about independent financially of others? Yeah, that's what a job is, but even that's not true. You're not independent of your job? Ain't that what Dame Dash said? You don't go to work every day and call this man your daddy? Can you hire your son when you feel like it? Can you put your name on their building? Independent. Independent of reality. I don't mean to take it so hard out on the sisters though. It was more of a thought sequence to arrive to why they're having the problems they have today socially. What are they responding to? They're responding to everything that's changed, and what they're saying is changing was the paradigm that they made up. But that's not what changed. That's why that's important. The paradigm you made up was made up. It was never going to last. You were nudged by socialism, feminism, TV, Jewish media. Don't worry, rookie mistakes. They got all of us. But men didn't respond to that. The most common answer from men in all timelines up until now has been, when shit got weird, I don't know what's wrong with these bitches. So there wasn't a theory. It'll be a rehearsal of facts. She said this, she did that. That shit don't do math. And now she doing this over there that don't even add up to over here. So why is she mad? That's how deep it goes. Without having an answer. So if you notice a paradigm change, it's not because we got a fucking answer. It's because something else changed, a third variable. Men are tired with or without women making them tired. That's the most important part of this story here. Men who are tired are not looking and seeking actively for women who have historically made them tired. And you forget that we're on social media following these women who talk too fucking much about their life. And because we're doom scrolling, we're getting tired of hearing them. Because you have to suggest to us that when we talk to a real one, that the conversation is going to sound different. And I'm here as a resident nigga of niggas. It ain't that damn different. At least for the last couple of years. I don't know about this year right now, though. I don't know. Fellas, y'all figured them out yet? It got better for you individually? Like, as you navigated the dark space, did you arrive? Did you find what you were looking for? Keeping fortune cookies alive. Like, I don't know. So if that's not the general consensus of, all right, this is the plan and this is what we're sticking to, then it ain't happened because of that. It ain't happened because of us. We are just now figuring out narcissism. Just now. But in the last 4 years, nah, all them girls talking about the same fucking thing, boy. It's always the same thing. And it's the same thing you see on the internet. Since they're so scary social creatures, they're consuming it more, social creatures, sociology more than us. So when it's time to be social, they're in their girl code too. So girl code requires you to be in a consensus with girls in the girl code too. So it's more of the same actually. Niggas don't give a fuck about no bro code. The fuck you talking about? You talking about like the actual friend group. Nah. Women will girl code women they don't know. That's a foreign concept to a hunter. The fuck would I just be on a consensus with a guy who's shooting at the same deer and you know he ain't sharing it because you know I'm not. So there's no such thing, I fear. But with women it's different. Like, yeah, if we work together, we can clean this house faster and prepare the food faster. It's built in that way. For years, you know, human history. So, I don't know, man. Y'all gotta look at the lens of the fact that there's so many lenses to look at it. Your lens ain't changed, it's just cracked. Y'all ain't changed y'all lenses yet. Y'all lenses are just cracked. Y'all didn't put on new glasses yet. About men or yourselves, actually. Don't tell me the government lied to you about us. All that listening you was doing. When everything we said was against the core narrative. Across the board. All men who don't even talk to each other gave you the same answers. Without a bro code. Yep. Without a meninism. Remember, feminism is paid for. So that means the narratives and the subversion is out there. Where we get our code from? Being out here. Hunting. Working. building, learning. You ask any of the men of this generation, most of their setbacks are women. And then we're the type to still forgive them. Tell me I'm lying, fellas. How many of your specs are women-based? They don't. So y'all can't possibly understand men then. If you don't understand that the majority of our problems is because of women. While y'all pretending that the most of your problems are because of men in a society that men built for you. In a society where you currently don't build and you definitely don't gather for them, you're independent. You're independent within the men's world, I guess. If our sisters just knew they were always freer than men, maybe that'll adjust their attitudes about themselves. Like you're chasing a carrot you made up yourself. You notice we're not in the same treadmill. That's important. Because it's going to filter why they did what they did politically. It's going to filter why they don't know how money works. Because they don't have to. The bankers are men. The stores, men. Wall Street, men. War, men. Politics, enforcement, men. They know that. They know that. But those men who long suffer because of women, the women have made it harder to be men socially. And then wondering why the structure that ought to be enforced by men ain't working no more for them. That's what I was telling everybody before. It won't even built by the men here. And then they're referencing a very, very particular group of men if we're here anyway. Talking about it. Let's talk about it. Who was here the longest anyway? Okay. They don't even know that about themselves yet, though. That's the illest thing about everything on top of the feminism in the program, that the female class of people, sociologists, are still stuck in the promises of the benefits if a theory of sociology manifested fully and everyone else got along with it, which never has happened in human history. But then they forgot who the fuck they were. Apparently, that shit a divine mystery. If they knew who their grandmother was and where she stayed for real in history, you would have a better reference point on what your dumb ass supposed to be doing. How did you end up on the side of the people and their friends and their daughters that stole everything from you and yours? Like, in what fucked up, distorted mentality did you blame men? Your best friends were the people who did it to you. Your best friends were the people who are doing it to you. You're working for the people who are doing it to you. You went to the schools and put yourself in debt to learn from the people who did it to you. And you know what you will say, if you're honest? Well, that was a long time ago, so it doesn't really matter. Things have changed and evolved. Where? If you're getting hired because of affirmative action and DEI, those two things should not exist. At all. Does that exist in Poland, where they're from? I wonder why. So yeah, They've been missed the bus. They don't see that part of the level. You know who sees that part of the level first? Men. But especially the dark-skinned ones. The bottom is a very unique view of everything. We may not hear everything at the top of the ladder, but we know there's a ladder. If we're at the bottom of this shit. So even if you did find a good man and it happened to be one of us or an immigrant, you're always above men. By default. So you competing with the men that you're above already by default? Or are you competing with someone else's men? Oh. Just don't forget who's pushing you up that first ladder of the stairs. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's easy. I mean, that's what history is. Social hours. I don't give a fuck what a bitch tweet or fucking podcast said. Motherfucker, what's going on now? Is it what you said or your theory? No, it never is. It never has been, actually. That's what you tell yourself. We get it, sis. We've heard you all say the same thing to yourself for 10 years. It's kind of crazy, but because it never evolved. It hasn't even made concessions in itself. And they old now. They don't see it. They say they look younger than old previous generations. Nigga, you got a different diet. But you're old for ours. Thank you for my TED Talk. What, you want a young 23 Gen Z guy to be like, oh my God, that woman right there doesn't look a day of 30. To come scoop you up and move him in with his grandmother? The way y'all be talking about your peers. You think it gets better when they're younger? Y'all gotta stop watching streamers. That's like 5 people out of millions trying. They don't like statistics. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it ain't supposed to. That's what must be what the ism part of it means. Cool word that has meaning, but put ism on it, divorces everything. Feminine makes sense. Feminism, that's some fucking chaos. Community makes sense. Communism is some chaos. Being social makes sense. Socialism, that's some fucking chaotic shit right there, boy. Who get to decide who's social? Bitch, who decide I get to vote for you? Fuck you. How about we all vote that we're not voting for you? When do they ever do that shit? I know. Somebody fucking lying in this bitch with these fucking last century only experiments. Don't tell me some system existed like this in a kingdom full of niggas, but when you look at the paintings and read about it, you see white people. You gotta wake your ass up. The whole thing made up, if that's the case. So, because why they using black languages? So, you ain't gotta do that, but you understand, like, everyone's making up their isms. These are ideas for geeks who didn't have internet, or bitches. Shout out to Karl Marx. Shout out to Sigmund Freud. The origin stories are very interesting. So yeah, now we gotta confront the sisters that are starting to wake up from that nap right there. I'm seeing them. They're doing the reversal. They're doing the law of reversals on it though. That means they don't understand nothing yet. They just know that it's wrong, so they know what to flip. They don't mean that shit yet. I just don't see how women just don't. Something about nothing wrong with submitting with my man. Anything with that ABC, they part of the plan. So we have the same promises. Whether they adjust their attitude or not, the economy is already cooked. So like making those adjustments ain't going to increase nothing. You have to decrease your standards by default because the actual United States credit standard has decreased already. It went from a AAA economy to a AA economy. That means the standard of living has dropped. Y'all can't be making these fucking fourth quarter audibles and shit, trying to get your stamina bar up with 2 minutes left. Nah, this ain't NBA Live 96. Like, this ain't that. Women can't afford not to change. That's different. That's not the same thing as learning, healing, wanting to change, and be the change. So this is a message to my brothers. A lot of women will say some things, just like they said some things back then and it didn't add up. They'll say the things that they should be saying, but they never practice it. So even if they're saying it and figuring it out, it still won't add up to you if you're a man. And they gotta be careful with that, because that's gonna make men resent them even more. Because then we're like, oh, you just said that, or you're acting like that. You're acting like that. And, you know, how complacency is and things like that. They'll snap back into their bad girl, Twitter girl, soft girl, a hot girl, all those arrows on you, depending on what TV show or song comes on to, right? Pavlo dog shit. They don't know about this. They don't know that we clock changes because we're hunters. So, like, you know, the brothers who drew all the almanacs, clocking changes. Yeah, and the weather and shit. So we do the same thing with women. Women might clock a guy to see if he moves on and gets better and if the new girl's prettier. No. If we ever come across a girl, like, hope she's doing better. Look at her energy. Maybe she cleaned up her attitude. Fuck it. Hopefully she's a better person. You notice how it's like we hope that she's a better person and how y'all hope that he hasn't moved on with a better person. By default, we don't look at nothing the same. A man is not looking back on his old girl, trying to see if the new guy, nah, he's trying to see if he can slide and get her back, or he just wanted closure. Y'all look at that guy and be like, I hope someone didn't take him off the market, because I'm not ready to settle down yet, but if she's better than me, I don't have a chance in the 80s. I still got 2 parlays and 2 years left. I know. Y'all gambling. eBay. Y'all saw that the listing had 3 to 5 more years. But some already outbid you. Yeah. Meanwhile, we checking in on our old favorites on Craigslist. You know the prices ain't changed that much, but did they at least fix the motor in it? Since the last time it was listed. Yeah. We're not the same at all, guys. We're same-ish. So you cannot. Here, let me get this shit on my charger. Someone is asking me about a charger. That's hilarious. This Labradorite is doing all that. That's what that is. That Labradorite went with me on all my secret missions. Yeah, it did. I think that's the crystal I take with me the most. Cool fucking story. Oh, it's hot as shit. I got a charger. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Let's see if I can do the transfer property. Shout out to the chat real quick. You said the sun got them on broil. There's nothing new under the sun. Why the hell my mother named me that way? Maybe she was reading the Bible more than they let them know. Jonathan says, peace of composure, Slim. Whoa, TBFB. Jonathan. Septimus, what's good, man? Peace, DeyZan and the tribe. Glad to be here. Glad that you're here. Taryn Art, peace. Glad that you're here, brother. Glad that everybody's here. Shogun L says, I sent the pigeon out. The squad should be here shortly. Cool. Cloud TV. Oh, there you go. I see you, brother. Dom Cloud. What's good, man? Hitting the black and mild always. It's them now, and it's real. 3, minding the business like sure thing. One moment. Let me transfer your call. Monkey Joe, what's up, my man? 3, they all $500,000. Not a damn cloud in the sky. Well, they was chemtrailing this bitch up 2 days ago. 2,000 with 3 people? Nah. 6,000 rent is wild. If you've seen the apartment, it's even wilder. 3-bedroom, 6,000. Nah, you don't even understand. Like 6,000 rent is too much for any room. 6,000 rent for that room, and then having 3 roommates to pay 2,000 to be in that room because it's 6,000. What the fuck is going on outside? Worst thing is cities are like that too, just not as extreme yet. And the European Union is like that. Shout out to DJ Georgie Porgy, Peace to Tribe and the Gods. We out here. Hilarious and at the same damn time. Jonathan Lee said to Haru, talked to a friend about all the surrounding countries to Ukraine and Russia. All the rich escaped as soon as the war started, moved on to other cities, and then the rent went sky high. PT Cruising says, like a predictive history? I think so, bro. Because the pattern of our choices, the pattern of our behavior dictates the pattern of our choices and responses to certain challenges. So if the challenges don't change and our responses don't update, then we're gonna get the same outcomes. So yeah, it's predictive in that nature. What's not predictable is whether or not we're gonna make the same choice. But the outcome of our choices is predictable. You can even stay. 3, insolvency. State of financial distress in which a business or person is unable to pay debts. Seen that, wild. 3, TBFB 13. Just when you thought everyone in your complex was paying the same. Exactly. Then they start to justify their ruthlessness, Mr. Now. Shogun L says the dopamine receptors are all fucked up. You got it. Mr. Now says prepare equals priming. Pivot of how they feel. USAID funds. Boom. Taryn Art says NED. Harut says no wonder that shit like that. Sounds a lot like Denmark. Only difference is Min is doing this too. Are you prioritizing your gut health, bro? Never. Sizzle 560, how you doing? Azamori, it's wild how that's so true. Intrusive thoughts, it's crazy. Taryn Art says that equation is that Y equals I want what I want. My narcissism demands it, and that might even be a parasite on the low, like in their gut. Mr. Now says, didn't have to attend his birthday to say you know what he's talking about. Yeah, right? None of them even entertaining what it means to be a grandma. They maxed out the auntie skill tree. Jeez. Too bad an aunt means her sister has kids. Ooh. You wanted to be an auntie, but you didn't want to be a mother. Yeah, that makes sense. Man, tires are expensive these days. Not so fortunate cookies, but nonetheless Chinese mind control based. LOL, Jonathan. Mr. Now says TV and phone when that side of shit. Message. Ism is a simulation. 3, I just saw a video where the lady was saying no one prepares you for how quick the 17 to 49-year-old jump is as a woman. She was talking about from when she started fucking everybody to when everything cooled down. And that's a crazy time marker for her to talk about. Like, did she at least have kids? Because I don't lose my shit. If they keep saying that goofy shit, like they don't know what fucking time it is. Because I haven't heard a man that gave a woman a different answer yet. That's why I heard it. Like, sis, every man foreshadowed this for you. They want to sleep with you, not disrespect you anyway. You on the other shit. So a man ain't going to be primed to, like, curse you. They weren't cursing these sisters. They were telling them, bro, we know how men do math. That ain't never going to math up for a man, no matter who he is. And the guy that would try to do that shit, you ain't going to like him anyway, so it's just going to be temporary. Like, nothing changes if the behaviors don't. You try and change time before you change people. That's not how none of this shit works. But now I'm changing people. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, so back to the subject. No kid. She was in her video alone filming her face in silence. A 32-year jump is wild. Who the fuck was going to tell her about that jump? Who the fuck did she know as a 17-year-old that was 49 years old and above that would be talking to her dumb ass about for the next 32 years when you at home alone? Like, what woman could she ever reference to even have that soliloquy? Let alone without a phone or internet. No woman on planet Earth at that time in this age group was acting like that. They're still alive. Talk to them older women, Felicia Rashads and all of them. Stop fucking playing with me. You seen the generational difference in the Cosby Show. Look at Felicia Rashad as Claire, and then look at the next generation under her, who was, probably just the one generation, but on both sides of polarity of it, Benet. Look at how their trajectories of their personal life went, just as a generation. I mean, I guess we get Zoe Kravitz out of the deal. Now compare Zoe Kravitz to Felicia Rashad. These are people in the same proximity chat too. Don't miss it. These ain't randoms. I'm not comparing randoms. I'm comparing two different fruit in the same basket. We can see it as kids. Think about Family Matters. Steve Urkel and Laura. Now, mind you, Laura is a real person acting as a Laura, but that attitude, which she's acting like, kind of is what it is for her too, if you see her outcome. Now, the other girl who Steve was on, or who was on Steve, unfortunately, she died of cancer in real life. But just look at that social dynamic. They try to paint it to us like, oh, because they were smart or they were nerds. Nah, that's not even, it doesn't require a smart intellectual nerd to like a guy. That was the only difference. Myra liked him. Laura didn't. She didn't have to either. Don't miss it. She didn't have to like him. She could say she didn't like him because he wasn't swagged out or he was a nerd, but on his last episode, she was the one crying. Because although she didn't like him, or she thought she didn't like him, she loved the attention. So that means our generation of ladies have learned how to be only faithful to their feelings and not their decisions. Our sisters today, majority, not all of them, shout out to the ones who are doing it right, but a lot of sisters, and the ones they don't hang out with, obviously, they are not faithful to their decisions, hence all the divorces, hence all the abortions. They're not faithful to decisions. So like men who do math logically, whether they're Steve Urkel level or just, people had to go to work and get money, you gotta do math to do that shit, don't you? I know how many hours I work, nigga. So, and even if they don't know how to do the algebra, they're gonna ask somebody else to do it for them. I've seen it several times, different orders, different genders and races, like men of all the races. I want to find out about that goddamn paycheck. Listen, so they're always doing numbers. Yeah, our sisters don't do numbers. They got credit and debts and loans. They're not worrying about the numbers yet. Why? Because the backup plan is finding a man. Question. That's why men can't do that. Our backup plan in our debts and our pursuits and our education, our higher learning and our investments and our struggle businesses the debt is never going to be cleared once we find the perfect woman. We got to clear ours first and then potentially clear hers, yours. You guys can do whatever the fuck you want. And if you win the lottery of a partner, y'all doing that shit together, but 75, 80% his side. We already know, don't play with us. We can't say because Steve Urkel was broke, nigga built a time machine. You know how many Radio Shack parts that would take? Now do it for inflation. Her dad was a cop. I think her mother was a stay-at-home mom. Steve Urkel had enough motion to build a time machine, nigga. I'm just talking about the electronics to even try some shit like that. Nah. She doesn't like his aesthetic. She felt like, right? Yeah, they're more faithful to their feelings. And it's a program, by the way. That doesn't make sense. You can't survive in your feelings. So it's not like women have always been like that. Cap. We should talk to our grandmothers. So this is new phenomenon. And they're driven by their feelings because there is no logic in the narrative. So it's kind of like, I'm not mad at them. It's like they don't have no other social paradigm in which they can communicate in this language, in this time, with this language model, without invoking feelings in what they're talking about. Because nothing else that matters to them is logical. The most logical thing for a woman to do is to be a mother. That's it. That's the only thinking you have to do. But everything else is like, long suffering for the rest of your life. Figuring out how to minimize pain, disaster, and setbacks and find homeostasis. Meanwhile, they aiming for fucking space. Like, y'all are trying to get in front of Elon. He ain't going. You ain't going either. So maybe you should readjust it logically. Because now it's 2025 and we have all the data. All I see is our sisters more sadder by the day. The slow ones copy them. The slow ones who are on welfare and getting pregnant by losers, out of shape, they're kind of slow too. Don't have me lying to you. I know, I call a spade a spade. They're kind of slow, but they have the same illusion. Now imagine how rude that awakening is going to be. Whose fault is that? Don't tell me it's theirs. When a society said it was okay to be delusional. That doesn't just start with men. That delusion is like a virus. It spreads to everything. I shouldn't have to get a job. Y'all be working and paying taxes. Your taxes is for me. You got a few of the facts. You got the facts right. You got the model wrong. And you try to explain it to them, they ain't gonna listen to you. Because you're talking to someone who's delusional. They were rewarded for their delusion. Yeah, welcome to socialism and communism. See how easy it is? What changed in our society? Socialists and communists. Can we put a date on the calendar when this emerged? Who was complaining about liberals? You talking about black men? You talking about black men? We're the ones who been saying this? Like black men, like African-American black men. Like before African-Americans, they weren't African-Americans back then. They were Negroes. And then they became black. All in that same time period. You know what time period I'm talking about? Y'all ever heard of a guy called Malcolm X? We talking about what happened to the black leadership and the black leaders and shit. Women didn't listen to him. What the fuck is the question? It's not a real question. A real man will rise to the occasion, and you see that on every pop the balloon, and they reject him. These people reject Jesus as fast as they would reject Malcolm X. Because I could have fucking sworn Malcolm X warned everybody about the liberals. And if you understood the political jargon that Martin Luther King was on, he did too. I'm afraid I have led my people, leader, into a burning house. Meaning ain't nothing in there for us. Who was behind Martin Luther King politically? That got him on TV and forward movement and shit. Bunch of Jewish people. You think the Jewish people on the conservative side of things when they just got their ass there? This is the 60s I'm talking about. They just got there in the 40s. Look at their ages standing next to him. Don't forget, back then they looked older. Yeah, this is all new. Thus, don't forget the people that are in their ears are the people who just ruined Poland and Germany 30 years prior. That's why they're here, nigga. They're trying to kill their ass. Their parents. Did you ever ask why they try to kill them? No. And your school definitely doesn't teach you. Because if your school was to teach you anything about what really happened in World War II, you'd realize your country looks just like it right now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So that means nothing has fucking changed politically in 100 years. The only thing that has changed is that the people in power have gotten stupider and greedier. Benjamin Franklin already warned of that. I'm not surprised. I have closure. I can approach this logically. Well, it's logical. I mean, the people who upset the banking and the prices of everything and the reprobate nature of their culture in Poland and Germany are the same people they try to get rid of And then you look at their little camps, their little gas chambers with wooden doors. I mean, come on. And you find out through the interviewers of the people who survived it, it was like, no, those are desanitation stations. And when you get into the camp, there's an ice hockey rink, there's a pool, all kind of crazy things. But they trying to kill some people? At the same time as the Japanese internment camps in America? How did Japan and Poland get an internment camp at the same damn time? I can only scale through the patinas of white people and try to guess out which one did that design. You see what I'm saying? What do men do in their free time? I don't know. We research history sometimes. We go down weird rabbit holes about facts. Trying to figure out who got us fucked up. That's it. That's how I learned. I was wondering, well, who got us fucked up? All right, I keep hearing about these guys. I got a bias too, on top of that, but even before I knew everything I needed to know about my set, I knew about their set. That's why I know their set ain't my set, because I learned about their set first. And we don't have to say all of them, because their set doesn't fucking exist. There is no them. They're not a genetic tribal nationality group anyway. They can sign up and sign out if they want to. They can observe and unobserve if they want to. They can go to church, not go to church if they want to. The only thing that I know is that they're not from this fucking country, no matter if it's some or all of them. All I know is that if some of them are in this country and all of my sisters are socialists, communists, then I gotta look at who did that. And the only answer is them. To me, it doesn't matter if it's all of them. Just like we say, it's not all of our sisters. That's not the fucking problem. The problem is it's too much of them. We already on Craigslist. Now I gotta mark out socialist, communist, feminist, and vaccinated. If I did that shit on Amazon, there'd be no products. That's what the problem is, sister. Your brothers don't want to marry a fucking communist. On Malcolm X. Remember, a lot of us read his book. They might not know that's communism, but they know all the symptoms of like what ain't working. But the reason why it ain't working is because of that. There's nothing else introduced to our equation in the last 100 years. That's what Obama and them were doing. No one was listening. Now look at Venezuela. Trump's trying to create an Arch of Triumph. Trump is trying to create a new statue, the Arch of Triumph, right? Oh, y'all haven't heard about that. Arch of Triumph is alleged Roman, so you know we talking about niggas again. And anytime a dictator has some shit like that going on, it's towards the end of their story. Hey, remember me, guys. Right before everything gets ruined. That's your boy right now. That's why they're using the word authoritarian. It's authoritarian-ish. There's no such thing. He has no nationals. He's not a sovereign his damn self. But if you can imagine if playing the game as such, in terms of decision making, yeah, very authoritarian. That's always at the end. We're at the end of the United States if Donald Trump is authoritarian-ish. It wouldn't matter who the president is. It's a side effect of the system itself and everyone playing in it. Where they say 1% of the people make up for 50% of spending. Taxes. You heard what the fuck I just said? 50% of the things that could be bought are bought by 1% of the people. That's like reverse eBay. So the whole population of 99% only has access to 50% of total spending. And sis, we're the 13% of that. So potential-wise, 13% of 50%. You're 13% of 100. So you're 7.5% of 50%, money-wise. And you're trying to figure out why you can't find more partners who have the 1% money. Y'all don't do math. I hate to say it because you know how like you don't like your leaders and your men to make excuses. But sis, you're colonized. Thus, that equation is what we call impossible. It's an irrational equation. Thus, it's an irrational expectation and answer, which is why you're not getting it. You're not getting it because men ain't stepping up. You're not getting it because of something else. You're not getting it because what you want don't exist. Trust me, the men are listening because they're going to reverse engineer it for them. That's what we do. It's logical. That outcome does not exist, especially in the system that you're not in no more. That's what I'm saying. Everyone has a sentiment, a nostalgia about what it used to be like. Yeah, the United States used to not be authoritarian. ICE, National Guard, blowing up people in Venezuela, like none of that shit's authorized. So if it's self-authorized, then it's authoritarian. So you start to understand what these words start to do. More so with the money, though. You know, I'm going to cut this, cut this, cut that, cut this, cut that. And whatever falls, it falls. But we're trying to do something. On whose authority? The people? Representation without taxation, right? But these motherfuckers act like they got this country off a Boston Tea Party. Do you know how underrepresented you've been the whole fucking time, you fucking unratified citizen? But now imagine it's in your face, and it seems that way now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The only thing that's manifesting is the reality of what's always been. The thing that kind of kept everyone calm were the distractions, the media, the entertainment, the circus, the immigrants, all the things that's kind of dancing in the dancery. This is why they were marching all through the 60s about, because they didn't like it either. I got the pictures. Yeah, black people walking through Harlem talking about, can the alien beat the Negro? Nigga talking about, he in a zoot suit talking about fist fights. Because Harlem was all black people. Why would racist KKK people move to New York, let alone to Harlem? How much time do you think we have in human history before it's even possible to be there? Exactly. So everybody in New York is recent. And they were marching back then. Then they were marching again, their grandkids, 60s. And then by the 90s, we had Sega Genesis. The fuck I'm going outside for? Music do the rest of the lifting. We can listen to Say That, X, and the Fugees. Displacement, distraction. Now you ain't even got those distractions. That's what I've been bitching about. I'm not even fucking 15% distracted no more. Where the fuck is the music at? That's when I knew the time was up. I was like, oh, they killing music. Oh, they don't understand how culture works with us. Oh, fuck. Have fun with that shit. So if you're out of culture, then you're at the end of that civilization too. So that Renaissance cooked. It ran its course. Less than 100 years, actually, if you ask me, but we'll round up. It's 100 years. Done. Sentiment. We're stuck in the last century, mentally, because that's where our program came from. We're not in the 19th or 20th century no more. We can look no further than our girls. As above, so below. It always met. So I could always look at our women's sentiments and kind of find out where we are socially. For better or for worse. Like where their mind at. And what that means. The mind leads to the words lead to actions lead to behaviors, and behaviors create your society. So I can say whatever the fuck I want. It ain't gonna make no damn difference. I know they ain't listening to me. So that's all it is, though. It's an adjustment period. They have to get through all their sentiments and nostalgias. And we're almost out of it. What they say, we in the algorithm group 7 UUID? Whatever the fuck. I don't care what group number the AI is trying to put us in. Either way, it's cooked. Oh, the other word they're using, martial law. I was like, oh, these motherfuckers play Tekken? All I didn't know. Oh, no, they're talking about the other martial law. Why everyone afraid of martial law? What do you think is going to happen next? Everything they're fearing from last century ain't got shit on what is currently. So they're taking their idea of martial law from 1996 and applying it to 40 years later. Nah, nigga. No, those people who created martial law are dead already. So whatever you're worrying about with martial law, you got to think about martial law through idiocracy. The problem is idiocracy, not martial law. You're already in idiocracy. You're already there. You're not on the way to it. Y'all done voted for Terry Crews for president already. Stop playing with me. Y'all had Kim Kardashian freeing prisoners. Don't play with me. They're cooked on that front. I don't know what the restore point is. Remember back in the day on Windows, you could have like you fucked around and installed the wrong plugin or something was stupid. You have a restore point. You ever try to do that shit and there was no restore points because you forgot you disabled that shit? Trying to save hard drive space? Yeah, same story. We need a clean install of Windows Longhorn. And all those people that made that operating system are dead or retired. Shout to the goats. They didn't want to pay them then, so you know they ain't rehiring them. They want AI everything. So uninspiring. So yeah, that's the corporations, the legacies of those corporations. And mind you, all those are brand new too. They're less than 50 years old. And they're already going to automation. There's a, bro, Mr. Now, there's a fucking blue balloon flying just like Friday, bro. Fuck out my face. Oh shit, we gotta hit another one of those fucking temporal markers. I ain't got time. You can barely see it. Remember that blue 5-star? Blue, Etruscan blue 5. Well, there's 2 of them. Get the fuck out of my face. Whatever that invisible force of spirit is, or wind, it's very weird because it has them going the same way. At different elevations though. One's going up, one's going across. Hold on, I want to see if it jumps up. The fuck is going on? 2 Etruscan blue balloons at once. It's kind of important because the last time that happened. See, you start tracking your own fucking micro loops. You better. That's weird. Someone just let go 2 party balloons for no fucking reason. I don't know. I can fly twice the side, butterfly in the skies. Ah shit, the trailer for UAVs. Always is. Yeah, Shogun says Idiocracy was the prequel. What up, Abata Cam. CI, they ruined the distractions. That's like buying 80 things a day. You got it. Maybe even 4 5s and 3 5s. No one prepares you for how quick 686-year-old jump is. Last time 2 balloons were spinning above my head, every kind of UAP visited. Yeah, buddy. And every time they visit, something happens weird in the headlines. Ain't nobody got time for that. For real, ain't nobody got time for that, boy. We still ain't got an answer about the goddamn UAPs that appeared in New Jersey goddamn 10 months ago. They think we forgot. Nah, bitch. Y'all had everybody in Congress doing skiffs off record, bitch. What was the results, please? Our tax dollars, taxation without representation, funding this research, but you're not giving us the results of the research. Like, it's yours now? Is your private government property now? Like, oh yeah, I forgot we're pretending this is a constitutional republic. It's a theoretical constitutional republic. If you understand anything about humans, none of this shit exists. It's just what we agree to. But the idea that we're agreeing to won't their fucking idea. So how kind of fuck can they ever execute something that wasn't theirs? There we go. So that's why it's constitutional republic-ish. And they call it a democracy. Those are opposing ideas, by the way, if you don't know anything about polarity. So, yeah, they cooked up. Oh, there's a third one. Jesus, Lord. There's a factory of blue balloons letting go the helium. Oh, no, there's 4 of them. What the fuck? For real, that's trippy. You can see it glinting. That's a new one. And there's one further on the other side of the mountain, around here somewhere. So that's 4. What in the spiral of the Dragon Age? I don't know what's going on. There it is. On some UAP shit. They all get to that same part and go vertical. That is weird, boy. I don't see the other ones no more. I don't know how long that trip lasts, but that is 4 blue balloons. What the fuck is going on? Like, you know how like if you drop balloons, they all go up at once, but these are like in a line. Like they all got somewhere to go that way. Then they go up and then they go further. What do they call it? A jet stream, wind current, whatever the fuck. And it's by a mountain with a lot of magnetism to it, so it's possible. It's more likely because there's a fucking mountain there than anything else. But yeah, whatever. Whatever. Minding my fucking supernatural business as per usual. I just never seen that before. I've seen people let go of balloons, but I never seen them like in a UAP line going to space of a very particular color. It's usually symbolic of some other things. And they're all the same color too, which is even trippier. Then they just kind of phase out. What the German Shepherd is going on here? What else is going on in hyperspace Europa? We're gonna have to help debrief our sisters in a minute. They're not gonna be okay. They're already struggling with mental health. And they're struggling with mental health based on a paradigm that didn't exist. So, expected behavior. And I don't know why our sisters didn't pick up on that nuance. That the degree and stress of mental health is in proportion to your mental health being stressed out by the way that you're living. Like, they missed that part. Like, so many sisters need mental health stuff. It's not because they're all abuse victims. Because if they're all abuse victims, there are no abuse victims. That would be expected behavior at that point. You only notice abuse if you're uniquely abused versus others. Because going to work every day to rent your own land is abuse for everybody who's from here. If you understand everything. You don't talk about that as an abuse. So, obviously, the boiling water theory is that abuse is abuse no matter what. Yeah. But everybody's abused. So, it's not abuse causing the mental health. Or everyone would have the same. Because everyone's been abused. I'm pretty sure. 3 out of 5. I'm going to go 7 out of 9 on that one. They're just not all abused the same way. Nah, that mental health thing is an incompatibility for you to cope your ego with your reality. You're not getting the things that you want. Or you're not getting out of people what you think they ought to give you. And that's where everyone steps wrong. No one owes you anything. I'm talking about reactions. No one owes you a reaction. No one owes you to be. No one can, actually. And that's why we gotta go back to math and science. You can't expect people who are not you to see it your way, first of all, especially if it's a brand new idea to you. And then for them to be on ball with it and then take it to the next level in which you're satisfied. Like, doesn't make sense. That is the thing you're looking for, and you're unhappy because you're not getting it. The it may not be important to anyone else, though. Because we create our own values. I feel like that, think family should, and friends and partners ought to, I. And like, even if you were like the best person ever, if that other person doesn't have those variables or values, they wouldn't notice it anyway. You know what they'll notice? The thing that you're not doing, aka the thing that you're not fixing or complaining about. And it's vice versa. It'll be unique to you as well, what they're not doing. You notice how that's what everybody you meet? Yeah, so our society doesn't raise people to have certain values. Their parents don't either, because their parents are part of the same society. They didn't raise them either. So like, if you got some of these really cool values that worked for survival for families and stuff, maybe you're a descendant of survivors, and maybe you've been listening to everybody else. Notice how everyone else ain't surviving. And that's why like mind your own business should be like the first law. You don't have no legacy of people who are top CEOs of corporations with six figures buying up real estate on their grandmother's land. That's not even in your fucking vocabulary genetically. That's some brand new millennial shit. The Wonder Years was a whole bunch of people in those neighborhoods moving in here off of wars and GI Bills. What would you do with that gentrification from your federal government? Ass niggas. So that means that's a loan and a down payment they never had to worry about. Versus started from the bottom, now we here. You know what I'm talking about? That's brand new. Your whole way of living is brand new in every fucking dimension. None of this is battle tested. None of this has less research to back it than the damn mRNA shot. I'll be honest with you. Social science, like manipulating people to believe and think a certain way, to act a certain way for profit. Oh no, this version of it, oh, this is the latest update. Ain't nobody got a manual on this one. That's why we still calling it socialism and communism. That shit been evolved. We just ain't got a new word for it. Shit, these are ideas, guys, not real things. The idea is how you describe the behavior of their society, by the way. And the things you do to get them to behave that way. By lying to them. By manipulating them. By prodding them. So you're in a society that's abusing you by default anyway, sis. You have to vote with people you hate. Do the science, bitch. So, yeah, duh, 13%. Isn't that crazy that we're 13% of the population? In case we missed that earlier on 6-7. On 6-7, we missed that. We are 13% of the population, on their political record, that is. I don't know about everyone that's hiding underground or in the trees and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, the matrix is kicking the number back, 6, 7, and 13%. Don't want you to miss that, please. I'm not just a social scientist. I'm actually a metaphysician. It's crazy that you need metaphysics to be a social scientist, though. Because we're going back in time. What else did they have back then? They took metaphysics out your schools. That's crazy. That's the most evilest thing I've ever seen someone do. That people don't know what metaphysics are. At all. They know about like tertiary side effects of metaphysics. They'll say things like law of attraction and karma. But they don't know what metaphysics, the subject is. Like, they don't know why that stuff exists. They think Abraham Hicks and them just came out of nowhere. Even in the movie, the DVD that all these witches watched back in 2005 or so, The Secret is referring, as soon as that shit come on, it's the only part I really remember it, besides putting a rock in your pocket because I collect crystals, but for gratitude. But the beginning was, she was reading a lot of goddamn books. Yeah. That's way before the law of attraction. That means them books was written already. Hush that fuss. Did you know that the most popular metaphysics author, mainstream-wise, so you know it's kind of vanilla, but it'll take you there. It'll get you started. Napoleon Hill. I know you're familiar with his name. That is a metaphysics study, right? Definitely. Hermeticism, definitely. Kabbalah, definitely. That all goes back to the Bible, by the way, eventually. if you just keep following it. So understand everything. Now, the people that he observed to write his books, like Andrew Carnegie of Steel, like Andrew Carnegie, American Industrial Giant. We talk about Andrew Carnegie, where his grandma stayed anyway, but that guy that they love because it gave them the ropes to start doing things since they've been broke since they did everything in the 1770s. I ain't forget. So after Reconstruction, Andrew Carnegie and kids, them niggas, what I'm saying is the reason why they did what they did the way that they did is that they were metaphysicians. There was no colleges. There was no schools. They're the ones that funding all that, remember? So how the fuck did they do all that? Who taught them? Exactly. But there's a better question. Whoever taught them, what did they teach them? And the what that everyone's missing in these stories, because this is a brand new curriculum. They didn't have them then. Remember, Rockefeller Gates is a little bit after that. So you got to go back to a time before that, where everyone else talking about, oh, we only learn English in the Bible because we were going to Sunday school. Not this fool. This fool is a metaphysician. I don't know what country he come from. I don't know what boat he was on or what plantation or orphanage, whatever it is. Someone taught him metaphysics. And then all his friends and associates, same story part two. And that's how more common metaphysics was, period. Because you got to remember, that's Neville Goddard's time period. We're talking about the Great Depression, like right fucking now. But this is much worse. But it was much worse for them because they never been through nothing like this. So it was just as bad humanly, emotionally. So back then they were like how it is now. At that same time, like you just freeze and then you go back 100 years. Them guys that wrote all these fancy books again for us, these guys, because they knew your ass was gonna go through that shit again. They're writing that book when it's happening. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. Napoleon Hill, Success to a Positive Mental Attitude. You're talking to people who are going through or in between a Great Depression. So this book ain't just for like, wonder years, you need a better attitude. No. That book was written from a time period of people and men who just got here, who had shit, who were just fighting, burning shit down, trying to, do things over. I don't know, they lost the money, someone fucked up the plug on the trade routes with cotton anyway. So it ain't even worth keeping the things. So you're at that time period right fucking there. And then boom, Andrew Carnegie, Neville Goddard, Abdullah, Dusé Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali. All at the same time, kid. All of those type of souls and spirits. At the same time, kid, 100 years ago. We talking about AI and Wikipedia. About facts we don't even need to know. If you knew what metaphysics is. That's weird. That right there, that one right there, I think that would help so many people, honestly. On the mental health side of things, there's no more mental health than mental health itself. Mental health is metaphysics. I need you to know it. Y'all better start learning some fucking metaphysics while you can. It's timeless. It's a timeless knowledge to have. It's a timeless, even if you don't understand it at all, it's still gonna be timeless. Because you're gonna see all the reference points after you have your aha click moments and you read a few of it and you understood it. Like the science itself, like what's it actually saying? Fuck what you can get out of it. Like people be skipping steps as usual, but beneficiaries. We gotta stop thinking like a beneficiary first. But yeah, I always say these sisters need some metaphysics. Because they ain't trying to do God, Christian church, or male leadership. So at the very least, y'all should study metaphysics. It's kind of your thing. I think it'll work for them better than it works for us. Since they be making up shit, imagining things that don't exist anyway. So imagine if the people with some of the most vivid social changing imagination capabilities, imagine if them people had metaphysics black belt. Oh my God. Could you imagine how fast things would change in this fucking neighborhood? I think it would happen. Our sisters got into their metaphysics bag for real. They would change things overnight, man. I'm confident in that one. 7 out of 11 on that one. No, we can do 9 out of 12 on that one. Yep. Mm-hmm. The Marvel kind of, they try to give you a little Doctor Strange. They gave you a little Doctor Strange, but if you're not into that shit, you'd have missed it. But that's what they're hinting at. Doctor Strange is a metaphysician. The guys that kind of like Buddhists in his little temple. Yeah. Yep. That's what they're alluding to. But what I'm saying is, instead of looking at those guys in a robe in New York City doing weird things behind the temples like some Masons or a secret society, I said the nigga that was doing that is named Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie is one of them. Noble Drew Ali is one of them. Abdullah is one of them. They're that first. Then you understand everything. That's why Donald Trump talked like that. He's one of them. That's how programmed he is. His faction or his school or his people taught him metaphysics. He's always reversing the polarity of things to positive. He ain't doing that for you. He's doing that for himself. He's a master at the law of polarity. Absolutely. Absolutely. And what I'm saying to you guys is, that's not an act. No one's like that. No one's like that accidentally is what I'm saying. And he's not like that because he's stupid. It's actually the opposite. The fact that he mastered that, no matter what is going on, is that function right there. Not what it's about. It's unfortunate he's a president, and presidents have to lie to you about everything. So for him to be like that, you can see through him more easily. But what he is doing is he's taking whatever the word model is, and he's going to flip it to the most highest good polarity there is. Because he knows eventually that's contagious, and he knows his position as a thought leader. He's going to program people to echo it, and then it's going to multiply the chance for it to manifest. Great, the greatest, the best there ever will be. Like, that's what he's doing. And what I'm saying is, you've never not seen him do that. Unless he's pissed off. That breaks his force field. Someone try to kill him. A, B, C, and D, E, F, and G, whatever it is, right? Whatever the narrative is, that is. But other than that, if he's just talking, he's going to spin all the variables up to their highest polarity. And what you'll understand is that that's a grandiose narcissistic mastery too, obviously. It's no respecter of persons. But then it's also something that some of the women do about themselves. And it's not as subtle. Trump is not as subtle as a woman that always does that about themselves, right? Self-esteem. The story that they tell themselves is like that. Where they fuck it up is that they then project so much negative projections off they're pushing off of negatives of what they create about everyone else. And that creates the narcissism loop. So when Trump is engaged in demonizing someone else, but we're like, yo, we got to finish our breakfast too. Now you can see his own people have a problem with it. His old people were positive about MAGA because of the word model being in positive polarity. It lifted them up. But now he's projecting off Venezuela or whatever else. And they're looking at where their taxes is going and their farmers and their cousins, members, they ought to be fucking related in this country. And things like that. And you go, oh, he can't spin that. He can't spin a positive polarity on blowing up people and going to war and the conversations he has to have normally now, because they're at war with Venezuela. Like, you don't understand what I'm saying? Like, his day-to-day is the war, not the feelings of the people. You gotta understand that the president's the chief commander of the military operation too. Yeah. So even when Congress is shut down, he's gotta be at all those war rooms. Like, that's what presidents do. They're at war, fools. Like, we talking about when is it going to be a world war or something. Nigga, that's the craziest thing about just the general air of this. All of this is happening because the United States is in a war. Like, that's the word. The word is not recession. The word is not depression. You notice you don't hear those words. We're flirting with it. We're waiting for all the thresholds to be met for something that's already been threshold met during the pandemic. They're just pivoting off the pandemic. Like, oh, like it makes sense because the pandemic happened, then it dropped because, yeah, and then after it was going to come back. No. The pandemic is a military operation since you're in a war. So the pandemic happened as the recession happened, if you will. The recession didn't happen because of the pandemic. The pandemic happened because they knew they were going to a recession. Different story. Timing is everything. For everything to be going on at once. So yeah, it's because you're in a war, though. You're in a war, guys. The United States is in a war, nigga. This is what a war is. Remember, that was 100 years ago, so we forgot what it seemed like, which is why I thank God I researched that then. Before they start lying about shit, like they be lying about the 90s and being a kid, like, nah, some of these people weren't outside with us. But anyway, see? And my family been here the whole time, so we was outside when there was a war here, you understand? Yeah, that part too. A lot of people be talking about that shit in past tense, but no one in their ass was there in the past either. So like, what the fuck do they know? Like, you know what I'm saying? They can't see how that affected people in their neighborhood and the kids thereof in their neighborhood of all the same people who were there. They come here, move into the neighborhoods of them, but they don't ever connect like that. But more importantly, they don't see it themselves in their own house. They have a different backstory, narrative. That's why I love Westworld. I get it. I get the other people now. It's like, oh, they have a different narrative. But this war is uniquely a local narrative. So for the locals, it's like, here we go again. Yeah. Yeah, we're in a war. Some will say that the United States has never not been in a war. Like, it's always in a war, because it is a state of emergency occupying hostile lands and territories of a former kingdom. Yeah. And the royals of that kingdom are still alive today. That's what makes it weird and tense for them, is that the royals are still here, and no nigga we didn't forget. And no nigga we didn't forget that the royal kingdom is here. So it's like, oh, your occupation. Oh, we're under occupation. Yeah, that's very warlike. So the United States has always been at war with the people who remember who they are here. It has to, in policy and narrative. It always has a dance around it. Even if it's many years later and they're no longer kicking us, if you will, they're definitely not lifting us up, because that's the original war here. Yeah, I know. Citizenship is kind of like it's a fucked up way of being a ward of the state, but in a free range open camp somewhere. Like, that's the reality of what this is. I think that's why, for me, it's so weird to see people like finally get to a point where they're unsatisfied with something about it and be like, yo, nah, this shit ain't because of Trump. Like, that's why I'm always intervening with that. Like, no, you gonna fucking miss it if you think this was a bad vote or bad decision or incompetence only with certain people. No, the system itself is occupational. Like, that's the spell I hope breaks. Because ain't no other legs left. Like, once people realize, like, oh, this is this because the thing itself isn't the thing they taught us, and they taught us a lie because we're under occupation. Yeah. That's the only reason why you have to lie to so many people at once about the same thing. The truth of what this is the secret society. That's how you know that's inverted. Your secret society should be the lie, right? Because they got to be in secret, so they'd be lying. No, the secret societies are in the truth of the matter. So the majority consensus of everything about everything is through the eyes of being colonized, lied to, or used. Like, it's a usury-based system too, for everyone, for not even just the people captive, for all the people they signed in. They're only signing them in to use them for their labor, for their benefits, for their birth certificates, their bonds, and all the potential earnings they get. It wasn't because they liked them and loved them and wished them the best and that they can grow and prosper and shit. These niggas just told you they don't read the Bible, so like, what reference point do you think they have? Exactly, they just willy-nilly in this motherfucker, and that's what this is. This is some willy-nilly descendant motherfuckers. They don't care, man. They're not doing the math. A lot of us here feel differently or are sad and expectations ain't match, and because you come from a different civilization. These are different civilizations, guys. This is the first time anyone on that side of the world in the last 500 years ever saw this civilization. It doesn't exist where they come from. Our people don't exist where they come from in recent memory. All those wars that you read about in history happened over there. These are the people from over there, which is why we here are learning about that history. It's theirs. A bunch of collapsing kingdoms, famines, bubonic plagues, fleas, throwing shit out of windows, cutting niggas' heads off. All the shit with the women. Peter Gamble's, all the interracial mixing. I got the pictures. That's all recent history over there. So while we were over here, in the meantime, you know how like we over here mind our business? Whoever stayed behind and some new people were minding their business too. And they failed. And they sent their people here. That's why they're here. Because it failed. That's day one. Day one, we need free labor because we're broke, obviously, right? What is the precipice for slavery? Free labor, right? Because you can't afford it. Because you can't do it yourself. Because you don't have a civilization. Right? It's common fucking sense. Right. So what civilization did they come from? Allegedly, a different United Kingdom. Allegedly. Allegedly, they forgot about all the Moors and everything that was over there and all the hateful shit they did and half their damn holidays dedicated to such. And they still using the same fucking language. But just imagine we speed up time to the 1800s at least. Whatever happened after, right? From there. Civil War on their side of the streets. That's at the middle of everything crashing. And then World War II is what? The successful version of what was left, dealing with Jewish people and Nazis. That was the final stop of the undoing of the European kingdoms. Them, by the way, 100 years ago, was the end of it. Then you're going to start to see where all these nations have flags today. You'll see why their dates of founded is after that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It went from kingdoms to states that recently. Even for the past 400 years, even some of those kingdoms were fugazi. But they're occupying kingdoms, doing kingdom things and fucking it up because they're not kings anyway. But you understand the science. It's still in that same patina of sociality. So people wouldn't change even if their kings change. You understand? So they're just carrying on with the new bullshit. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Those people and everything that changed. And now their kids are here. They've never been part of this society. We weren't doing what they were doing over there here. Word to City Muhammad. They say they came from Christians. Cool. We're not Christians. We're Jews. We're Jews with Qurans, though. Over here. That's where it came from. Hence, like, we didn't go nowhere if we were over here the whole time. Those people who've been here the whole time have had a different society the whole time until the Civil War. That's why we are captives. Because we've been here the whole time with a kingdom. Now we're descendants of those people in a corporation of citizens. That's the occupation. There's no reason why we should be citizens. At all. How do I end up in perpetual citizenship? What authority does the United States Service Corporation under City Muhammad have over royals and nobles anyway? What jurisdiction do they have? What court cases? None. Because that's absurd. Why would the United States have a legal system for royals? So that means I'm under occupation. They have no authority to say yes or no. That's not their thing. They manage corporation, property. So royals and kingdoms cannot be their property. Unalienable rights. And everyone's doctrine of pretending. So yeah, it's like that. It's benign neglect for a reason. They're worse than women are. They're hoping that we forget over time. Yeah. They think taking out Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and people hinting or barking up that tree would like stop us from being interested. And this is probably the sellouts who are worried about their benefits. You know, Jesse Jackson's and them, Al Sharpton's. But that is just the top of the layer. You understand? They have a street version too. So keep that in mind. So yeah. No. We're in captivity. To all my sisters out there, start there. You're in captivity. You're in the Old Testament. You're not in the New Testament. Although, same story, but not really. If you have to understand the dynamics of what the fuck you're going through currently, Old Testament. You ain't been freed yet. So you can start a little bit after Exodus, I guess. Like when they end up in captivity again. Like yeah. Again. Like they're in captivity in Egypt and got free 40 years in the desert, just amongst themselves. And then someone went to the promised land and did something new, and some stayed behind. Moses got old and died in the desert. God promised him he wouldn't make it to the promised land because he stopped fucking listening. But they still had their things in the desert. You know what I'm saying? Everyone else moved on. Once they moved on, something later, in captivity again. Jesus Louise. Oh my goodness, these niggas in the desert again. Why didn't they just stop? Another blue balloon. Why didn't they just stop playing around? I don't know. And the answer to that doesn't matter if you're minding your business. So yeah, like you just gotta keep that in mind. Like whatever the fuck happened is happening. Metaphysics. I don't think you can understand the Bible without understanding metaphysics. I'll be honest with you. I think that's what half the problem is with people who teach and preach and all that stuff, and why it's coming across a certain patina now. You're starting to see how more like manipulative and convenient what they choose to say is, and it's not even biblical no more. It's just the key points. Jesus, salvation, the fire, yeah, and righteous and blessings, placating to their capitalistic desires. Yeah, it's a program, right? That's not what, none of them niggas doing that today is what was going on in the Bible either way. So it's like, it's not even a mirror of it. They're just using these words as reference points. I guess that's what a religion is. Anyway, that story is about something different. Yeah, that story itself is about your goofy ass in captivity. Why you get into captivity, how it's like in captivity, and what happens when you get out, or how you get out. Over and over and over again. Job, same story. He's perishing. What was he doing before? What caused it supernaturally for him to be perished? As a reference point, I guess. What happens when he's being perished? How he stood up anyway after being perished, and how he got out of the damn parishes, Jamaica. And then you got the same goddamn story about John. All of a sudden he got a message, he got to deliver it. He don't want to, my nigga. He don't want to do what God told him to do. Don't miss that part, nigga. And like, all right, this shit ain't gonna stop unless I do. Meaning he had that voice just bothering him, like, I gotta do it. So he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go on this boat. And these people, these Moors, obviously, because they're boats in a Bible going across waters and cities, right? That's not just people hunter-gathering, you know what I'm talking about, in the 1800s. Wake your dumbass up. So he's on a boat, and he's telling the people, the crew or whatever, about his vision or whatever's going on. They're thinking he's schizophrenic. You understand everything? And so they threw him off the boat. Don't mention that. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. No. That's not a pirate story. That's a nigga on a trolley. He getting an Uber across the ocean, and he talking about some weird shit that no one understand, obviously, because they're foreigners on boats and shit going to different countries. And they're like, I don't want to hear that shit about your God or whatever the fuck. If you don't shut the fuck up, we're going to throw you overboard. And they did. That's why the whale thing is so fucking important. Because he did some shit that he didn't want to do. But since God told him to do it and he did it, And he couldn't handle it in that moment, and that got him fucked up in the game, but then God still came to his rescue. Then he spent 3 days in the belly of the whale, which probably was a therapeutic thing, because why didn't he want to do that? Why he didn't want to say the message? Why didn't he believe enough in God enough in himself to go, what the fuck I look like not wanting to do what God told me to do? Like, how do I have this fucked up in the game? Like, where was this optional in my stupid ass brain? If you understand anything. So him being in the belly and that discourse and those words and the back and forth, if you will, because this is a third person writing about that. They're explaining this process to you. And then at the end of that story, he gets out of the whale. The whale takes him there safely. Remember them niggas on the boat trying to kill his ass. They literally threw him overboard. So now he got a safe ride. He in a submarine type shit. Got time to think about whatever God said and how he got here and what's going to happen next. He had to test his faith to survive. And not only did he survive the belly of the whale took him to where he was going. Please don't miss it. That whale could have ate him and went anywhere else. Nah, that whale was a supernatural Uber driver, nigga. It doesn't matter if it was real. What are they saying to you? That if God put you up to something, he'll see you through it. Even as something as ridiculous as you being thrown overboard because you're scared of whales. Well, even if they threw you overboard and you were scared of whales, God would use that whale and still get you to where you going. So much so they don't even tell you what the fucking message was. They had that nigga going crazy anyway. It wasn't about what God was saying, the message. It was about what the hell God say to you. And if you listen and this happens to you, what are you worried about? You're worried about being Joseph, betrayed by your family and your brothers, throwing you into a pit or a well to sell you into slavery, like Noble Drew Ali said again 100 years ago? You're worrying about that? What happened to Joseph? Eventually, he got up out of that well. Eventually, he's working for somebody else. But let's pause the tape. Where else was this little boy going to work prior to this? He couldn't have applied to that job previously if he wanted to, if he's outside of it. But now he's inside of it. He's on his indentured servant shit. And he's smart as shit, which is probably why they betrayed him, figuring out their bullshit. And now with his talents, multicolored coat, genetics, Moshe, Messiah, he was able to raise to the ranks of that society, the greater society, since they're obviously occupied. And nigga was so cool, he brought his family back in. Years later, man, had time to heal and get over it and shit, all that shit. He had his life fixed by that African lady, all kind of shit. And then he was like, no, I'm a real nigga anyway, and that's on them, not on me. And shout out to Ruben, since Ruben's the only reason why I lived, type shit. So yeah. If you actually read the Bible, you'll realize it's not actually telling you to do anything. The Bible isn't a letter from God to a human. It's written in third party. The Old Testament is written in third party for a reason. Like, I don't know how all these people who went to college missed that about it. The voicing of the Bible is impersonal. That's why it seems like a metaphor. Yeah, because it's like how I do these videos. I'm talking about something else. I'm not talking about myself. So that means the writer or the speaker is referencing, oral traditions, things passed down. So they're just talking and someone's writing it down. We passed our shit down orally. We're Egyptians. That's why the Bible, you're looking for history and facts and stuff. No. You're looking at people freestyling their histories and their reasons for things. And then someone else is deciding, let's write this down. Let's keep it consistent. Maybe we need to teach other people, since, we're mixing, 12, at least 12 tribes. So, like, for whatever fucking reason they wrote it down. That's why each one's a different scroll. They're not all written at the same time. They're scrolls. And then someone collected the scrolls and then assembled the Holy Bible of their favorite scrolls, and they wrote those and translated those over and over. Yes, mass publication. But I'm talking about the first nigga that wrote it. He's just writing that scroll he's in. Malachi is just writing Malachi. And it's based on, I guess, someone asking a question or coming up with a theory on why this is this way. It was like, oh, think about the time when the ancestors were talking about when the sky people came down. And the main one that came down that did the deal with us, because, you know, that's why that dude over there got this little disc that he's flying on. Yeah, that comes from the time when they came down. And the reason why he got one of those things is because his granddaddy worked with them to overthrow the kings over there. You see their kids sometimes, but they don't have a kingdom no more. That's why that shit looked like a mountain. Yeah, that shit was a long time ago. But they were saying is the shit came down and said, shoo, shoo, shoo. And like, that's why we over here down here. And that's why we got all this fly shit and they don't. Like, cause I know it don't make sense. It don't, right now, where we're at right now, of course, it'll never fucking make sense. Oh, you don't believe me? Check this out. We'll go to the library. You see this scroll right here? Tell me you ain't gonna say everything I just fucking said. Thou art the eagles, feathers, and bows and arrows, and bears, and dragons speaking, and bushes on fire, and chariots of fire in the air, and yeah, them niggas, man, I don't know why they talk like that. Although they didn't use English, so maybe they actually didn't talk like that. That's how someone translating English talk, like trying to project that shit on some niggas from Egypt called Hebrews. And you know what we be talking about. We be talking in entendres, we be rapping and doing hip hop too, so you ain't fucking imagine a third party story of a reference point in our own fucking Ebonic ass language, and then they try to make it official tissue for some strangers. You might lose some things in the translation. Like what I mean by that shit's the bomb for real. Yeah. So the language itself has different intensity values to the words too. Not just their genders. The intensity. Like, well, that shit's on fire. Nah, that's just the bomb. Diggity. You start adding consonants. Nah, that's just the bomb diggity damn, nigga. And then you'll start to understand the difference between Pluto and Plutarch. Between Hera and Herodidymus. Like, it's built into our way of talking. We talk in algebra. We're stacking. So the word doesn't have a different meaning when you stack it. The word has a different intensity when you stack it. Yeah, genetics. Same story. Same story. Yep, that's how come the math is used for genetics, because it's the same story. It's measuring the intangibles. You only have 2 eyes and 2 ears. They can measure everything you can't see or hear. Triangulation. If you can see it and hear it, but you're missing it somewhere, well, triangulate it, nigga. Can you feel it? Can you sense it? Can you measure it? Infrared the bitch. Can you see it now? Or you need a middleman now? Or you need another variable? You need a variable for a global variable. So you understand you're not born with it either. Yeah, same story. Same story, same story, same story, same story. So they can't say they just wandered out of a cave and walked around and came up with some shit like that when they can't deal with people in business now. It wouldn't make any sense if they come from a background of algebra levels. It would piss you off that it doesn't make sense if that's your background, is what I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't do this dumb shit. It'll piss you off. Once you start thinking through algebra, you're like, nah. If I want something to work, or if I'm missing something, I know what variables and intensities I need to match. And on top of the fact, if you know metaphysics, you don't have to do and make other people do anything for it to happen. So you understand, like, fundamentally, they didn't come up with this system. Because fundamentally, they don't operate with metaphysics either. Outside of some of their Masons and mystery school people who are trying to understand it as a third party to the third party it's themselves. Like, they're trying to imagine if they are related to the writers or the civilization that they're referencing to. And they're trying to imagine if they have the stuff inside of them to make it true. Like, if all these people are so magical, then how come they're losing all their businesses and all their statuses, and how come all their bodies are changing suddenly? What happened to their magic, bro? Right. So they can't be those people if something turned it off and it's not them. I know that's right. I know that's right. I know. I know. It's common sense. Algebra. There'd be no reason for them to all lose it all at the same time period, the same season, unless they all got it on the same subscription or ritual or secret society. Sad story. That's a sad fucking story for them. For me, it's like, it wasn't theirs, obviously. I didn't lose mine at the same damn time. I'm reading Napoleon Hill. If anything, I'm noticing and getting more of it. And I'm watching the people who talked, manipulated, and benefited from something like it lose it suddenly. So I'm like, I'm on it. I'm on it. Because I want to know, like, all right, when this shit run out, like, the fuck y'all talking about? How does that run out? How did you block yourself? How did you cut yourself off? How did you get it in the first place if you could lose it? Who gave it to you? Like, and then some of those other rumors and things that secret societies do start adding up real quick. With all the kids and the blood and everything, you're like, oh shit, these niggas is actually that fucking sick. You know why they would be that fucking sick? Because there'd be no fucking other way they can get those results unless they did. Especially if they're losing it now. So once you understand metaphysics, you'd be like, oh, these equations equal themselves out. They were doing something in the box of what we've all heard about with missing people. And from whatever that process is on adrenochrome, they were able to exist at this vibration and be favored, at the very least, in a society. And then make the money because of that favor and that light and that attraction. And then suddenly, as soon as it's, the real personality, the narcissism, the betrayals, and all that shit catches up to them, and they lose attention, they can't spin that again. Because it was borrowed to begin with. It's not evolution for them. It's skipping steps. So they skip steps, hit turbulence, and they can only take steps down. There's nothing they can take to jump up a step. Where we find them at famous is the step they landed on that they skipped. There is no trajectory, but down. They smuggling people on the Mount Olympus. Ain't that a bitch? But they ain't got no parachutes. So yeah, on the way down. So they're on the way down, that's all. A high, quite literally. Drugs, sex, rituals, blood, all that stuff. Crowleyism. You know how recent that is? Within the last same 100 years. So at the same time my grandfather here doing what he doing, trying to free the minds of people, Crowley here trying to do a fucking Diddy freak-off party, ritual. Look it up. Lock them up. Look up Crowley and them. That gives you JPL, Jack Parsons. So Crowley, Jack Parsons, and both of them together and their relationship and mentorship and all that little gay sex they probably had with everyone else and their kids. That's what gave you NASA, by the way. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. And that's why people are always fucking bugged out to me when they're arguing with me about NASA, flat Earth, and what the fuck, and all that shit in between us. First of all, before we even get started here, I cannot begin my assumption of them telling the truth if I know who Jack Parsons is. If you're telling me some white boy named Jack Parsons behind JPL after doing satanic rituals with Crowley, and then NASA is Hebrew for deceive, and not one of them niggas are Hebrews, I have a whole lot of red flags on this Tinder profile before I get to the fucking pictures their corporation are creating. So the board, the people behind the thing, Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, NASA, JPL, the propulsion labs, Jack Parsons, Crowley. All the fake Kubrick things, all the fake moon landings, all the shitty 3D graphics, those niggas. 100 years ago, you would call them magicians. So magicians started NASA as soon as they get mass visual media. Now, if you go back to time and watch the videos of people watching the moon landing, you'll see how fake everything is. You'll just see it. You don't have to investigate it. You ain't got to research it. You just watch it your damn self now, with your eyes now. You'll be like, yo, how did anyone believe that? Aha, no reference point. Just like Sega Genesis. Those graphics look excellent. Yeah, until you on a fucking Xbox. Now you look back at the old shit and you're like, yo, that shit's so pixelated. Yeah, you see how your mind adjusted to a higher frequency? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. We already know what it's like. It's like going from SD to HD. It's subtle, and it'd be the same damn TV show and movie. And all of a sudden, you're like, yo, something's off about this shit. Even at a higher quality, now you're starting to notice even at an upscale, you don't like it. Like, oh, you need to play those games on the old CRTVs for the actual entanglement you have with those pixels and those bending lights on that vacuum ray tube type shit. Yeah, it feels different. The keyframes move different. There's a different lag, a different type of artistic expression primed for that. You upscaled it, but then you flattened those dynamics. Same thing with society. Same thing with thoughts. Same thing with religion. That's always happening. That's why the truth matters, your reference point. Where your grandmother stay? Because she's passing you the baton of a reference point. You don't have to trust nobody else. If you can't trust your grandmother, then fuck. You ain't got a chance in Hades if she don't know what's going on, right? But if you knew where your grandmother stayed and you know what that means and some of those names and what the narrative kind of is, when you interface with everything else, you can know, well, that don't quite really make sense for us. And then that's your reference point. They be having people turn in their reference points. They'll become an African American and divorce their Indian grandmother that fast. And that's a brand new concept, last 100 years. Actually more like 60. So yeah, Malcolm X, don't miss it. He's the checkpoint between everyone, right? Malcolm X is everyone before everyone turns black. And then African American. Reagan shit. You know, all the good actors and cracking stuff. Yeah, that time period. There we go again. The quality of who's behind these things absolutely matter. If the quality behind these things are always in the same pattern, they ain't shit ever. So as I say about the United States, it ain't shit. It never has been. But the magic, baby, on Jack Parsons and Stanley Kubrick, my nigga, they can make this shit seem something else by switching polarity. But even all those best movies back then were fucking horror movies. Someone gotta die. Someone gotta lose something. Someone's cheating on somebody. I mean, they pick the movies because they write them and they publish them, nigga. They paying for it. That's them niggas. They ain't us. That's not our stories. That's not how our life was. That's the idea of those people who just got here. The fuck? They be forgetting niggas as actors. Meaning someone else's idea. Thank God we made music. We understand that shit clear. Yeah. They're the producer, all right. Another fucking... That is a 5-point star balloon, by the way. One's very close. What is that, like number 7? I don't know what the fuck going on. What kind of celebration is this on Etruscans? Probably because we're in a different channel, probably. Last time this happened was like March, right? Whatever. We're cooked, bro. The old life isn't dead. The old life is well done. It's cooked. And that's fine. Because what I'm saying, that's one thing that's constant. That's one thing that has been constant, how cooked we've been. So no matter if we go looking backwards, sideways, or forward, we know we cooked either way we go. So ain't nothing to react to. It's like, oh yeah, we're cooked. We've been cooked. We've been cooked, and we've been under occupation. And niggas been lying in our face. And the money, and the food, and the attitude, no, but all that's just, all the ingredients you put into the boiling water. We've been cooked. They just forgot to take us off the stove, I think. Like, all right, you cooked them. Now what are you going to do with them? We don't even want them. They cooked a whole society, and now they say they don't even want it. Y'all be forgetting. What if the people investing in the United States just say, fuck it, we don't want the United States? Like, that option's always on the table. It's a corporation, meaning the board members, the people behind it. What if the people behind it, enough of them go, I don't even want to play this game no more. We can just throw all of our personal profits into China. Have they thought about that? Like people be selling their grandma house? Imagine if someone stole their grandmother's stake to the corporation in the United States. The richest people. That 1% you always hear about? What if they're just like, nah, we don't want to do the United States no more? Prince Harry and them, they didn't want to do fucking kings and queens no more, right? They made a decision to step down, right? And, you know, they didn't want the benefits of being a royal. Can you fucking imagine that shit? Like, they had a choice or something. And then, you know, but what if the United States has the same type of thing? It's not royal at all. It's just, you know, participations in bank accounts. So imagine saying, oh, I don't want to deal with this bank account no more, personally. All right, so whose bank account is going to fund that portion of it? Exactly. That's why you see so much Palantir and things like that, because they're the only people that have a little bit of motion. They're already behind China. Even if Palantir did the agenda, ooh, it's always the white man's agenda that's scary. China did that already. Palantir would be inheriting something that has negative 38 trillion in energy. It'll have to jumpstart energy first. And then it would have to do the social martial law fear that everyone has. Then it has to do the feeding of the people. Because you're going to have to use people to enforce things on other people, meaning you have to feed either side of them niggas. And most of the niggas you breeded can't fight for real. So it ain't going to be like that because it ain't a fucking movie. It's 2025 with these people and their children. A whole different society. So you feel me? Like, there's no way in Hades those old conspiracy theories would apply to us today because those people ain't those people that came up with it. And these ain't the variables, and all the polarities are scrambled because most of that fear came from them lying like they would win if. They never won shit. So you understand, like, the conspiracy theory and the woke people got to wake up again, like, yeah, that is the narrative for why this shit ain't going that way. Yes, but it's not going that way either. They can't do it either way because, lest I forget as a third party, both sides of this shit don't belong here. What the fuck are y'all talking about? You see what I'm saying? It breaks the spell for me like that. Like, wait, it doesn't fucking matter if the system worked the way they thought or is going another way secretly. The system itself don't belong here. All it had was Washington, D.C. You'll understand everything eventually, right? It's just Washington, D.C. So it shouldn't take up this much airwaves. We don't hear this much about fucking Iowa, and it's bigger. So, yeah, like, nah. It's the wrong everything. But it suited the people who don't belong here recently. They increased the size of the federal government and ratified the civil rights movement for their people. Obviously, that's an immigration enforcement. They just put Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Black Panthers at the center of the media to make it seem like it's black people and blackity people and black people getting the benefits. And no, we weren't. The benefit of being hunted, arrested, shot, and put in newspapers and on TV instead of anything else. Meanwhile, who's buying all the apartment buildings? How the fuck are they buying apartment buildings if they just got here? How are they buying apartment buildings if they're just in a fucking famine of the 1920s and 30s? Stop fucking playing with me. That's a lot of fucking buildings in New York to be buying for some niggas that didn't have shit in their first country and for niggas who just borrowed all their money from the Federal Reserve in 1933. Ain't time to be making money since they just robbed all the banks. Thank you for coming on TED Talk. Meaning it would be impossible unless the federal government funded them. And that's what this is. Your whole everything was funded by the federal government as of 1933. The only things that stand and the reason why they funded it is because it was already failing. Now, this is the end of the Band-Aid. And the federal government is saying, hey, mandates, we owe $50 billion a day now. We borrowed it to manage this. Now it's getting out of hand now. Is it even worth fixing? And also, no matter if we fix or not, also still owe 100 plus $40 trillion, no matter what we do. Y'all be forgetting that part. The people organizing this owe $140 trillion no matter what you do. Whether you're black, white, or blue, they owe $140 trillion. Yes, they're trying to use you, free labor at cost, to generate all the interest in the politics and the wars and the bank itself wants more control over other areas. So they're using you and the dynamics socially and then getting you indoctrinated. And now they're trying to kick the Indians away because they're probably going to move on India soon in a few years. You understand? Like that type of slow process because they only have you to operate it. But now the narrative for you is breaking. They can't afford you, in fact, right now in this season. And no matter if they can, they do. They don't, they don't. They get $2 trillion borrowed in a week or two. They still owe $140 trillion, dude. We're so fucking selfish. They can fix all of our problems, and it will not come up with $1 trillion. You're in a negative $300 billion deficit. Yeah, one more time, guys. Nothing nobody can do, registered as a United States fucking citizen, using USD currency, no matter how smart their computer, AI, and stock market strategy is, will ever come up with a solution to their debt. Do you understand the real problem? Insolvency. So, as above, so below. So if the way you got this is through funding and credit, then how do you lose it? Through lack of funding and lack of credit. That's law of polarity and law of rhythm moving together. Like a pendulum. That's all. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense to you because you are programmed. You looked at bullshit as a meritocracy. That's all. In a meritocracy, all of our principles are true and work. But the problem is, we are not a meritocracy. That's why it doesn't work for us. And the people it works for, you'll notice something. They all manipulate and have a heavy dose of narcissism, meaning they're able to show face and keep the narrative up, but then secretly do other things that they're guilty about. Hence the extortion and sex tapes and all the Diddy things. That's a conditioning for them. That's the ritual of their secret society. It primes them to fucking smile and lie in everyone's fucking face and they be fucking snakes in the background. And then you gotta realize they upgrade to hunters. Then they start going through to after other people with power and potential. That's where it starts getting ugly. Everything else is mind your fucking business. But when they start hunting and they start positioning and start controlling others, that's where you're at now. Like you can see that now. But they've been on some other shit. The niggas teaching you ain't being taught by the same thing. You get it? Like, if you decide what education is, are you going to get educated? You come on now. You ain't even going to send your fucking kids. You'll send them to private schools. Yeah. You talking about places that have totally different curriculums? All right. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. The only people that believe this majority censored bullshit are the majority of people who have to go to public schools. Public. What's public about them? They're all federal. So public means federal. You're on public property, regulated by federal. Now you start to understand everything. Public does not mean outside. Public, like without republic on it. Like republic, you know what I'm saying? It should be a republic, but no, it's just public. It's just federal. It's not republic. It's not your public. It's a public. And the federal government says they own it. So it has never been representation of we the people by the people if you have a federal government in a constitutional republic. The federal part is foreign, just like the Federal Reserve is foreign to the federal government. Can you imagine? So the government is federal, foreign, and the reserve is foreign, federal. So federal to me just means foreign. And it is. You see what I'm saying? How they spin the meanings of words? Thank God for English. We got synonyms and shit. Help you figure it out. Algebra. The public is federal and the federal is foreign. A republic is local. We the people, of the land, for the people. These are not our people. We've been telling y'all that shit for at least goddamn 100 years. No one listened to us. So now we're watching people who immigrated wake up later, like immigrated after, thinking like The story of the people who invited them there was the story that they teach their kids. And I'm telling you, no, it isn't. Nothing they described in our history books is what happened to my family. We survived what was in the newspapers. Nothing in the history books happened. And we're not all in the same newspaper or the same city. Mind you, there's no other people here to live in our cities either. That's why there's so many black cities closer to the Gulf. Yeah, that's where our trade routes, nigga. Of course. You're spreading out from the sea. Then you're moving inward, which is why most of our middle America is empty. If you want to find us, find water. You know, people who build boats. So it's up and it's stuck more. It's common sense to us, like the reference point. Even when they lied about everything, you got to go look at it again. Like, that makes so much more sense. All of my fathers were in those wars. It doesn't make no sense for them not to talk about some white boys being mean to them. No, they only had to worry about new white people being mean who just recently immigrated to their cities on behest of federal funding. That same federal government they were fighting against. So that means the foreign force won. Now it's public. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I told you this shit happened recently. Huh? Go to where these people say they from. Ain't no cities or towns or old houses there. So I know they ass wasn't there during the American Revolution. That shit was built in the last 100 years, them houses in these country towns. I lived there. I drove all through that bitch. Oh, that shit's from the 70s. Oh, that shit's from the... That shit look old. But you know where the shit look really old? It be less of it. Not because they tore it down. Nigga, that shit falling down now and they ain't tore it down yet. So I know they ain't do it back then during the Great Depression. Cut it the fuck out. That's GI Bill shit. That's why them rednecks are there. They can't be rednecks and own land unless someone's giving it to them publicly. Yeah, they wouldn't have a bank account if they inherited through a war, dummy. They wouldn't even have a property tax. Their land is older than your government, made it a state. So how would that fucking work? You understand? And people don't follow that, like the state's growing recently. So you go back to that time and people who said they were there back in time, like, but you were on Indian land. It was never yours. You're occupying. Or you're lying about you're allied with, which is why they allowed you there without killing you and your kids. And then you betrayed them later, which is usually how these stories go. If the Indians were helping slaves revolt, and if the Indians were helping slaves, black and white, get out of slavery, and the slaves are us, copper-colored, aboriginal, indigenous, the Indians. So if the Indians were helping free slaves, you geniuses, one more fucking time. When people escaped slavery, they went to go live with Indians. I'm Indians. You know, Genghis Khan's grandson, the same Genghis Khan that freed slaves. Like, there's a tradition of Indians freeing slaves in our story. Have you read Genesis yet? Indian? Egyptian? Wow. Who could have fucking guessed that? People whose whole civilization is about freeing people from tyranny and slavery is helping slaves out in our grandmother's backyard. That wasn't bravery, nigga. Why is there slaves here, nigga? See? We don't even see that story correctly because you don't believe your grandmother was an Indian. Well, if your grandmother was an Indian genius, she was amongst the people freeing slaves, wasn't she? It's her land. What would she profit from? Slaves. Are you crazy? Come on now. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah. Them cowboy Indians should look like me in real life. Yeah, that's why you ain't supposed to trust the TV. Ain't that what your grandmother said? And that's what most grandmothers said. So, you know, be careful with that TV. Don't sit too close to that TV. She ain't really talking about distance. She's talking about brainwashing your goofy ass with the dumb shit that's on it. So everyone has a Disney version of reality's history. AKA, that's why it never adds up. It's some immigrant's idea of things. And I have to highlight that. They weren't there for it to be accurate. They may have heard some things. That is not what it is. Especially when you're using actors. They're using actors. They're acting like us. The shows you watch have actors acting like us. Right. We're not the Indians in Mel Gibson's movie. Because no one that color was here. Period. In the world as of 1751. You better ask that guy that they're representing on your $100 bill what he talking about. Because he the one that said it. Although that picture ain't who that guy is. Obviously. They just started printing those recently. So yeah, everything's a goddamn lie down here with these niggas. That's all they do. They're just lying. And they call it politics. But what's the objective of lying to you? To steal your resources. Why would they do that? Because it's not theirs. This is not their country. They don't own a country. They're members of the United States. The United States don't own a country either. So they don't own nothing. You understand? They owe $148 trillion for occupying this. They don't own it. They didn't pay it off either. And how can the central bank sell it to them? It didn't. They gave them a credit line to operate. Meaning they don't own it. Like the whole system is showing you that it doesn't own anything. And everything it does is in debt. I'm trying to explain to y'all why this is. Like, that's the hardest spell to break, I think, for everybody. It is what it is because of what it is. It is a credit-funded occupational force. It's a HOA with a lot of fucking credit card debt. Trying to tell someone in a neighborhood that they didn't build on a land they don't own what the damn codes are and what's allowed and not allowed and who and what and how much things cost. Until you say, I don't want an HOA no more. It has nothing to do with the person. It has everything to do with the fact that there's a person acting as the HOA. And for whatever reason, the area honors it. And for whatever reason, the local government will enforce it with their police force, which is new. There's no police in the Constitution, by the way. This is militia time, hence why you have the right to bear arms. You didn't need no fucking police. I shoot your face off my damn self. Right? Fundamentally, we all come from wars. So anyone alive must have had a fucking gun, right? All right, then. So what the fuck would I need police for? I wouldn't. They're not ours. So we're occupied, yes. We're occupied by a foreign police force. Not because we're from Africa, nigga. They're not from Africa, nigga. Even furthermore, they have no jurisdiction over Africans either. So you must be occupied. If you get your Nigerian or Ghana nationality back and you stay here, because you've been here and they owe you stuff, are they going to treat you different in their legal system now that you're African? No. Why? Because police is not a national force. And they only show up in incorporated cities. They don't live in all those towns in between. For those towns, you have to call a state trooper or a sheriff. And even sometimes they don't have a station nearby. And because there's not that many people, ain't too many people reporting crimes. That's where all your meth labs are. That's what the biker gangs are for. Mm-hmm. Y'all ain't watched the Ozarks enough for me. But yeah, same story. The difference between sheriffs and police. Can you imagine? And then state troopers. Can you imagine? They're all Masons and Shriners, though. Don't miss it. Why would a secret society need to be your police? They're a secret society first. None of these positions and enforcements existed prior to the 1900s. It's all new. But they're a secret society first. It's a secret society that came here. Remember I was telling you about Noble Drew Ali and all of them and the Hermeticists and the metaphysicians? Yeah. You learn that if you're a white guy in masonry. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That's why they try to make Aleister Crowley a certain degree Mason when they found him. There you go. There you go. Daughters of the American Revolution. There you go. Boule and Eastern Stars. There you go. There you go. Yeah. A whole bunch of secret magic schools. Don't miss it. Obviously, their magic is just fucking books and paperwork because their magic sucks. Abominations. It's not that magic doesn't work. It's that their magic sucks. They got the wrong power source. They're using us. So they're not magical. They're magic users. There's a difference between being magical and using magic. Some people are just magical. Musical. Michael. Jesus. You would do these things and more. Who do you think the source of the magic is? Yep. I'm telling you. It's there somewhere, man. What's going on down here? Oh, we got 33 people watching. Same story. You cannot make this up. Leftovers, 3. Damn. 3. Math checks out. Peace. 3. Discovering a lot of history here on the Gulf. What's up from Germany? Shout out to Venom. Uchia. I remember why they stopped saying. Why they stopped saying that. I don't know, man. It's a lot. You have your head spinning for a while. Like, damn. Because that's what's broken. It's the veil, the umbrella, the Dorothy thing behind the curtain. Like, it's not as just like they revealed the curtain. It's like the curtain burnt down, ain't nothing there blocking it, and like everybody walking by look at it and just keep on walking. Like, it's not even a big deal because of such a I think because of the profound effect of not having it is like yeah, people cannot afford to pretend anything right now. Yeah, imagination and pretending and manifesting, that's kind of like last minute adjustments you see the new crowd doing because it finally hit a threshold for them where they need something else because nothing else is working. One more time. When new people start reaching for something else, that means nothing else they've been doing is working. And that's troubling. That's a breakdown in the supply chain of narrative. If everybody's talking about the government, if everybody's talking about spirituality, if everyone's talking about narcissism, betrayal, if everyone's talking about the same problems, those are the problems. But then that means there's not room for anything else. You know what I'm saying? You can't re-steer the ship off of that until you resolve it. Same thing with Epstein was. Like, no matter what they post, you're going to have X amount of people saying, release the Epstein files. And then you'll remember, oh, they haven't. They probably never will. But they can't move the goalpost in anything political going forward until they do. Like, nah, these are the Epstein people. So, mind you, got a new generation of people that ain't them. And they're dying. Their pyramid is smaller at the top. The boomers have the most horizontally, but they're at that age where they're shrinking. MRNAs, and they're shrinking COVID, disease, aid costs, everything. There's a whole reason for them to shrink, but they have way more people to lose. Like, you know what I'm saying? It'll take a while before they start panicking. But it's not getting better as they get older, is what I'm saying. It's getting narrow for them. Whereas the bottom can get wider. Now, from our level on down, we'll never be anything like them. So when Gen Alpha shows up and Gen Beta, it's going to be filtered through this paradigm currently, where everyone's like questioning conspiracies, the government, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then how the corporations failed them and how AI is trying to take over and how everything's expensive. That next generation of kids, that is their reference point. Their reference point is us and how we interpret what it is now before they're even born. So they don't have the reference point of before we started feeling that way and giving them the narrative, and they don't have the reference point before the internet either. They're going to be even further away from the people who existed before the internet and did anything in their society. Millennial is the crossbreed of the crossblend. We're on the other side of that fucking transition effect. Everything after this will always have the iPads and internet, right? So sociology and going outside is totally different already. So imagine they can't keep their program of these people because we're assuming that this is an old agenda. So we're talking about an idea of older people who are on their way out. There is no sustainability if the agenda is that old. If the agenda is old as Reagan and Bush, Fauci and them, and all their OGs who put them onto that shit are dead. And they don't pass nothing down forward. That's a plague that they have as boomers. That's like a joint local generational delusion they have. So they can never understand what the fucking faggots did in the 1800s, who are trying to pass it down to their children. Planters, plantations means children, right? So everything you're doing to expand stays in your family. 1933, no more. Civil rights movement, 1960s, never again. We're that far on that side of that crossblend. There is no conservative national values. These are not conservatives or nationals from the Cotton Wigs or True Science Wigs. They're just borrowing their name politically because they got a federal ID to vote, not because they built anything. Don't miss that. Benefits. The benefits of the story, they're not in the story. That's the sad part. You would think they would know that about themselves and question, like, wait, I know I'm not in the story because I know when we got here. But what if what they told us, or my grandfather or great grandfather, wasn't right at all? Since nothing is working no more, maybe I should look into that shit. Nope. We gotta give them a few more months for that one. For real, they gotta go on ancestry.com. They do. They do. And they gotta go up that pyramid in Americas and find out which one of those are Moors. Especially if you get past 1828. Everyone should change colors. Here. So then you're gonna realize you're a descendant of black people too. That's crazy. And then a lot of those white people who are connected to the land because they have people of the land in their family tree, then they were like, yo, I've been working against my own interests. Yes. That's why they're replacing you with immigrants. You forgot where you came from. Since Indians were freeing slaves, and slaves are Slavics. And we're the Indians. Why you think you have recessive genes for? If you're dark eyes and dark hairs. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I mean over here. Over here. There's only one way you can get recessive genes if you came over here to a place full of dominant genes. Over here. Are you African? Oh, you Elon Musk cousin. Weird. Or are you saying you're American? Fighting American battles, where American meant copper-colored Aboriginals and Europeans. I'm both. They're both black people. Moorish coat of arms. The European kingdoms are Moors. That's who came over here. So you came over here with them? Okay. You didn't see all them flags and shit they had on their boats? Yeah, those are royals and nobles. So you came from the kingdoms of Europe. And you settled for a democracy. That was better than your tyranny on king boats to get you across the ocean before anyone in the entire fucking modern world. You settle for what? Teslas? I'm waiting for white people to do that story. They ain't there yet. You have an ancestor connected to one of us, and you took the Jewish guy's side against your own family. You came to us for your freedom. Every last single one of you. Isn't that crazy? They ran to this land for their freedom. And somehow in the middle of that madness, I lost mine. Based on a true story. They said there. I read the books. They came over here because of tyranny, for liberty, for freedom. They found all that shit here in abundance. There. Thanksgiving coming up next month because they ran into some Indians. Hi, I'm Indians. Who else is feeding niggas and cooking all that types of food? The fuck are... You talking about all that hemp we had? What kind of people do you think that is? Oh, the corn we had? High fructose corn syrup be damned. Hunters, runners, athletic people. This is what you're trying to say. They're athletic. Can you even fucking imagine? Athletic Indians. Why would we have the genes of athleticism? But why they don't? Slavery. No, the Indians were athletic. Remember their lifestyle? And then the Moors had boats. That's not an easy job. There's no engines yet, allegedly, right? You gotta be really strong to be a fisherman or a hunter. Yeah, we got that from them. Fuck out my face. Don't forget, those are the Tartarian kids, my friends. They were the same way over there when they were freeing the slaves. I could have fucking sworn that's why they love Jesus. I could have sworn Genghis Khan. Could have sworn. I could have sworn that's that story, man. They're knocking out the bad guys who had slaves and shit. Doing all that weird blood libel and eating kids and shit. Yeah, that's us. It's against our religion. Can you imagine? We already freed the slaves. Then we came over here. And then whoever's left over there, something happened again. They brought their ass over here. And then now we end up slaves. We only got 500 years to work with in this story. Someone's going to make up their mind. Are you Genghis Khan's kids or not? More importantly, Genghis Khan wasn't white. What the fuck were y'all doing? Because if he was all the way over there and we're his kids all the way over here, one more question. Where were you this whole time? For you not to run into me in Asia and for you not to know who I am when you come back here. Like either you saw us over there or not. Either we were there in World War II or not. And I know we were over there in World War II. Martin Luther King went over there, remember? So we over there, nigga. We the first African descendant of slaves ever to meet white people in Europe? Wake your ass up. All these people got here on boats. From where? The fuck? Barbary wars. Tartarians and barbarians is like a synonym. They're horizontal. Barbarians will be composed of Tartarian descendants. So you have a barbarian wars, Barbary wars, Tartary wars, and it's in the water? You're talking about Moors. Orientales, Khans, Judeans, Israelites, Hebrews, Phoenicians. You see what I'm saying? Like it can't be nothing else. And that's recent history. Tartaria is recent history. They removed it from encyclopedia after the 1950s. And they don't teach the Barbary Wars. How convenient. How many of you are Barbary's children? How many of your parents come from the Barbary Wars and you trying to figure out why you can't find the slave plantation your daddy came from? He ain't come from no fucking plantation. He ain't have no motherfucking federal census to fill out. This nigga from a whole different country or kingdom. That'll explain why they don't have citizenship. 2, they're not filling out a fucking federal form if they're sovereigns. How many Moors do you think are sovereigns if the land belongs to Moorish and Indian associates? Thank you. It'll once we see that correctly. Once you see that correctly, the only one that should be able to pull that sovereign card here would be a Moor. So it couldn't be anyone light skinned who don't know they're Moors, at least. Like, you can turn light skinned as a Moor, I'm sure. All right, we can figure it out, but I'm just saying, like, if your minds go, there are no Moors, there's no Moors here, and we've been here the whole time on Moorish land, using Moorish language, using Moorish food recipes, around Moorish buildings. Yeah, man, that's not like a fucking mental illness. They'll say I'm crazy. Those are facts. There's nothing crazy about facts. They would just have to say, well, give me the opposite fact of that. Why does the definition say it's all Moors then? Why does the law say it's all Moors then? Why does the word mean Moor, and why is that word the root of America? And if the Moors come from the Khans, because the ones who are the Judeans, then why do you call me an American then? It's in my name. Metakesh, Metacon, Metatron, however you want to do it. Michael, I know, like, yes, we got it. That's what they don't understand. They're talking about the descendants of Michael. Jesus. That wouldn't be his name in that language. But that's how they sound it out in English, I guess. Yeah. But you can do it easy. Mercury, Kel, KL, K, Cam, Merkin. He's Egyptian. Like Heru Khan is. Wow. Crazy. Heru Khan. Can you fucking imagine? A Judean, a Khan. That's Afro-Semite. It's in the name. Shao Kahn. I love Mortal Kombat. But it's curious to me that Shao Kahn is an Afro-Asiatic. It's just curious to me. It's curious to me. Kodo Khan. American, but they made him so black he blue. I get it, Montezuma. Ain't all his combos in algebra. So they're saying he's a Moor then. All right. He should be in Amorica. I understand Almorak. So, nah. Even in the damn games they playing with you, put a Khan on that nigga's name, and you're like, yo, these niggas know how to fight. Like, these are the big guys too with muscles and shit, telling you what their pedigree is. And they're fighting, right? And you're like, they're Khans though. They're from the Bible. Oh yeah. Tartary was in Asia. Yeah. Can you imagine? A story taking place around Asians. However you think an Asian is then. But just the whole culture and everything like it. Ever since then. Like, that's who we are. Yep. We're talking about the royals. That is our migration. Yep. Back to Mecca. Here we go. Mohammedans would always go back to Mecca, wouldn't they? Yep. That's why you call them Moors. They're traveling by the waters. When it was just Israel, you'd be a Hebrew traveling by the water from Israel. We ain't just dealing with Israel no more. Have you noticed something? Yeah, I've noticed something. So, yeah, now you understand the difference in words. It expands. Because we expanded. Israel expanded. Everybody ain't Israel, though. And everybody definitely ain't Judah. So, we are mistaking something. We have the umbrella wrong. That's all. The top of their umbrella, though, is their biggest brother, Shem, which is the Afro-Asiatic gene. All you gotta do is follow us. You'll see where we are in the story, in history. And then you'll see the history that they added and taken away is our history. The edits, the modifications is against us. So when they say there's no such thing as racism or white supremacy, I'm like, maybe that's the wrong word, but do you understand, my dear white people? Your history erased my people specifically, not Africans, not slaves. There's no such thing. You don't have slave history, right? Obviously, it's built into the idea. So no. I said they erased my history, meaning I have a history. And the only people that have histories are kingdoms. Something dynasty, something dark ages with the Tudors. The only people in history are kingdoms, right? That whole Bible is about kingdoms. So the only people with history, that's a history book, about kingdoms, people from a kingdom. So the only thing in history until lately was kingdoms anyway. We understand Sidi Muhammad is right here in the dance route of the United States at the end of the 1700s, into the Barbary Wars, during the Civil War. You understand everything? So up until then, there's kingdoms. So I'm just saying, like, when I say they erased our history, what I'm saying is they erased the history of a kingdom. It's not just turning our grandfather to a pale skin to match a different lie and narrative. Doing that is fucked up. But no, you missed something because you're stupid. I said they deleted our history of a kingdom. They deleted our history, us, King James, where you get English. So the kingdom in which this language comes from, deleted. So you don't have a version of it. You have the whitewashed one called us, but it's not us. That's not our story. You deleted our story. You deleted Tartaria. You deleted the fact that the Jews ought to look just like us. Vladimir Putin is showing you, like, what are y'all talking about? Ukraine and Israel ill, like, you understand? Hey, world, do you understand? Like, we're going to give them more land for who? Like, look how they treat them there. Now I'm here saying the same thing in the YouTube for them to see clear. Like, yeah. Multi-purpose. But yeah, like, nah, we're different. We're different. We're different because whoever the fuck they are deleted us specifically. They could delete the whole thing and made something else completely up, right? Not like motherfuckers gonna figure it out or change the difference. But no, they deleted it in a way to put themselves into it. So now do the science again. They deleted our history so that they can claim it. One more time. I know this is fucking... Whoever the they is deleted our history. And now they have different characters standing in places. Question, for the people who did that, why are they targeting us? 2, and why are they so comfortable cosplaying as our anything? So if you ask that as a value question, are they just cosplaying as ordinary people? Are they cosplaying and hypothecating an ordinary kingdom? Is it worth going $140 trillion in debt to act like me? Literally. This lie, this secret, this idiocracy, based on my family, to them, is worth maxing out $140 trillion in a credit card, at least. That's a relentless beast right there. Because the day one of all of it is what I just said. They're hypothecating the land and our history of our people, our culture, our traditions, our language, and more importantly, where the fuck they are in our history. All of that is true. All of it. The whole thing is a lie. That's what we mean when we say that. I know the whole damn thing a lie. They're not from our kingdom. At the very least, don't matter what color they are, they're not from our kingdom. They never experienced this. Definitely not anything prior to the wars. So you understand? Like, they're here because of the wars. So they're coming towards us, like, mind you, I'm 13 generations later. So it's like they're 6 generations later, or maybe even 8 generations later into it by the time they show up. So they weren't there with my grandfather John or Pocahontas. That's not their story. They weren't here. They're not Moors. Or are they? Like, you understand? They got to make their mind up. But once they make their mind up, like, oh, your grandfather who appeared there at that story must have been brown skin. So your white and racism and politics that you're born from because you're here because of the brown ones doesn't make sense. Native American, right? So, nah, fuck them. So, nah, come down on a double. This whole thing is with, that's why people's narratives and the paradigm and the money and the federal government and all that is, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's shattered. I don't know if it's broken. I don't know what, it's a damn lie itself. So, you know, I don't understand. I'm trying to see how something crumbles if it's real. But this ain't real, so the crumble wouldn't be different. It's not organic. They don't actually have value in their system. So a crash of something that doesn't have real tangibles isn't good enough for us to make a prediction that it's over either. They're pretending about everything, bro. Their only value is occupying this land and getting the people to do everything. And it didn't work long term because now they owe everyone else something, you know, a better quality of life. That ain't for us. That's for, we're with 13%. That's for the 87%. The entire 87% bought the idea and dream that they ought to have a better life being here, occupying our land next to us, telling us to forget our history and for us to go work harder despite our history to keep up with them. In their own local narcissism, they've never finished that sentence in their head either. That's why it's affecting them. Because all I have to say in any of their posts is like, yeah, by the way, imagine how the Indians feel. You understand? Indians are watching people who took all of their shit away have all their shit taken away. You know what I'm saying? If you're an Indian and your grandmother's Indian and you go, shit's fucked up right now. Shit always been fucked up for Indians. What's new? And then Indians look at other Indians. Like, I try to tell these niggas, damn, they better do something about them. Yeah, but if everything else runs out, cool. What does any of it mean to Indians? If it fixes itself, we're still Indians, we don't get treated better. If it doesn't fix itself and it goes to hell tomorrow, we still here where we're from, and we're still going to be Indians. We're not bringing back our colonial occupational mentality or system, even naturally. Like, we would never express those genetics expressions. So it'll never come back if it goes away with us. So it can only stay around as if everyone else that's not us decides to fund it with their energy, and they don't have any energy to fund it. Not even a narrative, they're not arguing this. It'll make them take a nap if they talk to me. So, nah. They didn't listen to anything we were saying. We even had like people in the conscious community, if you can imagine that, debate these things and prove, and the rocks cry out, and Christopher Columbus saw black people, a Jew saw black people. Can you fucking imagine? A Morisco Jew came to Jerusalem and saw other black people. Can you fucking imagine that story, that tweet when that happened? The nigga driving a Moorish boat from Corsica with a Moorish flag with a Moorish commander's maps. Can you fucking imagine? He popped up on America with the same maps from a Moor, where Moors were visiting because they have a map of America named Amorica, and then an Al-Marak where Mecca, Chamexa, Amexum is, where the Muslim Mohammedan Moors would already be going, but maybe this half-Jew crypto dude took a deal after Al-Andalusia since they just overthrown the same thing they had in 1492, the year before it. You think he was surprised that Moors who were once in Spain moved back to America in the Kingdom of Maratha? Do you think Christopher Columbus was like really fucking surprised when he was doing a journal next to his Bible? Like, oh shit, there's Indians here and they're not white. Where the fuck is there an Aboriginal indigenous white person on this planet, nigga? So who? So what's his fucking options? Christopher Columbus is a Jew. He's not Jewish. Jewish doesn't appear until the 1800s. That's a thing. So you have old Jew history and then you have Jewish history. When they start saying Jew to mean white people, that's after Germany and Poland got introduced to the United States of white people. That must have been recent, right? Cowboys and Indians. What the fuck? So after Reconstruction, then you have Jewish. And then you have anything about Jews and Jewish and it being them because it leads them to wars. So that's the Jewish of their narrative when they're talking to themselves as white people. They don't know who we are. Our story doesn't have white people. We don't know who they are. They say they discovered us in their mind. I mean, fuck the real story. They're not Portuguese or Moorish or Jews. So, but if a white person has to account for why they're in America, it starts with that story. Like something happened, and then our grandfathers kept coming over on boats from Moorish lands as white people, and then we moved into Moorish lands again with King James kids and the Indians, and then all that's Israel, by the way. And then we didn't know about Jews, Jesus, or Israel, but we have a Mayflower Compact with the Roman Catholic Church, but we're Christians using their Bible. And like 1611, King James is here, but we know his son John is because I'm here from him. So the church, if it's based on that Bible, but the people who have a Bible in their language are here. So at 1611, so like it doesn't matter what they're doing over there because the people, you know, the king who brought the Bible here is because it's a King James colony. Like it's a King James colony, King James Bible, King James English. That means all of that kingdom is over here, 1611. So you could not come from a King James English Europe later and then run into us, the Europeans, and go, we don't like black people because they're slaves from Africa. And then base your whole existence in the United States on that lie. And I'm saying you couldn't do that lie if you knew what the fucking truth was, is what I'm saying. Like, so what's the truth, Bruce? Did you come from Moorish lands? Spain, Portuguese, France? That's all up into the Civil War, my dude. That's all to the Civil War. So you lived in any of those lands as they're getting lighter. Maybe they're getting lighter because of you, but you don't remember the dark-skinned people in power, the kingdoms. You don't have kingdoms when you come through. So do you don't remember overthrowing kingdoms? And if you overthrew kingdoms, you overthrew Moors. Do you don't remember that? And you came over here hating on Moors again. But now you have a new story to tell us in our own King James English. And that's what my problem is. I'm King James kids. So like, why did they come over here speaking our language to us about who we are? Why the fuck do y'all know our language? We never met you before. Y'all heard the fuck I just said? If anyone came over here to enslave us or take shit away, kill us, treat us badly, however it works out politically, financially, however it played out, right? And don't forget, I'm Indians. So like, and I'm King James kids, like, because remember they had kids. Like, that's how generations work. You be both. So like, I'm both. So, but we here already, 1611, let's bookmark it. American Revolution, 1775. So between 1750, the whole world is swarthy. So between 1750 and 1775, we must sneak more white people into politics and power and boats and stuff. Okay, no problem. About time, I guess. Welcome to Egypt. And but y'all come over here from kingdoms ruled by Moors and by the Civil War. So the next main scene after, your granddaddy, your daddy actually should still be alive from the American Revolution, but your granddaddy definitely. And even if they died, they passed down only one story because you didn't have school or corporations yet. So you know why you're here, because you're around Indians still. And it just happens like you just stay stuck around Indians, and now conveniently when everyone gets TV, you just call them black people. You just call them Negroes. Well, too bad I know how to fucking read. Negro always meant Indian. So I don't understand why white people be playing with us. Like, y'all call us Negroes because we're the Indians. If we weren't Negroes, you would have just called us what nationality we were. The only people you stole nationalities from were the Indians, because the Indians are the only ones that don't have rights in your United States Constitution. So that's why you call us Negroes. We're dead to your law. We're Indians. We can never be part of your law. Your law is established with a trade treaty with our father, the emperor. Like, these are his lands and plantations. So if he's planting everything, that means these are his kids. His sons are planting everything. So like the land is theirs because the women they're with are the Indians, right? Yeah, so Negroes are the Indians, which is why you gave us no rights to your system. But you imposed your system on Indian lands. I mean, 100% of it. And in those lands that was occupied by so-called Negroes, we're not talking about the freed slaves and prisoners of wars. We're not talking about the couple of Africans you brought over, because we don't have no African borrowed words. And it's only been since 1868. We don't even make the same music. Cut it out. And this is all recent, so it doesn't make sense, right? Everyone wants to do hip hop right now. So imagine if. Stop fucking playing with us. So no, this is the first time us meeting them in those tribes. Us in America. We weren't, you understand? Like the story is, like, yeah, for 400 years, we just been kind of stuck here. We don't know you niggas. So why would they be calling the whole world fucking Negroes if the motherfuckers calling us Negroes haven't been to Africa, ever? Wake your dumb ass up. These motherfuckers are just moving around the world their damn selves. After the Civil War, don't miss it. They're coming from, allegedly, England, Europe, and all that shit to come to America. They never had a chance to stop in Africa and know about Africans. And what are Africans? And they're just doing the documentaries about African tribes in the damn 1900s. So imagine if they're coming up with a word for niggas here, and these motherfuckers ain't in Africa, going to Africa. You have stories about the white man in Africa? Come on, Nigeria, talk to us. You had the white man just coming back and forth on leisure trips, just spending time in Africa, investing in the infrastructure, since he's getting such a deal on humans with you. Like, but he don't show up until Leopold? But that's a German. I'm talking about the white people that were in America. Were the Germans the white people that came to America in the 1700s? Because they were swarthy. Ask Schwarzenegger. Like, they were dark-skinned even more. Just take his granddaddy back somewhere. You understand everything. Like, stop fucking playing with me more. Like, which one is it? You ain't got nowhere to go in this story. That's my point, because there ain't enough time to wiggle. That means they don't even read and know their history or dictionaries. None of that shit. Of course, none of us do. Especially not them, though. Because all the words I just used, if you do the definitions and find the dates, you'll see that time period is when it's all coming through. Where the whole world is black still. Up into the American Revolution. A land full of black people. Can you fucking imagine? America full of Moors and Khans. Can you fucking imagine that? Like a land full of black people. Something weird happened to them in all the wars that uses their name. French Indian War, American Indian War, the American Revolution. You stupid motherfucker. The Americans are not the British soldiers who defected, who want to kill niggas and steal their land. How would they be the Americans if they come from a foreign fucking military? Thomas Jefferson's not the American, stupid. That's a nationality. His biography is a eunuch. He has no nationality, so he can't be an American. Incompatible. When Napoleon said he was an emperor, that doesn't mean he is an emperor. He declared himself as such. To an island full of Indians who had huts made out of straw, he's the emperor of savages? Like, do the science backwards. Wake your asses up. So, no, that shit don't mean nothing. That's what I'm saying. All the history they favor don't mean nothing. Because none of it's royal. It's all the thieves and the excuses why they're here. But they don't own nothing. That's why George Washington was like, oh shit. We found these letters. We did not know that this was all under the jurisdiction of Sidi Muhammad. Why the fuck would you know? Your bitch ass was running away from someone else and came here for fucking freedom. How the fuck you taking over shit? How about you just sit the fuck down somewhere and enjoy your life and your kids? Like, they don't think like that. Their brain don't go, oh shit, that's right. We didn't have to do anything. Yeah, you could have just survived. Can you imagine? Nah, you got to start a government. You got to get everybody on your side. Everybody got to see it your way. I thought the way that you came from was tyranny, slavery, and bullshit. Why the fuck would we want a government created by your people? Your whole fucking story is gory. Up until this very fucking minute. Who the fuck voted on that in a land full of niggas? No racism. Shut the fuck up. Y'all got to make up new words to forget that everyone that you stole from are black people. And I'm talking to their government. I'm talking to their scholars. Y'all know what the fuck a Moor is? You only got one option, bitch. This land is named after them. So that means they're not Africans. All right, then. So miss me with your African bullshit. I said we are the American Moors. We always been here. How the fuck do you have our Moorish Republic Constitution and don't know who the fuck we are? Today. You weren't here that long to forget anything. This ain't a Stone Age. All that chaos of those fires, those hangings, and all that shit, and all their slave rebellions, why they're over here free, got over here for free, don't own anything when they come here, but they get to kill us and get away with it. Did any of those people go to jail? Oh yeah, there was no police force yet. Get it? Wake your ass up. Django couldn't call the fucking cops, nigga. And Sharifs, that's Arabic, ain't it? In a land full of Mohammedans and Moors, can you fucking imagine it? 1868. Ain't no fucking Christian history in this story, you dumb bitches. This land belongs to Mohammedans. Dear, imperial, majestic city, Muhammad, 1778. The chief of the Cherokee, Bin Swali, Arabic, head wrap with a feather. Civil War. This land, Allah, remember the Alamo. This land, Alabama. This land, Moors, is Mohammedan lands. From 1611 to 1868, apparently, right? That means their whole history has to be with Moors. Their government is. And you notice how you don't know who the fuck the Moors is? That's what we mean by white supremacy and racism, my dear white people. Y'all get to ignore all the shit that's real. You thought World War II was a funny war. Wait till you see the same writers who wrote the lies about the Civil War, who wasn't even fucking in it. They're writing about somebody else, never about their own parents. Ain't that weird? How you doing a book report about someone in the Civil War if your bitch ass is here because of a Civil War? You be writing about your own damn daddy. It wouldn't start with, well, this third-party character showed up in 1948. He was a helping hand at the fucking bar mole. Shut the fuck up. If you're writing about this damn war and your ass is here from the damn war, which fucking general was you? Exactly, so who the fuck writing then? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Notice how no one in this shit is ever the ones in the damn books published about it? There's always some third-party nigga. That's what the problem with these niggas is. They reading third-party niggas fucking impressions of things, and then they're identifying with their third-party impression. Just for you to realize that the damn third-party nigga is just talking about history. He wasn't in it. Thus, your ass wasn't either. None of that shit happened. And if it did, it's following the wrong fucking characters in a fucking kingdom story. How the fuck did these bastards in their story end up with a kingdom by running away from theirs? How did them leaving their kingdom end up with ours being in occupation? That is how you should ask that question when you reread their history. How does any of these events translate to the people of the land you're on losing their kingdom, but you get to inherit their land and their language and their math too in their free labor? Like that's what that y'all don't understand how evil these people are. They subjugated the people of the land, guys. They didn't bring us from nowhere else. This is a kingdom. King James English, King James colonies. Not a corporation. He's a king. These are his kingdoms. He expanded his kingdom to the northeast. That makes sense. He's Judean. And that's New Jersey, Israel. On top of that, very specific Moors on a kingdom level. Don't miss that. On the Bible, nigga. To a land of Mohammedans. A book that they read written by Israelites. You think they're not compatible? That's why I say it's not a fucking religion. It's the literal people in that book. It's their family. They're here, dude. They're here, dude. That's why dumb diverses and doctrine discovery happened here, dude. We're the target of that shit. We're the target of a war from the 1400s, nigga. Right now. 600 years later. That is your why, black man. Dumb diverses. Doctrine of discovery. You're Saracens, meaning you don't believe in their bullshit. Question, they never been here before. Why the fuck would we? Isn't that kind of fucking weird? You're gonna declare war on people you've never met before, and just so conveniently, they have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, let's kill them. They're savages. Make that make sense. Now, these are these people's heroes and what they build their confidence and country off of in spirit. A bunch of dumb shit that don't make sense. And even if it did, it's evil. Donald Trump is like the best version we can get. Tell me I'm lying. You're gonna kill all of our family and all of our stars and burn down all our cities and destroy all our castles and steal all our gold. And then have the fucking nerve to judge one of my third ugly cousins for using food stamps. That's fucking novel. You're occupying my kingdom. Judging other people when you literally don't own a pot to piss in. That's called narcissism. System-wide. The spirit of the United States is narcissism. It has to be. You're occupying another people. Gaslighting them. And y'all have made that your academia to gaslight us. I'm Indian. I'm not a black Indian. I'm not an African Indian. I'm not an escaped slave mixed with Indians. I am John Smith's son. John Smith, like where you get English from, like one of those Indians. But the fact that I'm one of them means I'm Indian. I'm not the only Indian. But I'm telling you as the Indian that this whole time in my life it's been fuck me. In all of my categories. But the only one that matters in the land is the Indian story. The land itself is an Indian territory. How the fuck would I be a citizen? How do you visit my house and I join your nation in my living room? As a second-class citizen, where all your privileges come from my land, in my labor, in my grandfather's blueprints. That is evil, guys. Black people have been dealing with the fact of how evil that is. That's why we believe in God. That's why we were going to church. Because that shit seemed demonic. You get to kill us, hang us. Don't forget when Barack Obama was president, they shot Tamir Rice, a kid, and got away with it. Like, what I'm saying is for some people who ain't supposed to belong here. What did you win from Indians? How did you going against Britain give you something Indian? It doesn't. How do you fighting black people or Africans give you something Indian in the South? It doesn't. How do you fighting the North colonies and corporations over banking and greenbacks give you Texas, Arizona, Nevada, California? It don't. So none of this is theirs. That means they killed for it. Hey, yo, my white people, y'all don't think that's evil? I'm asking. For Indians in City Muhammad, you know, my ancestors. Y'all know our language for some reason. White people, y'all know my language. I'm Indian. I'm John Smith's grandson. He brought English to America because it was his. It was my grandfather's. That's why it's in America. My grandfather brought English to America because it was his. That's my grandfather that brought English to America. So you telling me you were over there with my grandfather's fathers, brothers, uncles, and the other families that look like us, and you got over here and you taught us English? How the fuck does that work? It's our fucking language. Why the fuck would you have to teach us it? Like, where the fuck you get it from? You got it from us, our language, Angelish, and then you taught angel kids Angelish. What were you speaking before? Another phonetic Phoenician language from Egypt? You never been to Egypt until the 1800s. It was buried. So how did you meet people from there to teach you their language and still be xenophobic 800 years later? You got everything from black people, but you don't act like your history has black people. I don't understand it. Are you saying that the only reason why you have everything black people is because your history is you stealing it from black people? You understand how evil that is? It don't make sense because that's not what happened, but y'all accept that story, that you have everything black, and all you have to say is, no, it's not. And then that makes it okay. But the reality is, you're speaking a Moorish language. Absolutely. Positively. On King James. He's a Moor. In your book, I know who the fuck he really is. He'll still be Afro-Asiatic. Orientalis. Moors. Same story. Over there in Tartaria. Can you fucking imagine? So close to Europe. When it was kingdoms, not countries of governors. You know, CEOs of companies. You know, we're talking about like the people. The people's champs. We're the people's champ. That's why they speak our language. It wasn't a collaboration. So how the fuck do you end up with Moorish English from Phoenicians, Hebrews, and then come to Egypt and enslave and subjugate those people? But specifically, this is the first time you've ever met them in human fucking history. Why is that your first move? Why are you trying to take something from some people if you're looking for a place to go? Like, why is your first move like, we can come here and take everything? We know what it's called. It's called doctrine of discovery, right? You did that with the Bible, right? You came here with a Bible and we had one already, right? Since this is King James territories. Those are Moors. You're white. So you're saying you're not Moors and there's no black people and kings and stuff like that. All right, so you have a different story, but yet you came over here killing my people nonetheless. Even if we move the date up. I got pictures of hangings. Why are you in those niggas' territory? Why are you even fucking there? Because it's already developed. I know. Who developed it? If you just got there and now you're kicking everyone out of it, that's the story, isn't it? And that's with pictures. So that gives us a time frame. If you've been here the whole time, why are you just now going to black cities on some bullshit? What's the reason? And how is it justified by your constitutional republic representation and shit? You're okay with having a constitutional republic based on the Moorish doctrines and then being around a bunch of Moors and say, it's okay, yeah, we love this freedom shit, but we should have second-class citizens because we freed slaves and we're against being slaves our damn selves? Y'all have a fucking psychosis, bro. What about the white slaves? Don't act like they ain't none. What do you think was in Virginia, nigga? Why do you think we got so many light-skinned girls? Stop fucking playing with us. So you wanted to free slaves because a lot of them were white people. Don't forget Benjamin Backer's letter to Thomas Jefferson reminded himself his ass. That's the 1700s. So, like, which one is it? There's a problem against black people because they used to be slaves, and how come there's not a problem against white people because most of the white people who came here who are not kings had to be slaves? Correct me if I'm wrong. They were white and they were slaves. There's a whole fucking book about it. What I'm saying is, where is that in the law? Where is the civil right white thing against never having white people in slavery again in America if we know on the East Coast ain't nothing but white people up there in slavery in America until the Civil War? They had no other choices or options. This is a kingdom. They couldn't like get out of the land and stay here as an employee, nigga. Like, let's do the science. What else could they be? All right then. So where's that story? Right, but there's no racism. There's a lot of gaslighting and projecting, though. That's narcissism. You gaslighting and projecting us, your story. The crazy thing is, you're doing it in our language. That might not be your story, bro. You might have borrowed that, too. And that's what the problem is. That is what the problem is. I've studied this shit for years and years and years. There's no other place for them to be in this story. And that's what the problem is. Where did you come from? And why are you here treating us, the people that you come from, with everything that you have that comes from us? Where in the polarity did that happen? What war is that? By the way, I'm Indian. I don't even see your war with Africans. However you feel more comfortable with it. How do you do all of that in someone else's backyard? Like, where's that in the Bible? Where's that in any religion? Where's that in any way of civilization? Like, where they do that at? You bring somebody else you don't like to do things for you around people you don't like, and then you betray both of them and take the land of the first one. But you got there because you were afraid for your life, didn't have shit, famines, death, destruction, no lights, and then you needed help on being industrious, and they gave it to you freely because there was so much abundance here. You know, promised land shit, hashtag. But you had that Bible, so you would have known that shit. That's why you're here, ain't you? On behalf of a bigger church that was killing all my people over there with you, right? Is that not the history? A bunch of wars, that's your stories. That's not our stories. You don't have our stories. You don't tell stories about wars. So you're telling stories about you. Cool. All right, this ain't yours though. So you're not in the story. It's not yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't yours, so you don't have access to none of these stories. So you can't tell them either. Like, you can't make it mean anything. You can't connect the dots because it's not yours. And they have a problem with that. Not having ownership of something. That's a zeitgeist thing. And like I said, that's a very narcissistic thing. For whatever reason, they code swapped them to very narcissistic. They did it through programming because they program with lies, but that lie gives you an advantage, within a perceived society. Like, woo, at least I'm not that. And and you get to hang around in your little social club, and then it feeds itself with its gaslit ass narratives, while the government, if you will, is fucking everybody. I know that's what they love to say. Well, we're all a victim here. I know that, but I'm saying this is Westworld. Where the fuck you get your narrative from? I want y'all to check your map. You sure that's what happened to you? You sure you know what Indians are? You sure none of that shit in Africa makes sense? Because they don't teach slavery in Africa, and now do they? If you go to Ghana and Nigeria, there is no curriculum about West African slave trade. Now, is there? No, there fucking isn't. We got plenty of Africans in motherfucking Houston, Atlanta, Charlotte, everywhere in between us. They don't ever see us in the street and be like, cousin, and just hug us because they learned some weird shit about what the white people did to them in 6th grade. Never in human fucking history. They only learn all that dumb shit here when they go to HBCUs. Alright then. Funded by Jewish Rothschilds and Rockefellers, correct? It's even named after them, right? Yeah, goofy as hell, dumb as hell. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if they lying to us and juicing us one way, then they have to be lying and juicing everyone else another way. And I'm just asking everybody, though, like, you ain't noticed the results? That's what I'm saying. The emotionalism of people reacting these days is sudden, but the symptoms have always been the same. This ain't new. But something is changing. For them, it's slavery. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that they're trying to do a militarized, cyberpunk, dystopian, what's that shit called? Occupation, 15-minute cities. What is the other shit called? Martial law. They're afraid of everything they did to us and are doing to us. Ain't that the craziest thing about this story, if you're one of us? Like, the biggest conspiracy theory and fear of all the people running out of money, food stamps, and the government overbearing someone else's freedom and destinies. They're saying that what they would do was do martial law, where you have a police force activated by a foreign interest in all of your cities. They will round you up and put you into a 15-minute city where you have to work all around a railroad, north side versus south side, in that you would have to get certain identifications and papers, like the Hateful Eight, Samuel L. Jackson, in order for you to go between these two towns. And then you will not need a car or own a car, or I guess you wouldn't need a horse and a buggy and own a buggy, because you shouldn't be on those federal highways anyway. White people, your biggest fear in all these outcomes is you being treated like black people? Y'all are afraid of something being done to you that you're doing to my people now. We never voted for this. When does that come up for the vote? Like, hey, Indians, y'all still want to be part of this? Let's call a vote. Since you're a republic. How do we call a vote? The so-called African American with the grandma that's Indian. How do we vote not to be part of it? In our land. Like, where would we go? You gonna deport us? To where? My grandmother's house? You see where the gridlock is? We're not supposed to say that. We're not supposed to come forward and stand on business. We're supposed to be happy with the benefits that we were promised that we never got. Could you believe you cannot have 100% sellouts? If everyone's a sellout, no one's a sellout. You understand? So that means we didn't want to sell it. Right? So that means we never wanted this government, and we never wanted this civilization. And you're worried that you're about to have a government you don't control, putting you in a civilization you don't want to live at a class you can't afford. What the fuck have y'all thought black people have been talking about for 100 years? They shot Charlie Kirk, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. You notice everybody gets shot. You notice none of them crimes ever get solved. They're always the hardest crimes to solve. But you'll see some nigga on TikTok, and the cops will be there in the morning. Do the science. Y'all talking about y'all woke. Y'all talking about y'all coming to Jesus. We'll come all the way to Jesus kids. What y'all afraid of happening to you, you did to the bloodline of Jesus. In real life. You don't have to believe in that book, God, heaven, or Jesus. I'm just saying, like, what you know about Jesus, that bloodline, Judah, Jerusalem, Jews, that bloodline, the bloodline of Jesus. That's who we are. He's our brother, our uncle, our cousin, literally. We're the same pedigree. We're the same people. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's who we are. And we're subjugated by your government. You're here because of it. You're afraid of becoming us. What do we become? We don't have anything to lose. Literally. Whether Britain or France wins or loses, someone else ends up with our shit. Whether you win or they lose, you or them still got our shit. That is what the problem is. That's the foundation of all of this. Y'all enslaved Jesus kids. No Passion of Christ movie can fix that shit. I promise. What is there to forgive? No one has apologized. And they're still calling us black. Our book is full of nationalities and kingdoms. That's what America is. Unum sanctum, U.S. You're occupying a kingdom of Jesus. Christians, that sounds like a synagogue of Satan to me. Your Sabbath is on a Sunday. It's like you can't even fucking read. So we know that's not you. We know that's not you. You go to church on Sunday. What does that book say? So you can't read English. And you came here, and my family had English. We are King James and John Smith's kids. Christians on Sunday. Where's that in the Bible? Sabbath literally means sabado. Saturday. Domingo. Dominion? Oh, you're a church dominion. Like the Catholics. You're claiming dominion and sending us to school on Domingo. Sunday dominion, I guess. My name is Sunday, by the way. DeyZan is Sunday. Isa, Jesus. I get it. You missed. He said to observe those laws. He came to make them whole, not to replace them. And one of those laws that no one follows, even your best church Christian, what is one of the commandments? To remember the Sabbath and keep it holy? Then why is church on Sunday? How do you miss that? And if you missed that, maybe you missed your stair to heaven. Because it's clear as day with 10 simple commandments. To remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. If you remembered and you kept it, how the fuck do you have a Sunday church? So now you know church has nothing to do with the Bible. And any religion that does anything on Sunday ain't got nothing to do with it either. And it seems like, just like Jesus said, is it not written? He's asking, can you motherfucking read? And he was talking to Jews and mixes. So imagine if your ass just got here. That ain't your shit. That's your benefits package. That was your contract. Your passport. Go to Dubai, it's the same thing. Then police pull you over. Show them your Quran. Keep going. Ask them. I ain't never been there. But that's what it was like here, Sharif. You're in Mohammedan lands. As Christians, you declared war on them where you come from. And you moved to their main territory. Now imagine the rest of that GPT prompt. How do you think that story is going to go? I tell you how it should have went. Since no one that came over here to do business was a fucking Christian. Articles of Tripoli. Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Y'all weren't here for that? White people. Your United States government got treaties with Moroccans and Moors. And none of that shit in your history. You sure that's your history? Because that wasn't you in those treaties. But now you have a date of when you weren't here. It says Imperial Majestic City Muhammad. You have a date of when you weren't here. That's the 1770s. That's the American Revolution time period. It'll be impossible for you to be here a day before and not know what a fucking Moor is. So that means if all of you knew what Moors is, if all of you were here, then all of you at the same time said fuck the Moors at once again after getting your freedom from someone else. You notice a pattern? I hope that's not your story. Because you know what that's saying genetically? Every time we help you, it gets worse for us. My sisters just learned that lesson again. They're just now talking about it. I don't know how much therapy they need, but if they honor their mothers and fathers, maybe they won't forget next time that nothing has fucking changed in captivity, Israel. That's why you could relate to that book, your dumb ass in it. One of them granddaddies is, if your ass over here looking like me, and every other thing I can look like. That's why I look like that. Can you fucking imagine? Genetics. Ain't that a bitch? I'm here with y'all. I'm the genetics of those people right here. Talking about all that shit. It must be a coincidence of this motherfucker, boy. I swear to God. Like I had a chance in Hades to learn and talk about anything else in captivity. I turn on the news, they never talking to me or about me. I go into the books, I don't see no pictures of me. Benign neglect. It's like I'm not even fucking here. I get the badge of United States citizen. I become a number. I do not become a representative or republic representation, none of that. I get to settle for black. That's very African leaning. I'm not African leaning. Can I get a third option at least? I'm not Native American. That means a different thing. I'm an Indian, an American Indian. An American Indian, not a Native American. A Native American can be anywhere, Mexico, South America, Canada, anywhere in the continent of America. But I'm an American nationality, Indian, meaning I'm not anyone else. Everyone else has a classification. What they're saying is that we're the only ones not in their classifications. Because we're here already. We didn't create that government. We didn't create that classifications. Why would we? Check the dates again. Those are new. 1492, 1611, 1775, 1868. When was civil rights? I'm just now getting rights after being here since Al-Andalusia. You sure? You sure? You sure we would start voting? You sure? You sure the first thing a slave wanted to do after getting away from white people, beating them and raping them, was like, yo, let's participate in their government and get these benefits popping? Are y'all crazy? Y'all saying we acting like you right now back then, like we were the first United States citizen or something. It's gaslighting and projection. But the unsuspected consequence of the dickheads that did that then, and then you inheriting that perspective, is that it reversed itself. You didn't notice it. I did. I mean, can you imagine? I'm still in occupation. I'm telling you, our nervous system will never forget. Something is always wrong. Something's always off. That's why I always detect everything else. But that shit is always on. I'm not safe in this country. I don't feel protected. I don't feel provided for. But this is where I come from. What would going to Africa do? Do I look African? Right. So I'm right here. And if I'm not safe, who else can be? If it's not theirs. I belong here and I'm not safe. Anyone else here that don't belong here is here recently. Why would they be safer than me? They don't understand their contract. The United States government has no obligation to make sure that you have a life. You're a subsidiary of the United States corporation. You don't have human rights. Your Constitution has civil rights because you don't have human rights. People with human rights don't have civil rights. Civil rights does not mean black people. Civil rights means for foreigners to the United States corporation to participate. By default, all black people would be foreign. And by default, all Indians would be foreign. That's default, with or without a Dred Scott. And I'm Indian, so even his little contract was just grandfathering in Indians. He's not Indian. Interesting. So where's the classification in the Constitution for the Indians on the land that they take? There isn't. Giving a reservation to a Native American who's not an American Indian doesn't make any fucking sense. That must be an older cast of lighter characters. Cool fucking story, bitch. It's not theirs. They would not need federal land. Sound like a fucking NDA to me. A placeholder, maybe. Or a Dawes roll. You remember that shit they made up for no fucking reason? What the fuck's a Dawes roll? Is Dawes own America? Who gives a fuck what his roles are? That ain't his fucking land to begin with. So how is third-party people signing third-party people for benefits in someone else's shit? That sounds very fucking Jewish. So how long have y'all been friends? We're the Jews, bitch. You brought them. I'm not Jewish. So your friend is hypothecating Judah. You said you came here as white people and created New Jerusalem. Which one is it? How did you create New Jersey as a white person, George Washington and them, but ended up being fooled by Jewish people? Bitch, you've been in New Jerusalem since the United States was born. But it was a kingdom, not a state in the United States. Do you know the difference? So the United States coexisted in the kingdom of Jerusalem. It's literally called New Jersey. That's New Jerusalem. My grandmother, Elizabeth, New Jersey, look it up. I'm telling you. Charlotte, Carlos. Feminine version. Very French, by the way. Not us, but you know. The name, Carlos, Carlo, Otto. That's us, Adam. That comes from the Bible. No one should have a name that rhyme like that unless they got one. King James English. So, King James English with a Bible full of Israelites. In a land full of Mohammedans with a Quran full of Israelites. The north side was Jerusalem. Trenton, 3 kings. Jerusalem. Mercer County, Mercury, Michael, Jesus. White people did that? Because they're Christians? Why are you honoring Jesus but not your own damn ancestors? Where them towns at? Stop fucking playing with me. So we have towns dedicated to our ancestors. Jamestown, Elizabeth. That's my family tree. With dominant genes. Do the science. Wouldn't make a fucking difference. I'm still direct no matter what they think. So they couldn't outthink my bloodline. Like, how the fuck are you gonna tell me about my grandfather? We're not a subject in a fucking Jewish curriculum book. You notice how I was always Jewish. And you're in Jerusalem with the Jews. All your problems are Jewish. And you're in the land of Jews. One more time. We are the Jews. That's just another placeholder for a very specific set of Afro-Asiatics that practice and do things. Business. Everybody ain't in that. But we are. Banks. Us. Not Jewish. The people they stole and robbed. So your Jewish people are pretending to be me. Your Jewish people cannot be copper-colored, woolly-haired people and look like you. If you've been here with me and don't look like me. They saying they are part of me, and you said you've always known me, but both of you are together on my land. I'm Indian. The Indians in America were the Jews of the Bible. We didn't call ourselves Indians. We're civilized. And we have King James English. We. Not all of them. But the we that have that, because it's ours, that's who you stole it from. But the we you stole it from is Indian. I know. You gotta spin this shit. Because there's Indians over there, Indians over there, Indians over there. There's Israelites over there, Israelites over there, Israelites over there. There's Hebrews all through the Gulf. There's Moors all over there who want to be Christian, crypto, and everything else. They just doing business. And then no matter what, at the end of the fucking day, by the time you get to American Revolution, the honcho in charge on Montezuma, an Indian. He a black Indian too, ain't he? That's crazy. Montezuma, Mount Zion, because you fucking imagine his Bible. Now, that guy, this is after Mama Inga and Carlos V. So he's a product of that family tree. Okay, he would have to be, because that's where they were. So Carlos V, Judah, Mama Inga, Angel, Inga, that's nigga. Montezuma, mixed, Moorish. And as time goes on, Israel, hi. Nothing changed. So we look exactly the fucking same. Can you fucking imagine that? Being the only fucking people here fucking. You ever been to Japan or China? We have. Been to Europe? We have. Been to Arabia? We have. You been to Russia? We have. You been to Hawaii? We have. You been to Alaska? We have. You been to Jerusalem? We have. You been to Antarctica? We have. Because we're an empire. We're not fixed in one location. Why would we be? Have these motherfuckers been? After stealing everything? All right then. We didn't do that by taking. We did that by building it. You know the story. Now put it together. Who built America? The American Indians. Who are the American Indians? The Negroes. Who are the Negroes? We call them African Americans or black people because we're disrespectful as fuck. We'd rather call them a crayon than what they really are. We should be nothing short of American. If anything, American-African. American should be first, since that's what our bloodline is. I hate that the default American means it's not us. Everybody else immigrated. I could have sworn that was your story. If you're not Indian. We are. Since we're subservient to the system that occupied Indians. And we follow in that rank. Whites cannot get more benefits if they were also slaves. But they did. So we must be something else. To me, there's a stranger in our house who forgot who we are. Forgot who we were during the Civil War, forgot who we were during slavery, forgot who we were during King James time, and forgot who we were in Tartaria. Like, y'all motherfucking short-term memory is killing me here. Why don't you have history of us? But you have everything else. Y'all all can't be lying. Y'all can't all be just like figuring this out. Y'all didn't all get amnesia, boy. Unless that's just what they do with kids. Brainwashing, orphanages, religions. Maybe they beat it out of you more than they beat it out of us. They gotta threaten both sides of that. You think no white girls out there didn't love them some Indians? You crazy as shit. Look at them today. So no one got away with the narrative? Or they all died and forgotten their kids just got better and said, hey, at least we're white in America. I don't know the story. Y'all gotta tell us that story. Starting with you moving to Jerusalem and didn't know that the Jews in the Bible were copper colored, but you believe in Jesus because of Christians. Do the science. Like, tell me where y'all got that wrong. I'm talking about the high IQ university people. How do you read that book about Jesus? And then the names and maps of the territories that you know were kingdoms and not cities ran by Romans. Like, once you understand everything, and I know y'all do, I seen how y'all program video games to win. So now program this video game again. Jesus is copper colored Judean. That means Afro-Asiatic. Are your friends that you call Jewish people either one of those things? Cool. Then how come you don't question their backstory? All right, now before you question theirs, you gotta remove the speck out of your own eye. If they're not who they say they are, who are you? In a kingdom of Jews. Can you fucking imagine? We're not a state of Jews. We're not a Jew town, San Francisco. No, we're a kingdom of Jews. This is a Jew kingdom. This not like the other things. This is not a synagogue. This is not a church. This is not like a small little cool kickback place that we borrow from somebody. Or, we were in captivity and the captor said, hey, you can move over there. No. Nah, the whole thing is. I think God's the only one that can cash that check. Since none of their fucking stories got Imperial Majestic. That's weird. How the fuck none of your stories talk about the Imperial Majestics and their stories and their cars and their glory and the battles they won? How come you don't even mention that? How come none of your history has City Muhammad in it? That's fucking weird for you being City Muhammad's territory, but Netflix ain't got that story yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, that should be Common Core shit. But the fact that they don't know about it is scary to me. Because, like, what did your grandfather say working for City Muhammad and them? Huh? Y'all didn't know no Arabics or Muslims. That's a weird fucking story. You're in America the whole time? And your plantation profits go to him? That must have not been your plantations then. We already know that story. But still, so you minding our business and our business. So you inherited it, and then you didn't go back and go, hey, we should tell a story about City Muhammad. That ain't weird. Your land has an Imperial Majestic. That ain't weird. George Washington know the nigga. That ain't weird. So if he know him, or he know he exists because he's writing him. Did he meet him? That'd be a cool fucking movie. How George Washington betrayed the King of England and did a backdoor deal with the Emperor City Muhammad. You don't think that would be a good, nice little Stars TV show? We have Moors in it and stuff. Maybe you can hire some African Americans to act funnily. You know what I'm talking about? Nah, that's not a cool story. How you hypothecated a kingdom and not a river battle. How y'all did that for the Roman Catholic Church, the den of pedophiles. Like, that's your team. That's your boy. You got a Christian Bible? That's your boy. Your boy sent you over here. The boy that touches little boys sent you over here. And that's what you did. You took over a kingdom of Jews, the descendants of Jesus. You subjugated the descendants of Jesus for pedophiles. Is that correct? Made the record reflect this, because that's what we're doing now. We're dealing with now with the Jewish people in Epstein, I thought. Right? That's where we are now, right? We're at the Epstein list part of this story, where people who are being funded secretly by pedophiles have subjugated everybody else to mRNA, because that was part of the Epstein's things too, right? Did you know that? Probably not. I know. Tuskegee experiments gone wrong. Same story part 2 is military operation part 3. So military is occupying my land. It's not my military. Now I have friends and citizens and people that I get to know who we have coexisted with while in occupation. And I know them to be in that military, but that is not my military because I'm Indian. If I'm an Indian with a citizen benefits and I take the Dred Scott package, I can join said military, but it will never be my military. I'm under military occupation. I'm not United States. The United States is in America. I'm American. They indentured servant. We're indentured servants. We're indented to the United States. Y'all don't find that to be evil? Modern day slavery? Weird. That's weird. Y'all sent a lot of money to Israel and Ukraine to avoid some shit. But you got a whole bunch of indentured servants here. I am not black, bitch. I know what an adjective is. I'm not African. I know what a continent is. And I know where I was born, in New Jerusalem, as a Jew. That happens to be in America too. Can you fucking imagine? A New Jerusalem in the continent of America. A place that they didn't know about and didn't have no people. Oh, so it's just us. Just like the Bible said it was. He said frozen. They ran the orphan trains for 100 years. I know they did. redacted, 3 threes. This one now says, yep, orphans will adopt anyone's identity just to be somebody. Especially the ones in orphanages that they'll put rocks in their pockets just to say they got something. Brainwashed. That is the sad story about it. They went under shock. What was that called? Shock therapy? They indoctrinated them as kids heavily. That's why there's so much hate. Because they abuse them, and then they go out in communities and they abuse us. They're transferring pain. They bred narcissists. Let's read Hebrews. New Testament. New. I think it's NKJV. That's interesting. This is faith of Moses. Check this shit out. I'm gonna start in Hebrew, so this shit feel like I should read the whole thing, but I'm not. I'm gonna start with Hebrews 10 to catch this indention they did. Hebrews 10:26. For if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins. So check that out. It's all the believers and Christians and all the narratives you'll hear about it. Take them to Hebrews 10. For if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, so sin is false. Sin is the opposite of truth. So once you correct it, if you keep doing what's incorrect going forward, no longer remains a sacrifice for sins. So that whole talking about Jesus' sacrifice for your sins is kind of a moot point if you're not doing anything better and you're not pursuing the truth or getting understanding. Not the understanding of just this Bible, but the understanding of life itself. If you're under occupation, you probably should look for certain things. You have a fucking problem, because that's a condition of being in a state of sin, since being occupied is not your truth. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I know it's collaborative, but a certain fearful expectation of judgment and fiery indignation will devour the adversaries. Anyone who has rejected Moses' law dies without mercy on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. So they're talking about their civilization or their time at this time. And obviously this is fresh out of captivity, because it's after Jesus, right? This is Hebrews, New Testament, or around that time period, recent. Of how much worse punishment do you suppose will he be thought worthy who has trampled the Son of God underfoot, counted the blood of the covenant by which he was sanctified a common thing, and insulted the Spirit of grace? For we know him who said, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, I says the Lord." And again, the Lord will judge his people. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Now you gotta understand who Genghis Khan is. But recall the former days in which, after you were illuminated. That's a strong word, man. Illuminated. Illumination. Like literally, we're the people that came up with that idea. Hence, it means what you think it means. You endured a great struggle with sufferings. Any awakening does. Partly why you were made a spectacle, both, check this out, I know many relate, by reproaches and tribulations. So if you're going through an illumination, or if you're going through awakening, or if the veil is lifting, as of Hebrews, at least 500 plus years ago, you have the concept that after you were illuminated, you endured a great struggle with suffering. Partly why you were made a spectacle, both by reproaches and tribulations for other people to see, and partly why you became companions of those who were so treated the same. For you had compassion on me in my chains, and joyfully accepted the plundering of your goods, knowing that you have a better and enduring possession for yourselves in heaven. I'm talking about the sacrifice. Like, you'd rather be illuminated and understand than not, since heaven's inside, right? Therefore, do not cast away your confidence. So, after all the afflictions have and dark nights of the souls and everything going weird, don't lose your confidence, which has great reward. Keep going. If you're going through hell, keep going. For you have need of endurance to keep going, so that after you have done the will of God, which they're telling you is that your awakening or enlightenment or illumination is scheduled, you may receive the promise. And this is the indention I wanted to see. Here's the promise, if you endure after your awakening. For yet a little while, and he is coming, will come to and will not tarry. Now the just shall live by faith, but if anyone draws back, my soul has no pleasure in him. So, like, so we're not talking about moralities and behaviors if they're being very specific about spirituality, soul, and illumination. So it's a different tier of awareness. That's why you can't compare some of these principles with modern day anything. We did not create this system. We're in a different system. This system is on top of it. So we're trying to use the things we learned from this environment and apply it to this, and it's not quite the same. This happened after that. Nothing in this is that. But because it's borrowing, you can kind of say, okay, maybe I understand what it's like after captivity. But we are not of those who draw back to perdition, but those who believe to the saving of the soul. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good testimony. The elders, talking about their ancestors, those that came before them. But don't forget, elder is a very interesting word with the L right in the middle of it. These are the people of the children of El. Talking about their elders, understand everything. By faith we understand that the worlds, plural, were framed by the word of God. So they were illuminated. They have a certain attitude or alignment, and they're aware of worlds or dimensions. By faith, meaning something you can't see, but you know it's there. Worlds. He's talking about them right after that. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. And then the next paragraph is worlds. So they're not talking about just manifesting solutions to things or better outcomes, but we're playing with that magic under the filter of captivity. We wouldn't use this science or that magic for none of those things because we shouldn't have none of those obstacles. They're all artificial. So this originally cannot be speaking to just that. It's always speaking to a higher dimension, at the least, since this book came from royals. Like, royals found it wise to keep this around the way that it is. Thank God we're descendants, right? For it, faith, elders obtained a good testimony. So that means because of faith, our elders wrote these other books. You know, the Old Testament. It's about faith. It's even about faith before Jesus. That's why I have a Septuagint, because all of that is about faith and asking God for help. Way before they had an intercessor or any of those ideas or concepts you hear about church today. I don't know what church be talking about. Like, people been praying to God directly. They never had a problem with church or church about this, blah, 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 blah. No, they had a problem with bullshit-ass niggas in authoritarian positions of their society, not living up to the hype, bullshitting around, setting them up. Nothing has changed, it seems. By faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which are visible. That's metaphysics. That's metaphysics in the Bible, bro. One more time. On Neville Goddard, if you're familiar. By faith we understand that the worlds, plural, were framed by the word of God. Capital G too, so they let you know. So that the things which are seen with your eyes were not made of things which are visible. Metaphysics. All glory be to God. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. By faith, which is imagination. By our faith, by us imagining, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. We have good testimony of this. All those Proverbs, part 3. Fear not. When you pray for the thing, pray as if you already received it. Faith. Faith isn't in hoping it gets better. Faith is in knowing it did. Because you're confessing it at a higher dimension. World you can't see. Thought space, idea, ether, astral, whatever you want to call it. All of those other worlds. The I am is sending it to God's space, right? The heaven that's inside. Hence enlightenment, your imagination. Pineal gland. Jacob wrestled with Quetzalcoatl on Mount Peniel. All right now, wake up. The people who gave you all of those is in the Bible already. Because we're the people who gave you all that. We're the people writing the Bible already. But we have a very particular source and a bloodline of people. That don't mean we're the only ones practicing something similar. After all, we were teachers who kept fucking up. By faith, Abel offered to God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, through which he obtained witness that he was righteous. God testifying of his gifts, and through it, being dead, still speaks. Wow. God testifying of his gifts, and through it, he, being dead, still speaks. That's in the book of Enoch, actually. That Cain's spirit, or whatever it is, for his creation, because I'm sure he's different than us. Abel's spirit was, I think Enoch ran into Abel, so an angel that told him that was Abel in this other world, not this one. Very interesting, right? By faith, Enoch, right? The next damn, of course. By faith, Enoch was taken away so that he did not see death and was not found because God had taken him. So Enoch did not die down here. And I think that's when white people start spinning up the lore of Metatron. One of the scribes, hence Enoch. But I don't know if the lore of Metatron is correct. But whatever, if you're into that thing. By faith, Enoch was taken away so that he did not see death and was not found because God had taken him. So that means he took him physically. So God removed a player from this map of many worlds, physically removed. For before he was taken, he had this testimony that he pleased God. So this is without any concept of Christianity, churches, or anything like that. This is the book of Enoch. This is like Noah flood time, giants and hybrids and men of renown. Like one of those guys were taken up. Keep that in mind. It'll be a different degree of genetics. But without faith, it is impossible to please him. Wow. So doing things is not what's making God happy, if you will, in a Christian sense. Being a certain person, morality within a society that hypothecated real niggas, and you're ignoring that the real niggas you're trying to be like are in the book while you're squatting in their grandmother's house. Like, once we get past all that mess, it can't mean any of those things, because none of those things were here. But what it does mean is that without seeking God and imagining, because you know this is an unseen practice, you literally cannot see it with your eyes. So what you would have to do to access those dimensions, if you know, you close your eyes. So that's why when they're praying and they're closing their eyes, they're accessing what? Higher dimensions. So by faith, so by seeking, you're seeking through your imagination, you're seeking, literally meditation, guys. Like, I don't know. Someone else changed the language model and try to do it without following these rules, I think. But whatever, that's immaterial. Without it though, without faith, without knowing, like imagining the best outcome and accepting it for it is because God can do it. So without provoking situations in which God needs to see you through it, are you really locked in? If you ain't spending your time moving mountains, then what are you doing with such a covenant and contract? So then you understand precisely of mind your business. Because these writers are not expecting everybody to live their life like that. After all, they're not writing to everybody. They're talking to very specific people, the descendants of Jesus, after everything they just went through on Khan Genghis and the Ottoman Empire. You need to get your magic back. You need to get back in realignment with what your elder said. What did your elder say? What did your laws of Moses say? Who's he talking to if he's talking about laws of Moses? Israelites. So he's talking to Israelites. And this book makes it clear. And the only thing that matters about that, no religion, no Christianity, is the fact that they're saying, what does your grandmother say? What did your granddad say? And y'all still playing with God, huh? Because at this point, this writer is not talking about a belief system or dogma. He knows they're not using their imagination. Thus, he would not be invoking this in writing to them, or about them, or for them after a certain date. This is obviously after the 1400s, 1300s. So, recent-ish. Out of captivity over there. Yeah, same story again. And he's reminding them of their ancestors. So this man is talking and teaching, and someone's writing it down. By faith, Noah, being divinely warned of things not seen yet. So using time space, seeing the future, right? We can do that too, remote viewers. Moved with godly fear, meaning he took that imagination or that dream or that vision serious. He's like, nah, that shit gonna happen. It's real, bro. I'm getting ready. Prepared an ark for the saving of his household, his bloodline, by which he condemned the world and became heir of righteousness, which is according to faith. So Noah became the heir of righteousness. The heir, like royal, because he's righteous. By faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out of the place which he would receive an inheritance. He would receive an inheritance. He would go out of the place which he would receive as an inheritance. So if he would have stayed, it was his, but he was asked to leave. So by faith. And he went out not knowing where to go. So check this shit out. Abraham won't even poor. He's a Chaldean. He would have inherited Chaldea. So that means he's at the bloodline level of this. And we already know that through Noah and everything else. But I'm just saying, like, if you stack it, that Abraham is the progenitor of Jacob, who's Israelites, right? So that means Israel also is the inheritor of where? Chaldea. Now you understand all the stars and the math and the astrotheosophy sun book. You understand it now? Abraham's the inheritor of Chaldea. God told him to leave. That's why he's walking next to Egypt. Chaldea and Egypt are, Egypt the nation, I guess, where the Pharaoh is, and Chaldea being a different demonstration, not having to follow it. And they're giants, don't miss it. The inheritor of Chaldea, where all the cool technology and math references to astrology and all that shit is. Like, that's his. By faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out of the place which he received as inheritance. He left Chaldea. All right, just keep that in mind. Inheritance means it's in your bloodline. And he went out not knowing where he was going, and by faith he dwelt in the land of promise as in a foreign country. So he went to a foreign country, something he had no inheritance in, nothing he had claim to. And dwelling in tents, on some Native American shit, right? We got teepees and tents, don't we? That's in the Bible and the New Testament, tents. Those people over there talking about Council of Nicaea and stuff, and Romans and Greek castles, they had tents. I thought the nomadic people over Tartaria, Mongolia today still do tents. I could have sworn everyone that came over here said they met a whole bunch of people that seemed like Tartarians because they got tents with giants and battles written on them, like constellations. I have the pictures. Yeah. Tell them to cut it the fuck out. If they can only fucking read, right? Dwelling in tents with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he waited for the city which has foundations, meaning it's built up physically, whose builder and maker is God. This is a super city. If they're saying that Elohim built it. but it's being occupied by different giants, right? Abraham's after Noah. Woo! By faith, Sarah herself also received strength to conceive a seed, and she bore a child when she was past the age. So, like after menopausal adjustment for giants that live to 900 years old. Because she judged him faithful who had promised. Remember, the person that promised, she was listening to on the other side of her tent, eavesdropping, and he was telepathic. One of three sons of God, by the way. A son of God will be a God too, in case you're confused. Therefore, from one man, and him as good as dead, so, because how old he was, were born as many as the stars of the sky in a multitude, innumerable as the sand which is by the seashore. Meaning, God took these washed up giants and they still had a kid who would end up being the progenitor of so many nations and tribes, just like he promised them. So they're giving you example of that. God, faith, metaphysics, and all these things is not to just A, B, C, it's done. No, it's showing you that this power allows what everyone else would be considering impossible, which is why the grace and the praise goes to God, because of the nature of what it is. The nature of it is impossible. So like, for you to take credit for, you know what I'm saying? Like, for you to take credit for certain things that would be impossible, following steps, you can't get no one else to follow the same steps and do it. You know what I'm saying? So they're reminding them to humble themselves, but also some people can't, right? They can't they don't believe because they believe everything is the narrative. They believe their stories, they believe their schools, they believe the TV. So to pull them out of that matrix and then give them this metaphysics and go, but wait, there's more. They didn't just brainwash regular people who were regular people the whole time of the regular people's story. Why would you do all of that? You don't do all of that above average going to debt 40 trillion for average people, bro. They got to cut it the fuck out in their narrative. But, right? So they're completely insolvent and bankrupt because of some African slaves and some Indians that don't seem to exist nowhere ever. Weird. But yeah, the copper ones, don't fucking play with me. So yeah, I understand everything. So now, the advantage that you have if you understand any of these things and it starts working for you is that it's really us that change the impossible settings based on what we're praying for. So like, that's the strength of your faith though. Like, you can have faith that local things are gonna be all right, and then you can have faith that you pray and other things are gonna be all right with other people. So when you pray for them, you're not praying that it could get better. You're imagining the best case scenario and the good rapport return to you in the prayer and asking God to make it so mote it be, as if it were. And then you get the correspondence back because you let it go so easily for someone else. And you're like, yeah, of course it'll work out. I prayed about it. Right? Once your faith gets there, when it's just like nothing but that. That's what Jesus was talking about. Jesus was like, it's one thing for me to believe, but I never met your daughter. But do you believe? Because I already see her healed. How about that? Do you believe that when you go back? Because he had to see it because he's giving him the thing to believe. He already imagined it as the man was talking to him. He's like, hey, do you believe it to be so if A, B, and C happen that your daughter would be swell? Yeah, I do. Faith initiated. Now go and sin no more. They must have known that sin means to have the game fucked up, to be thinking about everything that you're wrong and worried about. He didn't say, like, clean your act up. Because it's not insinuating she got sick because her dad's a sinner. It's insinuating that his sin is believing that you have to do all this extra shit to heal a sick girl. And we know that to be true because his faith alone got her better. So what is the sin in that equation? Believing that you needed something else when the power's inside of you already. Do you believe you can heal your daughter? All right then. Just say you wanted to see me next time, groupie. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off were assured of them. So they're saying that they're the seeds for bigger gardens. Like, Abraham didn't get to see all his grandkids. He didn't get the chance to see us today. They told Jesus, you ain't old enough to know Abraham. Imagine. Sarah didn't get to live that long afterwards. Noah didn't either, apparently. So these all died in faith. Not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, were assured of them, like remote viewing, seeing the future, intonation, or some type of deja vu type of thing, right? A vision. They embraced those visions. They embraced them and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. Run this shit back. The descendants of Abel, Cain, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Sarah, these all died in faith. Giant descendants. Not having received the promises, meaning the thing that they saw, they died before it manifested, but having seen them afar, were assured of them and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. For those who say such things declare plainly that they seek a homeland. And truly, if they had called to mind that country, and this is in italics for some reason, from which they had come out of, yeah, they changed the route. They didn't come from a different country. They came from a different world. Hence, right before us, many worlds. Tell them to stop fucking playing around. Italicize their estimate of what that word means. Tell them to cut it the fuck out. They did this Bible and still don't want you to know, with aliens and strangers on the earth, that they come from a different world, which is the craziest thing that we're reading about giants. Anyway, and truly, if they had called to mind that world from which they had come out, they would have had the opportunity to return. But now they desire a better, that is a heavenly country, heavenly world, on earth as it is in heaven. Therefore, God is not ashamed to be called their God, for he has prepared a city for them. So there's a city for them here, and he gave it to Abraham, clear. By faith, Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Isaac, and who had received the promises offered up his only begotten son. So Abraham is about to sacrifice his only begotten son. And they said that the only magic about Jesus is that God gave up his only begotten son. That's crazy, because Abraham was about to do it, wasn't he? He was asked to sacrifice his only son. Remember, this is the Abraham that didn't think he can have kids. So he was afraid that he wouldn't have his own kid to leave an inheritance to, because he left his hometown, right? Some prodigal son without prodigy, I guess. So he has one kid, but he actually has another one. And that's how you know it. Begotten doesn't mean only child. Now, does it? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Begotten is not what they think it means. For you are my brothers and sisters. Abraham and Hagar, that's his firstborn boy. Isaac, his second. His only begotten son is Isaac, though, the second one. You think these people who write these books and do metaphysics are retarded? Apparently, someone's gotten this understanding wrong. But let's see if we can deduce what begotten means in context to another reference to it. By faith, Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Isaac, and he who had received the promises offered up his only begotten son, of whom it was said, in Isaac your seed shall be called. So God is telling him in this son, and not Ishmael, concluding that God was able to raise him up, even from the dead, from which he also received him in a figurative sense. He said God would have brought Isaac back from the dead for Abraham. This is in the New Testament. They ain't finished reading the gospel, did they? No. I have a feeling these motherfuckers never read it a day in their life. They're just quoting niggas that said some shit. By faith, Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning the things that were to come. By faith, Jacob, when he was dying, blessed each of the sons of Joseph and worshipped, leaning on the top of his staff. By faith, Joseph, when he was dying, made mention of the departure of the children of Israel and gave instructions concerning his bones. By faith, Moses, when he was born, was hidden 3 months by his parents, because they saw he was a beautiful child, and they were not afraid of the king's command. They didn't sacrifice him. By faith, Moses, when he became of age, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. Pharaohs are Egyptians, right? So, in the Bible, because we're talking about Egypt, which is ancient Egypt is America. So somewhere around here, Moses was raised, adopted by Pharaoh's daughter, making him who? Pharaoh's grandson. So by faith, Moses had to leave being the next up as Pharaoh of Egypt in order to free who? Israel. You see how Egyptian doesn't mean anything if everyone in your story is Egyptian because they're in Egypt? There's like factions in Egypt. Can you fucking imagine? Like there's factions in the United States of America. So out of the factions, imagine today if you were. United States of America in ancient Egypt is called Egypt. And then your pharaoh of the Egypt today is Donald Trump. And then I show up as a representative of 13% of the population telling the United States government that it's time again, yet again, and again, and again, 1680 and all this shit. Hebrews 11:22 of all things. Imagine this. Angel numbers. Let my people go. Who would I be talking about? Would I be freeing the Egyptians? I'm sorry. Would I be freeing the United States citizens? The recent people that showed up? Or when I say God told me to tell you to let my people go, I'm talking about the people I'm related to. And then I'm related to a lot of people, so we can keep it cute. But who do God be talking to usually? Oh, he be talking to the Jews. So if we can understand that that's exactly what's going on in real life, then when you go back in time and read the same book that my ancestors wrote, and I'm saying the same thing in real life because that's what time it is in real life. Now, when I go back, you'll see it. Be like, by faith, Moses, when he was born, was hidden 3 months by his parents. So it's the faith of his parents. Because they saw he was a beautiful child, and they were not afraid of the king's command. So Pharaoh got downgraded to a king in this understanding. Because he's not the real king of kings. But even in that kingdom, Moses would have been the next up. Because the daughter of Pharaoh raised him since he was a baby, since Moses' mother worked for her. Hustling. You can never. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the passing pleasures of sin. So the passing pleasures of Moses' sin would be to stay behind, become the next Pharaoh king, because once his granddaddy got old, and then he would have had all the things and everything else, but he still would have been in sin. Even if he was a good boy, he would have been in sin because he would still be there in front of all his family members and relatives, Israel, and they would still be in captivity. That's the sin because God's command was, let my people go. Duck, duck, goose, Moses, you're up. Messiah. Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt. Check this out. This is Moses he's talking about. And he mentioned Christ and Moses at the same time. Don't miss it, because he didn't say Jesus. So you understand there's multiple Christs. And they're like, no, there isn't. Nah, they tell you that Solomon's a Christ. Stop fucking lying on our damn book and read it. Stop acting like Jesus had a last name, Christ. Bitch, I'm a Smith. So Christ is capitalized for a reason. All right, run this shit back. So Moses started wise, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the passing pleasures of sin, staying where he was, esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt. That the price of awakening an Egyptian pharaoh, going through enlightenment, tapped in with the Most High, he esteemed that that connection with that illumination is a whole chapter about being illuminated in faith and imagination. Don't miss the context. That's why we can't Let's go to Hebrews 12 real quick, and then we're gonna go to Moses. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. And try reading it first. That the reproach of Christ's greater riches than the treasure in Egypt. That seeking God and actually making that connection is worth more than silver and gold. Can you fucking imagine, as a metaphysician, that can manifest the impossible, that you wouldn't need fucking money? Oh, okay. All right. We talking about Chaldea, the inheritor. He was rich already, and he had to leave and start over again. Got rich again. Can you imagine? But he didn't want riches. He wanted kids. And God gave him the most kids. I'm Otto the 21st. It must be based on a true story. By faith, he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him, capital H, who is invisible. By faith, he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of the blood, lest he who destroyed the firstborn should touch them. And that's what's crazy. 2015, a little bit later, someone put the blood in front of my door. My little satanic devil worshiper, rock and roll friend next door. Don't know why he did it for his pagan practices, but it was very symbolic to me, boy. By faith, they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land. So the water split and they sandbarred across, or at the bottom even. Whereas the Egyptians, attempting to do so, were drowned. Mm-hmm. These are the people he was about to be king of, by the way. Don't miss it. By faith, the walls of Jericho fell down after they were encircled for 7 days. By faith, the harlot Rahab did not perish with those who did not believe, when she had received the spies with peace. So there's a hoe out there. Hoe who ain't a housewife, you know hoes don't act right. But even with her faith, she helped people, and I guess in this battle, and she didn't have to. She could have sold them out. And what more shall I say? Damn, Jay-Z. What more can I say? And what more shall I say? For the time would fail me to tell of Gideon and Barak, like Obama, and Samson and Jephthah, and also of David and Samuel, and the prophets. Notice how like they all mentioned together like a Tribe Called Quest? You wanna know why? Because he just told you generation by generation by generation, the elders who dealt with God in the proof of their faith, and these are the examples. That is all a lineage. So it cannot be by converting to Jesus Christ and believing in on him. This writer it sounds like that because someone hypothecated the meaning. Nah, what it really is when he's talking about, he talking to Israel, say, hey, yo, let me tell you about most of our grandfathers. That's how we got here to write and read this shit. Yeah, so you don't forget Granddad Moses and what he had to go through. Don't forget what fucking, remember the hoe, you know what I'm talking about? She cool. That's old girl grandmother. Her, you remember her? She did what she got to do, and that's how we got through that other giant walled city, Jericho of giants. That's how we got in. Like, and what more can I say? Let's name some of the niggas you familiar with. Gideon, come on now. Barak, Samson, David, Samuel, and all the prophets. All of us, nigga. Not some of them. All of us, Craig. The whole world. We're the international security force of the world, Craig. That's what he's saying. Who through faith subdued kingdoms. So now you understand that the whole Jewish and the colonizer concept is kind of like trying to cosplay that with paperwork. So who through faith, the whole point of Hebrews 11, subdued kingdoms, worked righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, became valiant in battle, turned to fight armies of the aliens. Women received their dead Raised to life again. Plural. Reincarnation, Phoenicians, Phoenix people, Cherokees, right? Turn to flight. I need y'all to see that for yourself. I need you to see it for yourself. And stop believing what religion says and just read the book of my ancestors. Out of weakness, Elisha and them, my fate, my help comes from over the hills. Like he's making reference to the prophets. Quench violence of fire, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Escape the edge of the sword. Damn, everyone who was damn near betrayed. Out of weakness were made strong. Became valiant in battle, meaning they weren't valiant before. There's no chance in Hades they thought they could win, but by faith they imagined a victory. They turned to flight. That's the sky, nigga. The armies of the aliens. So they turned to flight and aliens in the same fucking story, dude. And if you think that's ridiculous, the dead was raised to life. So you imagine the same people writing about all the historical figures of the language you're speaking, and this same language and the same people, and hi, I'm one of their grandsons. They got raising the dead from life again, like women plurally, like it wasn't just one of them. But that's not to diminish Genghis at all. They're just saying no duh, nigga, because he's in this family, by the way. In case you forgot. Like, but anyway, I don't want to skip the people who were leaving captivity and had some fucking problems, the prophets. Eventually they get to a point where they're like, fuck it, I'll imagine some cool shit, and then my help come from over the hills, activate, and then boom, turn to flight, the armies of the aliens. I know. It's making the foreigners run away. But these niggas are fighting giants. Don't forget that. They made them fly away. Aliens, they turned them to flight. They turned to flight the armies of the aliens. So the armies of the aliens turned to flight. They didn't say run. They said flight. These people made this language. They know the difference between flying away, Lenny Kravitz, and they know the difference between horses and everything else. They talk about it now. But the armies of aliens that invaded us flew here. Ain't that what the fuck all the goddamn books about the American Indians say, bitch? That our enemies, we're not fighting against flesh and blood humans. We are fighting principalities and spirits in high places. He like, nah, young man, chill. I ain't worrying about them niggas over there. Our problem is up there. Hebrews 11:34. This is important for a reason. Because I'm building up to my favorite one. But I just want to make sure when you read this shit, you give yourself some leading distance so you understand the context of what's going on. Who's talking, who they're talking to, and what they're talking about. And around what time period is it? Cool. Others who were tortured, not accepting deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection. A better resurrection. They were tortured and didn't accept deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection. So they feel like they took a harder way out so that when they come back, they'd have a better life. You know, like reincarnation rules in the Bible? Others were tortured, not accepting deliverance, meaning they did not accept the idea of escaping their fire. They said, fuck it, I'll go down with the ship. That they might obtain a better resurrection. Is that not the rules of reincarnation and everybody else New Age belief? In King James English, referencing a Bible of Hebrews? You gonna tell me Hebrews are not Afro-Asiatics? We getting very specific in this motherfucker, aren't we? So this is the book of Hebrews. These are the books of Semites. This is the book of Afro-Asiatics. This is the book of American Indians. Okay. Still others had trial of mockings and scourgings, yes, and of chains and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were sawn into two, were tempted, and were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, and tormented. And that's one of the kings. Was that the one that had? Was that Nebuchadnezzar that did that? I think that's a referral to Nebuchadnezzar, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and mountains, in dens and caves of the earth. And all of these, those who took the left-hand path, the more extreme path, have obtained a good testimony through faith, and did not receive the promise, God having provided something better for us, that they should not be made perfect apart from us. Wow. Let me make sure they didn't do that shit for nothing. Stay woke. And all of these, the tortured, the trials, the mocked, the slain, the destitute, the afflicted, the tormented, the wanderers, and all of these, having obtained a good testimony through faith, meaning they believed, they knew, did not receive the promise, aka did not manifest the outcome they hoped for. God having provided something better for us, those who take the other path, the bloodline, that they should not be made perfect apart from us. Therefore, we also, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which is so easily that ensnares us, and let us run with endurance the race that is set before us, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. They italicized that because of who's alive, the Hebrews. For Jesus, Jangus, is the author and finisher of our faith. What that means is their faith reference is the testimony of other people in their bloodline, in their book, in their tribes. The writer is saying, we got a better example now since we've seen it for ourselves. The author and finisher of our faith, as of this writing, for the joy that was set before him, endured the cross, despising the shame, and he sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. For consider him who endured such hostility from sinners against himself. And he only talking to Jews. Lest you become weary and discouraged in your souls. You have not resisted to bloodshed, striving against sin. And you have forgotten the exhortation which speaks to you as to sons. It's saying, look, you're not even up to code yet. So imagine if, my son, do not despite the chastening of the Lord, nor be discouraged when you are rebuked by him. For whom the Lord loves, he chastens, and scourges every son whom he receives. And he's saying, is it not written? Because he's making a reference in quotes. Like, y'all not familiar with this? So he's talking to people, obviously, who just lost some shit. And they're bickering because he's giving them the science and he's reminding them where they come from. Like, yeah, you're dealing with some other shit, but you can end up like these people and do all this long suffering, or remember this. How about you just do what God told us to do? I would have added, and shut the fuck up. We'll keep reading. If you endure chastening, hard times, correction, going a new direction, through the desert, through the forest, through the caves, God deals with you as with sons, personally. For what son is there whom a father does not chasten? But if you are without chastening, of which all have become partakers, he's like, all of you unruly niggas, then you are illegitimate and not sons. So he's talking in a soliloquy, kind of. You don't stop yourself from being Hebrew or an Israelite, but you're saying is you do not have that direct personal correspondence with a higher God, a higher dimension, a higher awareness, a higher imagination, a higher faith, because you're intentionally going the wrong way. So if a chastening saying, hey, corrective measure, go that way. If you're told to go that way and you're going this way, And he's talking to people who are going this way or trying to, and he's saying, he's being polite about their audacity. You can tell in how he set this up. He's going after their audacity. But if you endure this, if you listen to me and we get back on our accord, right? If we get back in alignment, but if you are without it, of which all have become partakers, then you are illegitimate and not sons. So your name, your last name, and who your granddaddy is ain't enough, since I'm talking to people who are descendants of all of that. Furthermore, we have had human fathers who corrected us. Isn't that very specific? If you're not tapped in, illuminated, back with God, our Father thou art in heaven, and you've been bullshitting, because he's talking to the people in which bullshitting fucks them up the most. It says, thou shalt not covet. Don't worry about other people and their wrongdoings, for karma will catch up with them when it happens. You don't need to worry about that. Mind your business. What did God tell you? Like, this whole book is that. What did God tell you? What did God tell you? What did God... Wake up. For people who already know, and these people already know Genghis. Like, you know the story. You know he didn't like that shit. You know he didn't want to go through that, but he did it and he came back. What's your excuse? You ain't do nothing yet. Watch. But he's talking to an age group of people, obviously. He's not correcting the future. We're reading a podcast. Furthermore, we have had human fathers who corrected us, and we paid them respect. Faith is about not looking at your eyes, though, right? Stay woke. Shall we not much more readily be in subjection to the Father of spirits and live? Like, if you don't listen to your human dad, you ain't gonna listen to your spiritual dad? Do you know what you are, Hebrew? Oh yeah, it's setting up nice, ain't it? Oh yeah, they're gonna talk about, oh, that's not what it means. I ain't get there yet, but that's exactly what it means, because this nigga right here writing is setting it up for you. He's setting up the best verse for you. He's setting it up for you. He's telling you, like, look, y'all forgot where y'all come from. Thank God whoever writing Hebrews didn't. He referencing Genghis, so he must have been nearby. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't all John. You know, Prester John. The one that brought the Bible to America. Prodigal son. Oh, Mama Inga, we'll figure it out one day. All right. Furthermore, we have had human fathers who corrected us, and we paid them respect. Shall we not much more readily be in subjection to the Father of spirits and live? Meaning, not when you get to the other side, but here. Like, be subject to spirit and live. For they indeed for a few days chastened us as seemed best to them, but he for our profit, that we may be partakers of his holiness. Now, no chastening seems to be joyful for the present. You know, you ain't got to go through all these trials and tribulations and initiations. You can just chill, eat, drink, being merry, and get money and be who you are by birthright and inheritance, since that's the reference points for these entitled kids, right? He's dealing with people who have entitlements. Yeah. So, now no chastening seems to be joyful for the present moment, but painful, nevertheless. Afterward, it yields the peaceable fruit of righteousness to those who have been trained by it. For those who have been trained by it. He's talking about chastening from a spirit that you can't see with your eyes, and you're being trained by it. Yeah, that's called initiation. If anyone's wondering, Brother Jonathan calls it notifications. I have something very similar. And everybody else will interface with the same other thing, the same way. And we all attribute it to God, or at the very least something higher, until we find a better word model and align ourselves with it. And this book is telling you that's exactly what the fuck to expect. Tortured, delivered, quenched divine. So the people who escaped and the people who didn't escape, 50-50. Success to a positive mental attitude. You can do it too. You understand everything? All right then, stop playing with us. It's already written. There's nothing new under the sun. I guess the sun book, Biblios, they're saying there's nothing new that's not in this book. Holler. Therefore, the strengthen the hands which hangs down and the feeble knees. and make straight paths for your feet, so that his lane may not be dislocated, but rather healed. Like, yeah, keep doing, even if you're weary, keep doing well, nigga. Keep going. We know what the promises are. We know who your daddy is. We know who you're supposed to be. I'm King James' grandson. But still, I'm in a cave in a desert next to mountains. And still, it's fuck all my entitlements. Ew. But still, I already have an inheritance. But still, I'm being trained by it. Ain't that better than the convenience you would have had with the things? Isn't that better than following in with the way the things seem right now with everybody else? If God did not chasten you and make your shit suck so bad, you would have just ended up at this timeline right now, 2025, breaking out of that and looking at it like everyone else. Like, damn. Whereas, left-hand path, severity, the worst already happened to me. I'm Carlton Banks being raised in West Philadelphia with a problem at the playground. Literally. Dwayne Banks, Sonia Banks. Pursue peace with all people and holiness, without which no one will see the Lord. Looking gracefully, lest anyone fall short of the grace of God. Lest any root of bitterness springing up may cause trouble. This is all in your mind, by the way. They're telling you how to do dynamic thought, actually. And by this may become defiled. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person like Esau. Oh, I gotta read about what Esau did for. They be throwing him all kind of. They be talking so much shit about Esau. They talking about he the white man daddy. Yeah, I gotta read about him more one day. That's Isaac or Jacob's brother. For who one more soul of food sold his birthright? Oh, Esau was greedy. Yeah, that's what it was. It's between Jacob and Esau. And I think technically Esau would be the progenitor of the inheritance. And thus God would have used him, the angel and all that shit, to create all these tribes. But that's the thing, all these tribes will still be related to Esau. Because Esau and Jacob are brothers. So genetics, like, yeah, that might not be your daddy, but that's your uncle. But that doesn't matter. Go up a generation. We're back to Isaac and Abraham and everybody. The fuck niggas be talking about? It's a family. So anyway, but because he was greedy, I guess, his brother Jacob playing dirty, obviously, and his mother too. His mother put him up to it, I think. It was like, yo, bro, Dad is about to give you the troop. They travel with all these Egyptians and sheeps and cattle and things, and they expand as such. This is the grandson of Abraham. So that's their business model. He's saying, hey, I want it. And Esau was like, I'm hungry. And he just gave this fat nigga some food. This is what they're referring to. He sold his birthright to his brother. But people like to extract that as a metaphor. Ooh, that is the way that the black man from Africa sold his birthright to the white man Esau, and that's why the slavery. Like, what are y'all talking about? This is a book full of fucking Egyptians and Indians. If y'all don't take your cosplaying, non-reading, academic reader asses on somewhere, I didn't get my ass beat all that time for 12 years for you to use your non-comprehensive ass to apply some dumb shit to it. I was tired of church boy. For you know that afterward, when he wanted to inherit the blessing, he was rejected. So he was an Indian giver. Quite literally. He changed his mind. For he found no place for repentance, though he sought it diligently with tears. Wow. He was really upset about it. He didn't realize what he lost until it was gone. Or Janet Jackson. For you have not come to the mountain that may be touched and that be burned with fire. So now we're talking about something that's not physical. And no blackness and darkness and tempest, and the sound of a trumpet and the voice of words, so that those who heard it begged that the word should not be spoken to them anymore. So you're at a place in our awareness, for they could not endure what was commanded. Oh, they got to a point. So he's saying you're at the, you're at the point of no return. You're at the top of that mountain, proverbial. You got a part in your awakening. For you have not come to the mountain that may be touched and burned with fire, into blackness and darkness and tempest, and the sound of a trumpet and the voice of words, so that those who heard it begged that the word should not be spoken to them any more, for they cannot endure that was commanded. And if so, much as a beast touches the mountain, it shall be stoned or shot with an arrow. And so terrifying was that sight that Moses said, that I am exceedingly afraid and trembling. Point of no return. And they're making it equitable to the mountain of transfiguration, or the mountain that Moses climbed and got his face burnt off. The damn mountain can't burn, but my face can burn. All right, so, but he's comparing it to that, like, but he's comparing it to their Messiah, Moses. Like Moses got to the top of Mount Zion. Israel, Jacob got to the top of Mount Peniel. And all of this is metaphysics, because this is a whole fucking chapter about what? Enlightenment, illumination. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Oh my God, I didn't even read this. What's the next word say? Oh my God. These motherfuckers think they were walking all day. But you have come to Mount Zion. Woo! A mountain you cannot see with your eyes. A whole book about not using your damn eyes and using your faith. Can you fucking imagine if we could read? Into the city of the living God. A spirit, right? But in a man. The heavenly Jerusalem. Aw, shit. Aw, shit. We got a new heavenly Jerusalem in New Jersey, man. They call it a garden state. Like, you know, the garden of Adam and Eve. Into an innumerable company of angels. Let's run this shit back. Moses said when he got to that point, he was exceedingly afraid and trembling. He was shaking. I woke up petrified and frozen after fucking around with some meditation. I think they mean literally. But you come to Mount Zion, into the city of the living God. Oh shit, you lit. The heavenly Jerusalem, on earth as it is in heaven. I know that's right. Into an innumerable company of angels. Can you imagine the code switch in this conversation if we just kept reading? To the General Assembly in Church of the Firstborn. So what street you think that's on? Who are registered in heaven. To God, the judge of all, to the spirits of just men made perfect. You're now in the innumerable company of angels, to the General Assembly and Church of the Firstborn, the General Assembly in Church of the Firstborn. Remember, because all the sacrifices were firstborn sons, right? So he's talking to a firstborn, or a group of firstborns. Obviously, inheritors, people who are bitter, people who are entitled. They would have to be, since he's comparing them to those who are. He's talking to the sons of the tribes. He has to be. To an innumerable company of angels. Hi, how you doing? To the General Assembly and Church of the Firstborn, who are registered in heaven. Registered in heaven. To God, the judge of all. I can't fight that one. I don't know what to tell you. To the spirits of just men made perfect. To Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant. He said, Jesus got us a new 360 there, y'all. Come on now. And to the blood of sprinkling that speaks better things than that of Abel. And that's crazy, because I think in the book of Enoch, Abel was cursing Cain out. Like the idea, like he was like pissed. See that you do not refuse him who speaks. For if they did not escape who refused him who spoke on earth, much more shall we not escape if we turn away from him who speaks from heaven. For if they did not escape who refused him who spoke on earth, if they did not escape the people that refused him who spoke on earth. So for if we did not escape those who betrayed Genghis, much more shall we not escape if we turn away from him who speaks from heaven, God, or it itself, whose voice then shook the earth. But now he has promised, saying, yet once more I shake not only the earth, but also heaven, as above, so below. So that's kind of like the some of the what do they call those Easter eggs about the battle of heaven and all that stuff. But he's quoting that, but He's talking about after this new covenant. They're talking about hyperspace, bro. Yet once more, I will not only shake only the earth, the body, but I also shake the heaven, the minds. Now this, yet once more, yet again, here we go again. And this is Hebrews, and we outside of this book, and yet here the fuck we go again. Nothing new under the sun, which cannot be shaken or remain. Therefore, since we are receiving a kingdom, not building one. We are receiving a kingdom which cannot be shaken. Let us have grace, by which we may serve God acceptably with reverence and godly fear, not fear itself. For our God is a consuming fire. And the Quran would describe that flame that's consuming, that doesn't burn, as a jinn. And Genghis' name in other literature is Temujin, because he has the burning flame inside of him. He's enlightened. He's awaking. He has a disc. Absolutely. Mary, baby, disc behind his head, disc behind her. He woke up like this. No, Beyonce. That's the difference, kid. And this takes us right into this one. Check this out. This is how I was going to tie it all together, because I could have sworn if we had our Tartarian Russian pictures next to this, we'd understand it. Hebrews, traveling across the water. Hebrews 13. Let the brotherly love continue. Period. Do not forget to entertain strangers, for by so doing, some have unwittingly entertained angels. Remember the prisoners as if chained with them, those who are mistreated, since yourselves are in the body also. This motherfucker talking about going to the United States Constitutional Courts in jails or something, nigga? Or is this whole thing metaphysics? I'm run it back for you. Hebrews 13. Let the brotherly love continue. Do not forget to entertain strangers, for by doing so, some have unwittingly entertained angels. Talking about what's inside, right? And then again, remember the prisoners as if chained with them. Those who are mistreated, they put hyphens between that. So the prisoners are those who are mistreated. Remember them. Since yourselves, the people he's talking to, he's talking to Israelites. He's talking about to the oldest boys as well. He's talking to the tribes. Since you yourselves are in the body also, trapped. Marriage is honorable among all, in the bed undefiled, but fornicators and adulterers God will judge. The same way he judged the angels that came down to take wives. That's why. Reference point. Let your conduct be without covetousness. So conduct your way in which you're not a hating ass bitch ass nigga. Be content with such things as you have. And mind you, this is a continuation of metaphysics, because that's called gratitude. Be content with such things as you have, for he himself has said, I will never leave you nor forsake you, so that we may boldly say, the Lord is my helper, I will not fear. What can man do to me? So they're not writing this as men, are they? They even made a third-party reference as humans. And then in that same party, they said, be careful who you're talking to. You may be entertaining angels too. But just like you, trapped in a body, Muslimin, since that's what that fucking word means. Hebrew, Allah, remember the Alamo? I wonder whose kids these are. All right. Remember those who rule over you, who have spoken the word of God to you. That's important. Those who rule over you, who have spoken the word of God to you. Not just those who rule over you because you're occupied in politics. Remember those who rule over you, who have spoken the word of God to you, whose faith follow, considering the outcome of their conduct. Jesus Christ, Genghis, is the same yesterday, today, and forever. It sounds like Michael to me. Do not be carried about with various and strange doctrines. So various means you don't need a whole bunch of references from everyone else. No, this is not MLA. And then strange. Well, strange coming from strangers, meaning from someone else, which is why they said, remember who rule over you. What they said, their examples and their outcomes, which he just referred to in Hebrews 11 and 12. So what he's saying is, this is your reference point. Don't get caught up in the world. Be in the world, not of the world. You will hear strange, similar things and various things. New Ageism. But make sure you come back home, especially if You're lit. For it is good. For it is good by the heart. Be established by grace, not with foods which have not profited those who have been occupied with them. Remember where you come from, and not this new strange shit that you want to be amongst. For it is good that the heart be established by grace. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Grace. Not with foods which have not profited those who have been occupied with them. And the foods he's talking about, for man shall not eat by bread alone. The foods means the strange doctrines and the other theories. So they're already telling you about remembering the other people amongst you in captivity or in this new Roman design or whatever the fuck it is. Keep in mind that you're bumping shoulders with new people, and some of these new people ain't who you think they are. But then on top of that, you'll meet other people with strange doctrines, because usually angels are strange anyway. And then blah, 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 aliens taking flight and everything. You understand this is a book about genetics anyway. And then you go, at the end of the day, though, don't forget where the fuck you come from. In this case, they're saying, what did your grandfather say? When it comes to this metaphysics. We have an altar. Witchcraft, right? But we have an altar. We have an altar from which those who serve the tabernacle have no right to eat. For the bodies of those animals, fried chicken probably, right? Or turkey, whose blood is brought into the sanctuary by the high priest for sin, so they're doing a ritual, and burned outside the camp. Therefore, Jesus also, that he might sanctify the people with his own blood, suffered outside the gate of heaven, meaning those in physical bodies. The same way, if we're doing a food thing and a ritual, and we're cooking all this food, and we're keeping the temple clean because the high priest is doing it, and the high priest is normally doing magic on top of that, don't miss it. In the same way, when that food is prepared and we put it on the altar in our tabernacle, how no stranger or another person is able to come up and eat from it. For the bodies of those animals whose blood is brought into the sanctuary by the high priest for sin are burned outside the camp. Therefore, Jesus also, that he might sanctify the people with his own blood, suffered outside the gate. Therefore, let us go forth to him outside the camp of heaven, bearing his reproach. Listen, a whole short story about imagination. For here we have no continuing city, but we seek the one to come, on earth as is in heaven. But you need faith for it to come down. And they told you all your forefathers believe in the future in which that event would happen, but they did not get to witness it in these bodies. But thank God, again, for God's kid. Now we have the ability for resurrection. So make sure you take care of this, because you're going to see it play out, evidently. Hence all the fucking reminders. Therefore, by him, let us continually offer the sacrifice of praise to God. Notice that praising God is a sacrifice to these humans, hybrids. That is the fruit of our lips, giving thanks to his name. So the sacrifice is subduing our pride, not taking credit for the things that we do, but instead giving the glory for those things to God, because we're talking about magicians. They invoked high priests. Prester John Smith, high priest. We're definitely talking about magicians. I might know something. He's talking to the firstborn sons, the ones eligible to be pharaohs and kings, royal high priests. So, see what I'm saying? So when you learn how to read, it's not like what a pastor or a person said that's not from this demonstration. The bigger problem is they don't understand who they're reading about. Firstborn sons, referring to Jesus, referring to illumination, Christ-like, and all these things. It's in this book. You don't need an Alex Jones. You don't need a Jordan Maxwell. You need to just follow what they're doing. You can't just go into Hebrews 13. Don't forget, you're entertaining some angels. Yeah, you should fucking remember that for all the days of your life, because it's going to remind you that everybody ain't everybody. But where did that come from? Oh, it comes from this lecture, if you will, to these people after that time. So when did so St. Petersburg time, or whenever that cathedral over there is being built in Russia, like it's that time period and later. Therefore, by him, let us continuously offer the sacrifice of praise to God. That is the fruit of our lips. Praise God. To God be the glory. All things are possible through Christ who strengthens me. Come on now. That's like giving our credit for our power in who we are and what we manifest to something higher than us, because it absolutely is. We're just quantum entangled to it. And the only reason why you do that is not that it would make a difference to God, it would make a difference to your results. You understand everything? Because every time people started taking all the credit for the shit, you end up with tyrants and shit, like uh, Ahab and Nebuchadnezzar, and other people that you're also related to. And you probably already know how they got destroyed, so we don't need to mention it. Obey those who rule over you and be submissive. Now, somehow or another, black people in church and white people who are Christians have mixed this up with like justification of the Bible for slavery. None of this motherfucking book right here, Hebrews especially, is talking about some goddamn slavery. They're talking about having a flame inside of you, and if you had a Quran, if you're a Hebrew, you would know what they're referring to, a soul. They're talking about the bondage of being from heaven inside of a physical body outside the gates of heaven because you're in 3D reality. They cannot be talking about Africans going into slavery, a lecture of Hebrews leaving Tartaria. Obey those who rule over you and be submissive, for they watch out for your souls. You think a white man trying to turn a profit with a cotton gin is the target audience for your souls? Remember those who rule over you, who have spoken the word of God to you, whose faith follow, considering the outcome of their conduct. Obey those who rule over you and be submissive, for they watch out for your souls, and those who must give account. Let them do so with joy and not with grief, for what would be unprofitable for you. So it cannot be talking about colonialization. But you notice how most people today in America use everything in the Bible and reference it to this story about slavery in America that they bitch ass wasn't in as of 1751 and 1828 in the Barbary Wars. So that means they made up their whole interpretation about some shit without just reading it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talks. That's every last single subject in American history. It goes just like this. You read it for yourself and you be confused because you have a reference point that don't make sense. Then you get frustrated. What the fuck's the point? King James English be damned. And then you like start hearing some things like, oh, I heard there was a book removed and a white man. And then you're like, but, did you read it? Obey those who rule over you, those who have spoken the word of God to you. Okay. Pray for us, for we're confident that we have good conscience. Like the conscience Whig Party of the American Republic. Thank you. In all things, desiring to live honorably. That sounds like some con shit to me. But I especially urge you to do this, that I may be restored to you the sooner. Now may the God of peace, who brought up our Lord Jesus from the dead, so the God of peace did that. Who's the God of peace? Do it differently. Find out who the angel of peace is. Now may the God of peace, who brought up our Lord Jesus from the dead, that part right there, that the great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant, which is Noah, Abraham, the giants, make you complete in every good work to do, his will, working in you what is well-pleasing in his sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. Boom. You're in a new covenant with him. Hence. And I appeal to you, brethren, my brothers, bear with the word of exhortation, for I have written to you in a few words. So this a letter. He's like, hey, I didn't get the chance to say much, but check this out. Know that our brother Timothy has been set free. So he's writing this in captivity. With whom I shall see you if he comes shortly. Greet all those who rule over you and all the saints. Those from Italy greet you, wherever Italy is at the time of this being written. Grace be with you all. Amen. Mhm. Greet all those who rule over you and be submissive, who have spoken the word of God to you, whose faith follow, considering the outcome of their conduct. No one else should be over you then, if they do not have the conduct of manifesting the faith and they're speaking to God. And that's why he gave a whole example of why you would give glory to God. So if they are of this ilk and cloth, you will notice it. Oh, by the way, Timothy Good, I'll let you know more when I see him. Then it goes to James. So the angel that's responsible for peace is Michael. Yeah. I go figure. Go figure. Peace, justice, liberty, honor, all kinds of shit. This is all very Michelangelo, Michael Alien, isn't it? It is, because this is his. Europa belongs to Michael. I'm not a Hebrew, but I am. I have Hebrews in my ancestry, but that's not what I am. So, on John Smith, you know, Hakata Khan. I'm Hakata Khan 13. They don't have a box for me. That'd be fucking retarded. They owe us so much fucking money. They watched me already, y'all. I got pulled up by the FBI or CIA just sitting outside of a grocery store at 12 o'clock at night. What was that, Mr. Now? April? March? Real life. I was at Sonic minding my own business. You know, opens past midnight. And I sat next to the grocery store to use their Wi-Fi. Real nigga science. And all of a sudden, a pickup truck or a van pulls up to me. Very loud, very bright lights. Not too many cars in the front parking lot because they had closed already. So, you know, I thought it was just some white person not minding their fucking business, wondering what a nigga doing minding his. And I go, in my grandmother's backyard, by the way, Tuscarora Colony, Murata Kingdom, when I am. So, you know, I gotta play by the rules of their perceptions, I guess. Not really, though. And on that night, especially not. So they stop. And the guy that's driving, there's two of them. A white guy with golden cufflinks and a suit, and a Latino-ish looking brother who has the laptop connected to a dashboard type of thing. Old looking car, though. You would not suspect it if the windows were up. And then you go, okay. So this is like a cop setup. So he's asking me, hey, man, have you seen anything unusual going on out here? Now, that's something that lawyers say in a trial. Or people who are trying to get you to confess to something or speak up something, they'll ask you like open-ended questions like that. Did you notice anything unusual? Very MK Ultra, right? So he hit me one of those lines, not knowing that I know that already because I'm a black guy, I guess. And I go, yeah, me. Because I don't know who called the nigga, right? He's not police. He did not announce himself as police, nor did he show me a badge. I stood up and walked to his passenger, his car side, his door, his windows down, talking to me. And they're all, and he got a lot of energy. I think that's Adderall or cocaine. I can't tell, but it's one of them white boys. And I'm like, and I'm used to him. So I'm like, we went to school and shit. So I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good though. There's nothing going on out here. I'm on Wi-Fi, minding my business. And the guy in the passenger just typing on the fucking laptop, probably trying to verify, right? And I'm like, what's up? Something. He said, you know, do you believe in telepathy or things like that? I'm like, yep, same story. And he was telling me about something. Like, yeah, same story. I'm very familiar with it. And I said, you can read me if you want to. And he tried to do that little stupid shit like they do, try to look in your eyes. And I was like, you're not going to see anything. He said, I just see chaos. I said, yeah, that's melanin. And as soon as I said, no, that's melanin, his passenger, the Latino looking one, was like telling him to wrap it up. But he was just so full of himself. Very grandiose narcissistic. Like, yeah, man, that's why they hired me. Back when I was in college, I didn't even study for tests. I would just sit in my desk and visualize the answers on the next person's paper. Remote viewing. Like, they pulled up on me. And I started like, well, that's a cool fucking story on King James, my grandfather, King John, my grandfather. That made the Latino man more uncomfortable than the guy stacking on his gift or ESP abilities. Mind you, I'm having a conversation with a nigga about his ESP abilities at 12 o'clock in the parking lot at a Harris Teeter in the Sonic. And he turned, and so the guys telling him to wrap it up, we gotta go somewhere. And he pulls around the parking lot to the back end of the parking lot, and 6 other cars turned their lights off, and they all drove off at once. That was this year. They've been watching me. Too bad that they that are my age aren't smarter than me. That's their only problem. I talk to these niggas in person, face to face. I raised up on his ass. What the fuck he want to say? He was minding my business. And if he's CIA, they're not supposed to operate domestically, are they? Because I remember him asking me, wait a minute, are you FBI? No. That's not where I got that training. Y'all history is that y'all learned that from the Montauk Indians. Bitch, I'm Indian. Y'all learned it from Project Montauk, the Montauk Indians. I'm Indian. I ain't gonna go to your school. The fuck? Your school is based on what you stole from us. You should give them a name next time. You know, some intellectual property. The fuck? All we know is they're Montauk Indians. What the fuck does that mean? So, yeah. It just tells you they're New Jersey and New York. You know, New Jerusalem. I wonder. Montauk Indians. Montezuma. I wonder. I fucking wonder. Mountaintop Indians. I wonder. Teaching them remote viewing. I fucking wonder if that's what I just read in Hebrews. But anyway, so I'm saying this personally as a real person who's been through it. Gang stalking is what they call it. There's a whole hashtag on Instagram about it. Crazy little white girls. Usually drug dealers. That's a different type of gang stalking. That's a gang unit. Nah, this is different. I'm talking about gang stalking on a secret society level. Because they driving mom and pop vans and old 90s and 80s cars and trucks. These motherfuckers got gold cufflinks. Stop fucking playing with me. I went to church before. This ain't that part 3. That's what my problem is. I call these niggas myself. Knock knock Masons, knock knock Smithsonian, knock knock Nation of Islam, knock knock Scientology, knock knock whatever Air Force Base that is, knock knock, knock knock. Even on 6 a.m. and Spicy Sundays, we had naval intelligence people in our damn chat room saying that they're watching me on the big TVs in their little lab while they're doing their computer programming shit. Like, what I'm saying is, I am not a mystery to these niggas. I'm certain of it. I don't think they had enough faith to imagine it, though, what we really are. There's not just one of us. We're a whole kingdom. Especially the firstborn sons. Ain't I? Same story. The kid with the cursed birth certificate. Firstborn son of a Banks and a Smith. Ain't I? I know. Somebody knows something. And there shouldn't be nothing to fucking know if this ain't true. It's weird life being a real Jew, man. We don't get none of them benefits you be hearing about. But we get all of the credit card charges for what these fucking faggots do. And not one of them are copper. And not one of them are Hebrew. But that's who's writing those books. Do the science. So you're not the people who wrote the books, but you're the people in the book. But you have no relation to us, the people in the book who wrote the book that you're speaking in King James English. Weird fucking story, boy. So imagine if they could lie about that shit. They can pretty much lie to everybody about everything fucking else. If they can lie about God and their grandmother, that's what my concern is. Like, you don't know what type of people you're dealing with. You had no reason to. They weren't targeting you. Now they're untargeting, which is like being targeted. It's weird. Law of polarity and all kind of other shit. Yeah, them not paying attention to the people, the effect of such is targeting the people with the calamities, the devour, the plague, for you be cursed with a curse. They're not going to get away. I'm just saying. They're trying to get away now. That's the part that all of them are missing. Why are your people trying to get away? During the pandemic, most of your millionaires already moved and never came back. Your corporations are leaving. Why are they running away from America? They still got money. Isn't it the idea that if you tax the rich, they can fix everything wrong with America? So question, why won't they fund and benefit from fixing it? Since they have what it needs already, since 1% has 50% of the spending. The 50% obviously don't need that much. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It don't even make sense fiscally if they're trying to take advantage of ownership and having money and all these things. None of that requires them to abandon anything. They can say, we don't want to invest in the United States infrastructure and the Americans, and then you have to fucking ask yourself this question all over again. Who the fuck are these people? The 1% who own 50% of everything, at the very least. And why would they give up America if that's how they got everything? Where the fuck else do they think they're going to go and get it? Where else did they come from? By now, you should know that most of them are Jewish. Where did they come from? Before 1940, since 1933 and 1913 is when things happened. So they didn't come from Israel. There was none. This is New Jerusalem. How do you go back to the old one? Doesn't make sense. Weird story. But it wasn't there until 1940. We know that. Rothschilds did it for Hirsch. We know. I've read it. That's history. Studying it is anti-Semitic. I don't know how reading their history makes you anti-me. But this is a weird story. They must be fucking retarded. That's all kind of bad math. Every time you throw an attack or cast a spell, that shit going backwards on their ass. Anti-Semitic is questioning you, a non-Semite. So I'm supposed to be afraid of the word anti-Semitic, and you're not Semitic. What are you? Since Semitic is a pedigree and not a belief or a book. They wrote the book, meaning they existed before it, stupid. All right then, stop fucking playing with us. They read a book and became some shit. Converted. Shut the fuck up. Where in Hebrews does it say that you can convert to some shit? Was he talking to conversos? Or was he talking to a firstborn son, telling, remember your fucking ancestors? One of the other commandments. Honor your mothers and fathers, and honor those who are over you, and which you got your covenant from, for all your gifts. Not benefits from a corporation. Like, bear with us. It's the Bible, guys. There's no such thing as right now in it. So, yeah. It's a weird fucking story. Based on motherfuckers who would just be lying for a living, and other motherfuckers who never read it. Because they have 100 fucking excuses to why they shouldn't read it, but they don't have 100 fucking excuses to why they're fucking paying taxes. To a foreign bank. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, man. Shit easy, man. They got us fucked up, boy. All of us. Shit. Newcomers, old comers, shit. I ain't mad at y'all. Y'all ain't do shit to me. Besides go to sleep, obviously. Wake up. I think there's work to be done out this motherfucker, son. I don't know how it's going to convert, man, but faith is a hell of a drug, man. They tell you, with faith, you ain't going to know how it's going to work out. That's why it's called faith. We wouldn't be talking about faith if it would work out some other way, now would we? Nope. Nope. If we knew how to do it, we wouldn't need God and faith and all these other cool things, imaginations and prayers and all these other things. It divorces itself. Like, if I need God for this shit, oh my God, this ain't solvable. It ain't been solved since. So I know it ain't. Look, I remember my grandfathers who tried some shit. It didn't work for them. I'm still in the same position, all 13 generations later. So I'm pretty sure they had some, some back and forths in the first 4, 5, 7, 8, 10 of them. But I can't count for the last 3 of these niggas. Nah, they just happy to be here. Nah, something happened weird about 5 generations ago. We know. So we just gotta keep on doing it. Karma never forgets an address. Come on now. Ain Sofar, you're 3. Hey, Mr. Rizla, Mr. Noun, who else says numbers? 23. 23. Jordan? Whole parking lot, like hours after the tattoo shop guy you talked to about seals or something like that. Yeah, I went to the tattoo shop. It's called something Warlock. Warlock Tattoos, and I asked him some questions about sigils. It was around that same time. I told him who I was. Nuremberg painting, yep. That was for Visions and Flashes, yep, Mr. Now. Bunch of royal kids crying on live TV about some fake records of slave ships from Africa. Meanwhile, not one of them look African. No return also means that the ones that try to get off will be napping for eternity. Angel Fatima or Archangel Michael. Yep, with the black vans or the off-duty cars. A whole parking lot, like hours after the tattoo guy got. 3, you are who you proclaim. Just a regular guy, man. Living in Europa, bro. I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on me. Shout out to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, man. They're just doing the best with what their references were, boy. They were trying, man. They were trying to get it right. They were trying to play along, boy. They're saying, hey, look, what if we did it together? He was like, they were trying everything. Like, let's be reasonable here. How about this? You just give us our own jurisdictions and our own nationalities, and we'll figure it out. We just had banks 30 years ago. We can get other banks. We just got to work really hard again for some fucking reason, right? Like, we'll get to it. But the whole thing was they never wanted us to have our own sovereign banks because then we wouldn't have a 360 deal with the Federal Reserve. And that's more to do with banking than it does to do with your skin color. Now, you do the science on it. Money don't care what color you are. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to be very surprised by the people and the families behind, color-wise, the Federal Reserve. Prepare yourself. If for whatever reason that information comes out. They're doing it right now with FBI. I told you that's Napoleon shit. Napoleon's grandson, Bonaparte, started FBI. That's a family, right? Napoleon's talking about he an emperor and stuff, and his grandson just casually creating an arm of the Justice Department or whatever fucking affiliate 13% hold that they have on it, which is why they don't correspond with each other directly. Anyway, yeah, I know. Even FBI is a corporation. So anyway, yeah, we are in a very interesting time, boy. If it comes out. You see the NBA scandal with rigging games and working with crime families in the mafia, wherever their Italy is from, because it must be not the real one where all the Moors were. They should visit their own grandmother's museums and see what their granddaddy is, because I don't see them. And how come they don't have any black ones? But they're gambling with black people. Now, let's just fast forward to the future. So, the NBA thing is a couple of basketball players, who I assume have some money, although most basketball players go broke. That's what they be telling us. But they can gamble away with some of the richest crime families historically. In history, I mean less than 100 years. But somehow, the face of this operation is just the tall royal bloodline, just the tall black guys. You know, like Chauncey Billups and them. Did you notice that when Chauncey Billups turned himself in to do the procedure of the things that he had to do, that he had a sweatshirt on with LeBron James management company, just, you know, the other team of black people, Adele's baby daddy and all that shit, or whatever the fuck it was going on. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all read his hoodie? You seen him signaling across media? These Masons, by the way, these black ones. Don't play with me. I seen LeBron dressed up as a maid before. I know what ritual that is. You know, the Masons that wear aprons. Wake your ass up. So them guys, they're signaling to each other. These are Masons signaling to each other. I want you to keep, not black people, not athletes, not gamblers. These are the Masons, known for symbology. You better look at his damn hoodie. You know what I'm talking about? And notice that the brand name is there twice, Foley. What does that mean, Mr. Now? If you're calling out to LeBron James and the Indian Associates, and you have their brand on your hoodie, and you print it once, and then you print it twice, and it cancels out, what does that hoodie say? I got the magic stick. If I can print it out once, I can print it twice. I got magic. Magic. Yep, Napoleon created FEMA in a facility under a mountain in Michigan region of Italy, which was formerly called France. Exactly. Then they took his shit to modern France and then over there. Yep. And that shirt means you're next, bud. They're trying to get rid of you. You got it. You understand everything. They're trying to get rid of that group. That's who they're investigating. Woo! Pop the molly, they sweating, boy. Chauncey Billups now, sophisticated enough to do that. And also, X-ray tables, cool technology, and gambling with mobsters. I just want you to stack all that to the ceiling because the mob is part of the Inquisition, which is the Roman Catholics, and hence Templars and Masons. So yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Don't Chauncey Billups look like a black guy? Well, we don't look the same, but we look close enough, like he'd be related on one side. Absolutely, I wouldn't doubt it. But angels don't take oaths and angels don't take vows, which is probably why they can never recruit me as a Mason. That's it. That's it. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul in the process, man? You gotta watch out for that Hebrews 13, man. I started making a whole bunch of phone calls to those lobbies and agencies, and all of a sudden they're under investigation for not being who they say they was. I could have sworn I got a DM from that cartoon LeBron James. So Mr. Now was outside for that too, man. Full circle story, isn't it? I wish I kept the screenshot of what I cursed him with. Do you remember, Mr. Now? We brought that up during the summer too. I said, isn't that weird? They sent the Pokemon version of LeBron James in 8 bits or whatever the fuck Nintendo is. And the meme and the reel was like, LeBron James wants to challenge you. And the account that created that DM'd me personally, that meme. And then he said something, the person running the account, and similar to the fake accounts on Signal and Telegram that was hitting me up for Neuralink. Same type of energy, same type of time too. And it was asking me about something about talents or something. He asked me something about who I was, and then I just did a freestyle. Wrote this paragraph about me and the fact that I know how to read the books upside down. And I was stacking on him. So he says he's King James, but meanwhile, I'm King James' grandson. Which James is he? I heard his first name, not even LeBron. And then it said something to me. I'm treating it like a bot or AI being sent for some goofy reason. Not really doing the science on it. But just so that I could be thorough. I'm like, curses the fields of ashes, man. I know these motherfuckers ain't pulling up talking to me crazy. Because I know Young Guru knows Jay-Z, and I know that Jay-Z knows LeBron James, and I know that everybody know them, and I know all of them know me. So just in case if that's what's going on here, don't be fucking testing me. I'm on a whole different mission. Like the best thing they could have did was just send me some free Nikes and take some of my beats so I can buy me a fucking fast car so I can do what the fuck I'm trying to do here. Weird ass niggas. Blew up their own spot. right? They can do all that gang stalking and all that monitoring and all that email and all them Zoom calls, but they can't help a nigga out. Knowing that it's King James' grandson? That's weird. I wonder what kind of oaths they got in them lodges, huh? Because that should be the only reason that people who are studying black history don't fucking respond appropriately when they run into a royal son and he's as tall and as brown as they are. That should have answered so many fucking questions for them if they didn't know anything. But instead, they played the game differently. Why did they have a different way of approaching reality? Because if they didn't believe me or anything, there would be nothing to test anyway. Like, if it was impossible and I was just a crazy person, they wouldn't have spent so much time with me. They wouldn't have co-signed me either in their own public spaces. I understand everything. I know. That's a weird fucking story for a YouTuber, bro. That I got all of those people on my YouTube channel and social media without having one fucking record. Thank you. None of this makes sense. I've been living impossible the whole time. I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'm like, all right, God, I'm gonna get these bass lines right eventually because I'm so fucking close. I can feel it. I'm so fucking close. I can email it, call it, and video time it. Like, I'm so fucking close. I'm finally going to get a $10,000 placement at the least, and I'm adjusting for inflation. Help. Nah. We're going to watch 3 a.m. instead and pop up in the chat at random times. What? You didn't hear all 1,000 of these beats I streamed? You couldn't pick one? Not one. Look, they might not want me to do the whole album, fine. But not one. Not one. Not one. Not one for the homies. Not one for the culture. Not one for New Jersey. Not one for King James' grandson. Not one. That's weird. Why they're speaking English? And studying our history. They couldn't do one fucking thing for me. Isn't that fucking impossible? If you don't know, it is. We've seen them cut bigger checks for people they just met the other week. Oh yeah. I'm telling you, spicy Sundays, man. Got us on the right radars, man. Too bad that Mason CMP couldn't act right. You're gonna start to see the pattern again. CMP's a Mason. Now he's saying he's just a first-degree Mason. I don't know what to believe anymore with these kids. But a show with a Mason talking to the Mason with an audience of music industry Masons. Now, I want you to add all that shit up so you can understand all the dimensions of what I be talking about. Oh, yeah, baby. This ain't that. I ain't never heard no story like that. What? Nah, they were consuming me on the degree of masonry, not music. Same story, but not really. Have you noticed? They were learning from me. Imagine that. I was grown up to follow the path and find them so they can teach me. No John the Baptist. Just to find out they're secretly watching me teach. What the fuck's going on out here? Nah, and they have disagreements, I guess. They ain't never share them with me. Shit. I didn't know there was something to agree about. What is the narrative? What book is this in? What church should I go to? Does it have a King James Bible, by the way? All right. Oh, you didn't learn this in the 501c3 paradigm. Well, none of you old enough to be back then, but my grandfather was. You know who Noble Drawley is, don't you? You have a Zulu nation of Zawupian Moors. You should. Well, technically, that's my granddad's movement. would be more inheritable to it than me. Like, I'm not even asking for nothing. Like, I'm just saying, I feel like Tyrese. Like, what more do you want from me? I'm already teaching everything that I for free. What y'all got? Shit. I'm missing something. I just got here. I'm like 33. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to know? I need some more money. I heard you guys got all the money for music, and I make a lot of music. Can you help? No. All right. What about the information? You got any? Well, oafs. I hate it here. You want to invite me? No. All right. But you still watching me? Weird. Okay. Then where is this going eventually? I guess to March 2025. Someone trying to fucking kill me. Hope y'all didn't miss that part of the story. I had a lot of people coming back trying to look for my channel. And I was like, hey, yo, someone fucking tried to kill me. And I won. You think I give a fuck about Scalar right now? I don't know why they tried to kill me. I was teaching my story. That's a weird fucking story. I called all of them, and they haven't called me back since. That's kind of like, someone's guilty in this story, because why wouldn't you call me back? There was no problem prior to me surviving my attempted murder. Nothing. Matter of fact, we were just talking days leading up to it. That's how much weirder it gets. Don't forget, I did most of that streaming. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you something. I ain't do nothing to them. All I did was talk and read and study and research and tell what my opinion is of something that no one normally has an opinion about. So who would I bump heads with? 3, it was a wild season. Jonathan. Mr. Now says, very fucking gay if you ask me. TBFB3, King Lemuel. Yup, once. Time to gas up. Trying to make silly memes. Yup, that King James wants to duel. Or whenever they stay, they can set up laptops to be freaky all day, but they can't do shit about this. Very fucking gay. Get better, Uji. Yeah, nigga, I remember. New kind, you remember? Do you know why? Because I don't. And that's the only problem I have. I don't know who exactly. I know who called and who's being weird and sending me fucking weird messages before and after. I'm really good at this MacGyver shit, but I still don't have the answer. But here's what the fucking problem is. Doing that led me closer to who I said I was. And in doing so, what they tried to do was kill who? Who were they trying to humiliate, kill, or get out the way, or shut up, or silence, or whatever version of reality they thought they bid for? Who the fuck am I if I keep telling them I'm King James' son? So when you try to kill a descendant of royals, what is that considered? Treason. If you try to kill someone from the kingdom of heaven, what is that considered? Blasphemy. Which one of those are forgivable? So my question isn't like, what's wrong with niggas? My question is, what was so magnificent of a risk? If I'm just crazy and ain't saying shit, that you would risk such things. That's demonic. You have to start with that pretense. That I'm about to do something potentially blasphemous or treasonous if this is real. If it's not real, why are you bothering it? There ain't plenty enough niggas on TikTok. I can't be one more. I saw a nigga living in a storage container with a fat white girl. I'm where the line is drawn? Reading the Bible in the Americans book? Talking freely about witchcraft and masonry, which came from my family? That's a weird fucking story. It's my story. Who other story should I tell in my free time on my free channel? root says none of them. No way they can ever unfuck themselves. At very least, in the kingdom of spirituality, of course they couldn't. Law of correspondence. Now what's happening to them? Cocaine decisions, illusions of grandeur. And what I'm saying is, the story is so much cooler and better for everybody if they were just been cool. I thought they were cool. That's the thing. That's the betrayal part. Brutus. Like, I thought they were coolish. All they had to do was be cool. They had been blessed beyond measure, I think. That's how it went for everybody else. It's just going to get better. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to play that card. Because I know they don't understand what they're doing. I barely do. And it's me. The fuck? We gotta break some programming, bro. We gotta, before we do something new, we gotta figure out what the program is. Like, people are so programmed. You can't just start doing new shit. They don't know why they're doing the other shit yet. That's why I exhausted my way of every resource I can find. Because that's what everyone says to you when you have some new shit to say. Source. I got the sources. I made the sources so easy. I got the most expensive books ever about this shit, and I uploaded it for free. Like, that's how serious I was. They don't know anyone that damn serious about being crazy, bro. So that can't be the answer. And that's what I'm afraid of. That they sold their soul for some shit. And maybe they didn't think that was really real. I'm proof that it is. Nah, you don't do that to us. You don't do that to us. We're doing shit for free, teaching people, minding our business, trying to figure out life as men. And then you do that to us. Nah. Especially without saying what it is. Especially without actually filing an appropriate grievance. As if, right? Royal, Imperial, Majestic level, but as if, right? But as if. I'm playing it cool as a citizen. You could just tell me as a man, even. I would understand, even. Because that's what I am. 98% of the time. So I don't understand anything. I don't. That shit was evil. That was very evil. That made me very disappointed in so-called black people. That right there. It broke the whole illusion as if they actually give a fuck about our people. Because they don't give a fuck about me. I know they don't give a fuck about nobody else. Given their religion and secret society. They don't give a fuck about the progenitors of their fucking existence, let alone anyone after it, right? They don't give a fuck about why they can study this and read this in this language. They don't give a fuck about why the Hebrews even existed. They don't give a fuck about nobody's damn kids, evidently. But that's the only fucking reason why they're supposed to exist. That's what I'm saying. People don't even understand how fucked up the stack is when we're talking about Masons, who happen to be black people, since most of the Masons in America are. Ask ChatGPT. That's a weird story, bro. I think that's what Kanye be ranting about. I get it, Kanye. He right and he crazy. That's all. He'd be right and he'd be crazy too. That's all his problem is. But if you were him, you'd be crazy too. He act like that because he lost his mother. I never had mine. My first memory is that your mother's dead. As soon as my consciousness snaps in, that's my first story. I have a chance in Hades, boy. If a dead mother makes a nigga go crazy, he's still hanging out with his dad, ain't he? Mine in prison. Can you imagine? I ought to be Kanye crazy. To God be the glory, I'm not. That speaks to our bloodline, man. We're like built for the bullshit. I hated her. New Kind says this is a Destiny Swap type of ritual. They put Tory Lane's ass in jail. We outdated the Matrix. That's what I'm saying. The Destiny Swap ritual, man, doesn't work with certain vessels because you're trying to access something holy, and thus you're going to set the alarms off. That's why I told them to be careful who you entertain. You may fuck around with the wrong people. We're in a new covenant. The new covenant didn't override the old one. You'd have the old covenant blood because you're still related to Abraham. It's a blood. That's why I said the sprinkling of blood. They're being, that's a metaphor actually. Quite literally. The guy talking about many worlds and dimensions and the things you can't see, which is why you require faith in the conversation, right? If you could see it, you wouldn't need faith. So people could see the future, although they wouldn't make it there physically. But yet it happened. They don't know that. So let's remember, we have good testimony from people who died believing in something greater, and it did manifest with or without them. We are the result of that. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, we today are the result of that 400 more years later. So it hasn't stopped being true. That's the illest thing about it. No matter what they do or said they do, it's still true. Like, our life still has been going the same way. It's a miracle we're even here still. Like, it's cool to me actually thinking about it that most people don't know that we're here. Like, it's, oh yeah, that was a long time ago. I guess it doesn't matter no more, and those people just stop existing. If people stop existing, how did I get here? Is there a point in time where I just stop existing? Because I tend to believe, standing here on this soil, that everyone that used to be here disappeared. How long do I have? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. That's a weird story to have. But we didn't disappear. That's the good news this time. We didn't go nowhere. We were kind of always here, and a lot of new people, a lot of weird shit going on, a lot of broken languages, and you know, finally everyone is speaking English, and you have internet now. You didn't have mass communication to everybody in Idaho at the same time you were getting beat up in South Carolina. So they never heard about that. Remember that. So you got all these kind of other stories. Now we all sharing the lowest common denominators, and whoop, 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 here we are. Getting bribed with paper money for a better life and beautiful music and women and distractions, and don't forget the drugs, heavy-handed on the drugs. Most drug addicts in the world per capita. I'm pretty sure that's what the number is. And then boom, 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 boom. We can't not sleep on that part too. Crack, heroin, like that shit being used as a bioweapon, bro. Like something being illegal, but it's being done by your government. Like, ill, right? Like, think about how fucked up that is. And then anybody said, even if you use the equation because black people, you're like, yo, why would your government be so fucked up to former slaves if they have their government because they want everyone to be free, including themselves, right? Like, think about that. Like, the government in championing of freedom is still subversively doing things against black people who the narrative is the former slaves. So what are we doing? Why, if you want a battle or something, why are you doing underhanded shit to former slaves from the Civil War time period? After World War II and all that shit, you're still, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's ill. Like, what is that? Where does that come from? So it doesn't make sense as black and white. Just change it to Jews. They treat Jews like that. Israelites. They are treating the Israelites like that. So they're using English from a Christian Bible. And they have to know by now. All the rumors about AIPAC, I think the only answer left in the room is going to be wide open because they're talking about World War II not being true themselves. So then you're like, all right, so who the Jews are, what did Hitler say about that? I can't wait for them to find that quote for the 5th time. So say it again. So, they're about a week short of finding that quote again. It's been around for years. And they're going to read it again. And they're going to think about everything. And they're going to have to really think about everything. Like, damn, what if all this is a lie, maybe this isn't a lie too? Since everything he said was true so far. Yep, Hitler was telling the truth, boy. The problem is you didn't know who the Jews were. That's the only thing, boy. That's the only thing that got this whole game fucked up for everybody else. You just don't know who the Jews are. The American Indian. This is not a story of exploring and discovering and setting up new things. Mm-mm. Nah, y'all. I wish. I wish it was that easy. It wouldn't be going on right now. That was a long time ago. Nope. It is dum diversus in unum sanctum. Those are alleged Latin words for papa bulls that were targeting me and my people. So everything that has happened in the last 500 years has been a result of that team, whoever they are, that conglomerate, that corporation, the people behind it, keeping it up till this day. Those guys, from 1440 until now, have been targeting my people. They didn't discover shit, which is why they took it from us, their target. Read it one day. How are they Christians taking over lands of people they've never met in human history? But where's that in the Bible? I mean, where's conquest in the Bible? Where's Christians conquesting in the Bible? So we got to stop saying Christians in the Bible as synonyms. They're not. What is a Christian? Someone who believes in Jesus? That's not his name. Jesus Christ? Christ is capitalized. It's not a name. You see what I'm saying? There's no reason to argue it, but it's important for you to know it if you read the Bible. There's going to be more than one Christ in there. But fundamentally, it should be no duh. Because if you read Enoch, you know how many angels had kids. So of course there'll be more than one, because that's what Christ is, a son of God in man's body. Hebrews 13 again. Right? Right. Jesus is Hebrews 13. El, Hebrew. The book about it. Hebrews 13 is about angels. They're talking about Jesus. That's why I read it today. It proves itself, even mathematically. You know how impossible that is? That's a cool trick. That Hebrews 13 is about that. Somehow you're going to spin Hebrew around and you get Michael again. But just know it's still 13. It's always him. This is Michael's, y'all. This is not Earth. This is Europa. This is his. Y'all, man, these motherfuckers, boy. They don't understand how fucked up that is. But the cool thing is the main story is not about them. But it's a teachable moment for them going forward if they live, right? Like if they live a longer time, Lord willing, they can figure it out and be nice and kind and live and survive, right? Because like we had to. But I'm saying like, if they never know anything about anything, is that they did all of this against Archangel Michael. And that's crazy because that's the foundation of everything they talk about. Like Archangel Michael, Michael Jordan, 23, all that, like that all that sigil work out there in the airspace. And these are Jewish people signing these people. Don't miss it. So they know something. Archangel Michael especially, on a Jehovah's Witness, they should know something about Michael, right? Like that's the main fucking character. He's a son of God. Literally. What is Jesus? A son of God. Literally. Michael, a son of God. Literally. Jesus, a son of God. Literally. Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain. Jesus. For you might be entertaining an angel. Michael. Azariah and Raphael. It says the same thing. There's a man named and an angel inside of him. Yeah, man. that wouldn't matter though, if that ain't their shit anyway. Why would they even be doing that science? It ain't them anyway. So for them to be targeting people who have that as a science, and then do what they did to us, and then take it and make it their own, adapt it, whatever the fuck they think they're doing it to Michael. It don't matter what the narrative is or what the doctrine is. No, fundamentally, that's Michael's. Do you know why it's Michael's? That's why it's English. It's Michael. That's his. So why would you do that in Michael's language to Michael's kids? Michael is the one. He's the chosen one, you know, begotten. How it wasn't Ishmael? It was Israel? Yeah, Michael like those. That's why. As above, so below. It's following him because it is. It's his. The story is his story. That's the story of Michael's kids, y'all. He ain't the only angel of the story, though. I'm just saying that one is. That's why it's those 66 books. 12. That's why it's Hebrews 13. It's him. The whole shit's encoded with him. Michael and David. You always want to find Michael and David. Michael, Metman, Muhammad. You always going to find them there. On Seti Muhammad. The Imperial Majestic. Michael, Muhammad, a descendant of Michael. Not someone who converted to a religion, bro. Because he's an Imperial Majestic, not a citizen. That prefix means something. It comes from a bloodline of Jesus. They know that. They're talking about God and Lord and everything in the damn letter to him. They read the Bible at least, I guess. So they know who they're talking to. They know what Hebrews 13 is. They got to. They're writing a letter to Seti Muhammad. And they addressed him to your Imperial Majesty. They're not talking about a nigga with a nice car. They're not talking about a nigga with a bar in his castle. They're talking to the bloodline of Jesus, bro. Why do you think he brought up Malachi 3 and 8, Michael? Shall a man rob God? For we owe you these regular advices and marks of attention. That's a fancy way of saying fucking tariffs, nigga. Or it's equivalent in tax for just being here. Why do they owe him off a rip, giving him an inventory of their minds, if the damn land is theirs, nigga? Why the fuck would George Washington be giving him an inventory of GDP? Why would he owe him if it's theirs, nigga? If this is new and they took it over and it's boom, 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 George Washington, number one, nigga. He's like Michael to you. How does he owe my grandfather? What the fuck does that got to do with him? Exactly. Without us, there is no them. That's the only part I want to highlight. They don't fucking exist without writing us. The United States does not exist without sending a copy of its Constitution to my grandfather, bro. The fuck are they talking about? That's how personal this shit is. Like, I'm not fucking crazy, nigga. That's who my grandfather is. Carlos V. Those are his kids. Azam Mori, the Moor. Little Stephen. Carlo Columnus. Carlo Quinto. A man with many names. He's an emperor. He got kingdoms with many languages. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine why he would have so many fucking different names? Being a goddamn emperor. That's a Jew. DeyZan. You know, the tribe that has emperors, pharaohs, coming back to ancient Egypt to see an angel, giant woman who's copper colored, who passes him the staff, baton, to go forward. In the 1500s, nigga. In the fucking 1500s. So by the time we get to Sidi Muhammad, that's like what? His great-grandson? Thank you. My grandfather. They're both emperors. Same gender. Don't miss it. Like father, like son, I guess. Since Sidi Muhammad's imperial majestic. They're talking about the Bible, nigga. My grandfather brought the Bible, nigga. John Smith, Prester John, priest, royal high priest. Same family, nigga. Same family. Same blood. Same empire. Same Bible. It's the same story. That's not American history. That's the history of Jews. So who the fuck is Jewish people? Because they're missing something, right? They're missing that they should be the emperors of America. They like skip some fucking steps for corporate favor in states and places they shouldn't be near. Like if they're like, well, if you are the Jews, then you're Carlos V kids. Meaning this whole fucking thing is yours. Why are you playing games against yourself? You know, your inheritance. Y'all know all about that shit. Israeli. Dual citizenships. But y'all skip the empire part. That's a weird fucking story for some Jews who are emperors of America. That's a weird fucking story, right? You're the Jewish people of the Talmud and the Torah. Well, how come your goofy ass don't know Carlos V, the king of Jews, as of the 1500s, is in South America with the Empress, having the baton passed to him? And then you just have to explain one fucking thing since you're his kids, right? Why is he black and you ain't? The women he came over here was black as he. Look at the picture again, you bitch. So at least answer that, right? They can at least, like, if they can claim that they're that, Jews, then they're the emperor class of America. New Jerusalem, New Jersey, right there. Nuremberg is where DC is, so that's all theirs, right? Because that's who the Jews who created that, so they're the Jewish people. So all that shit they created anyway, but they let the United States sit on top of it while they're trying to APAC the United States that's on top of it to do things with people. Like, what the fuck going on? You're the emperors already. How about you just stand as that shit? You can save the gory details and you can just say it's all mine anyway, so you wouldn't have to get a state-approved bank. I mean, you'd be the sovereigns of Egypt. I mean, because that's who they are. This is ancient Egypt anyway, isn't it? Land of the Eagle. I could have sworn that's where we're at. Eagle's Landing, New England. That's what it all means, doesn't it, Mason? Like, stop fucking playing with me. Thus, that's a lot of whole fucking steps for some niggas they're trying to be. And they don't even touch that button. Fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. All they would have to say is that we're Carlos V kids. And this whole fucking thing belongs to the Empire of Jews. Which he is. But nah, let's go to Madagascar and Africa and bother Palestine this time in 2025. Like, fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. The dumbest shit ever, boy. Fucking cosplay wars, boy. And they're not even fighting for the right prize, is what I'm saying, guys. The prize is, nigga, King Solomon and all his kids is here, bitch. Where the fuck you been, prodigal sons? Like, calm the fuck down, nigga. We're under occupation. You want to help? No, that's why the greater Zion, the goyim. Shut your goofy ass up. Get your ass out of Israel. Fuck wrong with these niggas. This is New Israel, New England, New Spain. Like, we had to new everything, nigga. We was chilling. How they gonna come back later and make flags of the old things? Like, goofy as hell, dumb as hell, stupid as hell. Why are they in America next to it? That's the goofiest on the Louisiana Purchase, my nigga. Move me with the bullshit. Those are all kingdoms. None of those are states or corporations yet. Dumb bitches, boy. But they studied history though. They didn't understand shit they wrote, nigga. I promise you they couldn't understand that. Because they wasn't fucking here. How the fuck they don't know that America's talking English because of Jews? And that's what King James is. It's a King James Bible, nigga. The Bible's full of Jews. What is King James, nigga? They say he a Christian. Genghis Khan a Christian. That's a fucking crazy story for a Tartarian, boy. That's crazy. A Tartarian Christian, a giant Christian. That's fucking stupid as fuck. He know he a giant already because of angel blood. After all, his name is Temujin. The fuck? But he need to convert to the belief about his damn self. Why would a king need to believe about another guy about his damn self? Nigga, King James didn't believe a goddamn thing. It's about him. The fuck is going on? That's his son that brought that book. The fuck? That's his son. His son brought it here. King Jamestown, Virginia, Maryland colonies. His son brought that. James didn't bring that. John brought it. John is the son of King James. That's his father's book. His father is King James. That's why he named it Virgin Mary. You know, Virgin Mary had a baby. Wasn't named Jesus? Jamestown. There it is. Jesus James. It's not, there's no J in Hebrew, so it's Yamaha. Yame. And his son, Johannes, John, Gohan. It's Goku and Gohan, bro. It's Goku and Gohan for real. Swear to God. Khan Yamaha and Khan Hakata. John. Johannes. Like Joan of Arc, nigga. Same story. John of Arc. Same fucking story. Law of gender. Just keep spinning this shit. But all the time they do that dumb shit with Ark and Archangels and shit, they're talking about Judeans, ain't they? That's their goddamn book, bitch. You got that story from Jews, boy. You can't switch those fucking Pokemon cards out. No, stop it. Genesis is written by Jews about Jews. So your religion wouldn't make sense either way if you remove Jews. But now you got some niggas talking about they Jewish, defunding your schools? How did you think, you didn't read that Bible? Oh shit, y'all was capping about that. That's what it is. Yeah, they don't understand the Bible because they never read it. That just means it ain't theirs. So what's the whole hoopla about? Colonizing for Christians if your ass don't even care about what's in the book. These are the fucking conquistadors of benefits, nigga. They had a piece of paper that said they could steal some shit, and that's all they could read. They didn't read that book, boy. They were like, all these copper-colored people and all these Moors in this bitch. It was like, yeah, but we're at war against them and shit, but we believe in their God that looks like them, but this is confusing me. These ass niggas, boy. This is the most confusing colonial campaign ever based on the narrative. Only because they don't want to say who the Jews are. That's the only thing that fucks up the whole story. And all they kids believe the shit with the missing variable. And they just as crazy. They imagine a vain thing and make it real. And when shit falling apart, they're like, I can't figure out why it's falling apart. Nigga, one more time. One more time, class. The United States of America, you know that Northern America, Al Morocco part? Yeah, that's the kingdom of Israel and Jews. You know, after the Bible, imagine if we wrote that book because we survived some shit, right? And that book is in past tense. And then after we wrote that book, niggas just kept on living and shit. Now imagine if the niggas who kept living after that book was finished. And remember, it's scroll by scroll, nigga. So after the last scroll that's in it was finished, niggas was just kept on living, bro. Even when they were talking about the time where they were writing about, there's other niggas around the world. And they just keep on going forward. Now fucking imagine, if you will, in a King James colony in Virgin Maryland, that you might encounter some fucking Jews, since that's a Jewish ass mother and a Jewish ass baby together. So at the very least, you move, the first colony of the Americas belonged to Jews. It's named after them, nigga. And I'm telling you, because the man that did it is King John, is King Prester John. He's a Judean. My grandfather's a Judean, bro. He's not a black guy or just a Moor. No. Wrong story. No. My father is a king of the people in that book. You feel me? This United States was founded by John Smith, Sir Knight John Smith. I'm telling you, he's a king for a reason. He's in the kingdom. He's in the kingdom of Jews, though. Sir Knight, or Sir Knight of Jews, Jerusalem. I'm telling you something. That guy, New Jersey, New Jerusalem, right in his territory. I swear to God, it is 13 stars, 13 angels, Jesus, and 12 disciples. That's Hebrews 13 at it again. Didn't you see it right there? Virgin, Maryland colonies, all 13 of them bitches. That's what everybody know, right? But it be fucking you up because you think about white people. White people ain't Jews either. So why the fuck would you think those are white people? Even when you think there's white people in this story, they're not Jews. So why would there be white people there in that story for a colony of Jews? They're not Jewish today either. So which one is it, Bruce? I want my fucking car, Bruce. Which one is it? You're not the Jew. You're not the Jew. But you're in a territory made by Jews. Like, wake the fuck up. Like, so how did they colonize America if they don't know that? Fucking orphan logic, bro. Hell no, you didn't. You dumb as hell. King James Colony is Jews, bro. King John's a Jew. Carlos V is a Jew. They're related. They're the same kingdom of Jews. Like, directly from Jesus. Like, we just kept on going, nigga. How do you not know that? Where the fuck have you been in the meantime? Is the question that we got. Because all the things you find in any tribe around here are going to resemble Jerusalem. And their habit, in case you're confused about shit, you can just go to the museum and look at the pictures. And I want you to ask yourself this when you look at their pretty clothing, especially the women in their dresses. Why the fuck do they have fringes if they're not Israel? Why do all of the Indians depicted have fringes? Fringes is Israelite culture. Go back to that museum with those copper statues of those kings, those chiefs with the weird names. It look like they have kilts, you know, Scots. Look like they have kilts on, but they're fringed. They're fringed. Indians with fringes, right? That's Israel culture. Jerusalem culture. Absolutely it is. Ask anybody who's a seamstress. Fringes comes from Israel. All the Indians have fringes. That's how you know, though. Like, you know, if you don't want to play games with niggas. Like, see how smart you fucking really is. Why the fuck would these Indians have fringes if ain't no fucking Israelites or Jews here? Yeah, tell them to shut the fuck up talking to you. They don't know the answer because they don't even know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't. That's a very important habitat feature. Yeah, they're like, hold on now. Man just evolved independently the same way with the same clothing designs too, nigga. What do you think? We're Chinese? We ain't copying people. Cut it out. Novelty beast. That'd be the last thing you would do, right? So cut it out. That's a cultural arrangement. Yeah, that's an honorable arrangement. They do that on purpose. It's almost like they're saying who they are. Culturally. You can just tell by approaching them wearing fringes. Oh, this some Abrahamic Judaical ass nigga. Obviously. They didn't have a Forever 21 yet, nigga. So they learn how to make their clothes from tradition. A tradition that comes from Israel. Final answer. So the world is helping imposters fund Israel the whole time being in the real Israel, occupying real Israelites, and they're trying to figure out when God gonna show up. Is that what is going on today? That sound right? Did I get that right? That the world today is trying to figure out why their captain planets of corporations is funding the fake Israel and everything going sour since, while at the same time being in the real new Israel with all of their descendants in their damn grandfather's language, talking shit about God, religion, Christ, and what's going on in end times of their life currently. Bitch, when do you think it was the end times for us? Do we get a turn first? We wrote it first. When do we get an end times? Our end times cannot be with you, my nigga. That don't make no sense. We skipping some steps. Y'all not the Jews either. So why are we pivoting off of the end of the world on yo ass? Yo ass was the end of our world. Why don't y'all know your history? See what I'm saying? But I'm Indian. They don't argue with Indians. They have no argument for Indians, in fact. If you notice everything. Not even so-called black people. I think that's the weirdest thing about my story. I'm the only Indian that I know talking about these things. You see Kevin Gates, but he's not talking about it. He's alluding to it. He's figuring it out. But he's not, oh yeah, he's probably not a prophet. But he's definitely one of the kids. That's why he code switched like that. Hmm? Oh, this ain't his job. See, it gets weirder. It'd be just like the Bible said it would be. Like, it'll be a few of them niggas here. But you pay attention to one that starts saying these things. Like, oh shit. Tag, I'm it, bitch. My bad, y'all. I wasn't trying to get picked either. I was trying to find a Lambo and a bad bitch, man. Off of making music. Glory be to God for all of it, by the way. I ain't selfish or stingy or stupid. I only needed one. I was gonna start a family, start a studio. That's it. Nah. He can't have that. He can't have anything. These niggas. If you find out who he really is, shut your ass up. You don't even know who I really am. Why the fuck would you figure it out? I ain't gonna figure out shit. Look at where we are, bro. There's nothing to figure out down here. Cooked. We even got a new sunset color. That's a new gradient in this bitch. You probably noticed it where you live. Brand new edition. We used to have tangerine skies, but they done skipped. They gave us this new year 2000 shit. The blue to orange gradient. That is beautiful. Yeah, brand new shit. They unlocked this shit a few days ago, right? Season change. As it goes so low. So if the sky changed, then you definitely know the frequencies are different. That's all that feeling is. But no, they got us fucked up. That's all I'm saying. That's all, dude. They're not going to fix it without us, guys. It's our fault. That's so fucked up. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. Nah, bro, it's our fault. Everything is our fault. I see it. It's our fault for wanting to be free. Ain't that a bitch? What a paradox. What a United States of America, citizen, freedom, justice for all paradox. That everything is falling apart in respect to the fact that it was colonizing other people. In its quest for freedom and liberty, it forgot its foundation never freed anybody that is occupying, at the very least. They're POWs of Indians. Where did they return them to? They proceeded to invade their land and capture them there. So when you let them go and they're still in their land, why are you still there? You're still occupying. Thus, you never freed them. Because you didn't free them, like put them in an internment camp somewhere else on your land. You moved Indians from one Indian land to another Indian land, neither of which you own, and then you free them, and they travel right back to their entire Silk Road. Question, why are you still there? It's not your land, either way. Wherever you stole them from or wherever you put them to work. Both of those lands ain't yours, but they're definitely Indians. They're Indian lands. So, yeah. Third party shit. Third party who's not Indian, man. You understand? They've never freed anybody then. If they expanded through the rest of the Indian territories without the treaty, they did it. Y'all call that freedom and liberty by selling the rest of the land from the rest of the Moorish Indians. That's right there. Annexation of Texas. That's what it's about. Fuck it. We're going to take all the Indian land. That's what I'm saying. That's the foundation of this. All 50 states. It's because they just said fuck the Indians again. The United States is evidence of fuck the Indians. That's a weird business. If it's, it's a business idea, you gotta get a loan to do some shit. Like, yeah, this is what we're gonna do to fuck the Indians over 200 years. Yeah, let's give them $40 trillion. No, $140 trillion. To put it into perspective, that's what it is. The country is in debt $140 trillion for saying fucking over Indians. That's all they have done. They haven't won no wars. They haven't gained any new resources. They haven't developed any of the rest of the Indian land yet. Have you noticed? People need places to live. Can you fucking imagine if the government who gave Israel a small country's worth of donations and ammo could have did with their own? Like if they were playing that game, right? Like if they're playing a land game and making it home, then you would invest in those things. Now you understand why they don't. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nothing going wrong. That's the illest shit about it. The only thing that went wrong is that people are waking up, and that's spooky. But the story is the story. Like, no, this shit is going through a modernized paper political stage of negotiating what this history is. But that's their foundation. That's what they're dealing with. That's the problem, Chief. Their time is up. Yeah, that's the illest shit about the United States right now. It ain't supposed to be here right now. It's been on borrowed time, I think. I mean, in their own corporate plot line, I mean, like in their own agenda. Like, I think they weren't supposed to be here that long. They're not a country, right? Mm-hmm. That's what sucks about this. It ain't supposed to exist. There's nothing civilized about the story. It doesn't follow civics at all. You cannot fight your friend or cousin and then end up owning something that belongs to a third party. Because why are you fighting on third party land with anybody other than the people of the land? And why are you fighting them? Why don't you just go back home? Because you're there doing business with them. We know, because they have treaties. Meaning they didn't come over here to steal from us. They came over here to work alongside. Treaties, right? It's like, hey, we'll be back and forth, but we'll honor this and that and the third and protect us on the way out. That's what the treaties say. Peace and friendship. Read about it. Tripoli, Tunis, read about it. Like, they're securing their safety and passage through the Gulf and shit. Panama, what it used to be. They up and down this bitch. Carlos V is down south. Castile family over there in Florida and shit. Like, they didn't have to choose a side in this shit. Who's dividing it, nigga? It's an empire of Jews. The fuck is going on out here, boy? Mama Inga should be proof of it. She's del Peru in Israel. It's right there, dog. That's the illest thing about this, boy. I couldn't make it up, man. Bible got fucking aliens. Ain't no one listening. Flying away. That's a bitch. When they gonna listen to us? That's the problem. It's an inconceivable idea for them to ever listen to us. Because some narrative that they made up about themselves and about us. That is not wisdom. And I don't know what IQ is. That sounds like a bad fucking idea. To take the longest known survivors unserious while you have them in survival mode in front of you. As if. They somehow still exist with you slowing them down with your bullshit and your benign neglect. Oh, it doesn't apply to me. That doesn't help them. You know, Indians. So, yeah, we done lived through it and suffered through it in modern times. That's the illest shit about it. It feel like slavery in modern times, don't it? But hey, I got Black and Miles. Outside growing tobacco. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it? The tobacco king smoke Black and Milds these days. Olympus, how have you fallen? We're almost doing the same exact fucking thing that we always do. The only thing different is some system that's foreign with a foreign bank attached to it that's been lying and abusing its own people. That story is not in the Bible yet. We got to make sure we get ChatGPT on this shit. I don't want nobody in the future to forget. They got the whole world fucked up, Craig, just by fucking with one variable. They got the world fucked up in one stupid step right there. They fucked up one thing. Right. They fucked around and found out with us, and that screws up their whole story of the rest of the world too. By the way, Felipe the Jew. By the way, all right now, keep it cute. Call them Moors if you want to. I know that's a pedigree. Who they grandparents? They gonna tell you Amorites. These are rights. These are rights. Those are all Israelites. Those are a certain combination of Israelites. In fact, Moors. Crazy, right? That the Moors are descendants of the tribes from the Bible, who come from Egypt, where the word comes from. This is crazy. It loops again. They be trying to play games with that shit. Oh, they weren't Moors. They were Christians. They weren't Christians. They were Jews. Shut your dumb ass up. Moors is a certain faction of tribes of Israel. That's it. But the other ones who are not part of them doing that shit over there, where they at, nigga? Oh yeah, in ancient Egypt. Where that at, nigga? America. Here we go. Yeah, back to Mexico, back to the promised land, back to Mecca, Chamexa. Come on, Mexico, Chicago. Stop playing with me. It's right there in front of you. They didn't make up these names. They're not Jews. So you know these cities weren't named by white people. Wake your dumb ass up. Wake your dumb ass up, Charlemagne's kids. Wake your dumb ass up, King David kids. Wake your dumb ass up, boy. You from a kingdom. These motherfuckers talk about opportunities. Cut it the fuck out. You're a kingdom of angel kids. That's the funniest thing about how sick this is. They ain't say nothing about humans. Damn. It's a cold world, boy. This Hebrews 13 for real, nigga. Hebrews 13 was also a prophecy. I didn't even feel like that nigga was talking to us, but when I read it, he was talking to me. Hebrews 13 and 14 is talking to me, boy. Like, look, remember your ancestors. Look, remember those who really rule over you. Oh, man, what angels are on my head? Where do we begin? Keep yourself humble. Remember when. Like, yeah, that's true. Freeze, don't shoot, whatever. It'll work itself out like it tends to do for everybody I'm supposed to be remembering. They say it worked for them now, but they stole our story. I don't know if it happened, nigga. I don't trust these niggas. What's going on? They could have rewrote anything. But if they did, right? If I am in a desert next to the mountains in Hebrews 12, nigga, if I am not fitting every description in that damn chapter right there, I go, all right, cool. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is Hebrews 12, 13, and 14, nigga. This is we're in the Hebrew paradigm. Oh my God. Some Hebrew slaves, some Hebrew captives. Oh, these are fun fucking times, you Mayans. We're in a Mayan timeline. Jesus Christ, that sucks. You know how bad the Mayan Empire sucks, bro? In terms of just brute force and effort and shenanigans, like that time period here in America sucks. That's the Hebrew timeline, by the way. Tough. All the builders, bro. All the shipbuilders. Of course they're building temples, nigga. Look at the Mayan arches. There they go. Last Supper of Jesus at the bottom of the pyramids in America. I wonder if they're the same people. They call them Mayans. Building Hebrew temples. Shut your ass up, scientists. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking about my grandfathers, first of all. So yeah, leave our grandfathers alone. The fuck going on, bro? Tell us about yours. Fuck. Building fucking pyramids that look like the Last Supper painting. Shut the front door, boy. How that pyramid get to Indonesia anyway? Stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to nobody about common sense about this shit because it's obvious. culture, math, tradition. Humans just don't evolve and do the same fucking building, nigga. There's so many options. You ever played Fortnite? Yeah, weird story. Always with materials that are not quarried locally. Don't sleep. That's a pipeline, nigga. They got industry popping. They got a refinery, a brick laying company, and transport to get it to a whole nother city state and just pile that shit up to the sky, nigga. Talking about they ain't got no horses, no cars, no nothing. But a book about flying craft. Can you fucking imagine it? And trinkets made out of gold dedicated to them. Can you fucking imagine if they heard about Ezekiel, bitch? How did they hear about that? If they way over there, and this is the first time they over there is over here, somebody fucking lying. Oh shit, ancient aliens. But first, before we start changing the history and all that shit, how about we just say, why these motherfuckers lie so much? It's only a fucking discovery because the damn lie is a lie, nigga. We're discovering how bad the lie is, bitch. No one said any different but the lie, nigga. The lie is this happened this way because of this, and someone Portuguese discovered America, and Christopher Columbus is a Jew. Remember, they're in Moorish Al-Andalusia. That's the time of the Empire of Jews. What else could he be there? An empire of fucking Jews in Al-Andalusia. Can you fucking imagine it? So yeah, like, duh, the Christians overthrew the Jews, so not compatible. Remember the story now? Do you remember the story now? Y'all remember the story where the Christians came into those kingdoms, where there were Moorish kingdoms, but the reason why there were Moorish kingdoms with the same Bible and the same language, and you seen the architectures, because they were Jews. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because the Moors, if they're saying these the kings were Moors, what you're saying is they're these 5 or 7 tribes of Israel. Come on now. Read the Moorish Proclamation of Chicago of Rahm Emanuel. It's going to tell you exactly which tribes they are. Noble Drew Ali and the Circle 7 of Quran already did the work for you, by the way. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he was telling you the Moors are a bloodline out of the Bible anyway, Egyptians. Israel, where have you been? Same fucking story, dog. There isn't a different story. These are all the same people. They don't have a history older than this story anyway, right? It's from the 1400s onward. I'm telling you something. There is no other story. They're all the same fucking story. So why are they lying so much? That's what I'm saying. Like they're backtracking on the fact that the narrative started with the Board of Education, I guess 1920s World Fair schools, around that time. 100 years ago. 100 years ago, they started with a stupid ass story. None of these motherfuckers had the phone, internet, or newspapers prior, so you gotta forgive them. But they just went in with it. Like, yeah, that makes sense. My teacher said some shit, but that doesn't make sense. But my mom is from Argentina. Whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Yet here we are. Uncovering the truth in lieu of what? A reference point. And our reference point is what if that's the truth? A damn lie. Correct. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. You only do that when you're doing an occupation. You only have to lie to your populace and give them a false history if you're taking something from them. If you took them from somewhere else and freed them with you, you're providing something for them. You wouldn't both be providing them freedom and then taking away their history if that's what that was. Hence, it's occupation, dog. We have an occupational history. They don't even hide the part that they occupied America, man. They just never told you the part of the story where they did anything different, because they haven't. All you got is it was a long time ago. Yeah, we've been under occupation for a long time, nigga. How does occupation get better? Ask Gaza, nigga. It's the same people doing it. Ain't it? The missiles, the funding, the taxes, the people of Palestine doing that to Gaza are the same fucking people here, nigga. The fuck going on in your head? Project Paperclip, beware, nigga. They're doing it to us here as they're doing it to them there. The only difference is they have terrorist cells that are fighting back. We're going to school. We're going to school. They got RPGs and shit. We going to school. That's the difference. That's the only difference between Gaza and us. We like to go to school and get money and shit, putting ourselves further in debt while in captivity. But they don't want to fuck with the shit at all. Honorable, if you ask me. And they're willing to shoot these niggas back. That's the only difference. But mind you, we're the Jews. Oh. Yeah, that's a weird story. They got two lies going on at once. It's the same two people in the middle of it. Every time, boss. Every time I tell this story. That's why I just there's some decent white people out there who understand the story better. There's gotta be some decent white. There's some law polarity, law rhythm. There's gotta be a lot more decent white people actually. It's just they don't know anything about history, I guess. It wouldn't benefit them. It wouldn't change their benefits. But now that the benefits are ending, now you can understand what happened. Now you can understand Adolf Hitler and the president of Egypt or the king of Egypt prior. You understand everything they're saying about those people. It ain't about those people. It's about us. That's what the whole world's getting wrong. They're studying all the things that Israeli and dual citizens, they're going down the rabbit holes. Jordan, rest in peace, Jordan Maxwell. He already did it, but even fucking David, the one they banned from Australia. All of them already laid this out. Behold a pale horse, already laid it out. It's been laid out. But most people are like, oh, 9/11, I don't know. And now Gaza, free Palestine, that's a big one. That's kind of making people look into it differently, right? Thank God, finally. Finally. I haven't watched all the documentaries, gonna wait for this moment that everyone told me back then wasn't happening. I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure this shit ain't cap, bro. I'm John Smith's grandson. I'm pretty sure they own something. Anyway, so they're like, all right, cool. We're gonna start talking about the Jews today. And then your Instagram filter change. You'll see so many stories about the Holocaust. Things are easier to find. They're old things, though. They're from like 20 years ago. So they've been out there. You just was filtered or censored off of it. Now they're not. Weird. Since they just bought the algorithm. Weirder story. Tech bros are doing something different. They're moving different. Anyway, when it's all said and done and the smoke finally settles, and you're like, yeah, the people, it's like doing Scooby-Doo, and you pull the hood off, and it's like, oh, it's still these niggas. You couldn't tell by the nose in the goddamn mask, bro? Like, of course it's them. It's always them. But they haven't been here the whole time. They've only been here for like 150 years. Because they're not us. So the history of us over there is not them. Just don't miss that part, white people. They're lying about who they are. So they don't have a history of anything. They're lying about who they are. They don't have a history. You'd be breaking a literary rule. You'd be a shitty researcher. If you pretend there's an Israeli before 1940, no such history. So you cannot follow their history from 1940 to the Bible. Because where they ass was just before there, Gaza, they were in fucking Poland. Auschwitz. That's Poland. So the people you call Israeli are Polish, if we're honoring nationalities. But bloodline tribe-wise, they say they're Ashkenazi or Radonite or all these other things. Khazarians even. You know what I know? It don't fucking matter what their name is. They're not in the damn Bible either way. They can be any one of those things. That's not what the story is, though. That's not what got the world fucked up with these treaties and these banks. Some motherfuckers would have made up story. No, that's what the fucking problem is socially. But the problem's bigger than that. It's us. They're pretending to be us. That means you have our story wrong. Right? They're pretending to be us. Meaning you don't have our history right. That's not their history, right? They're pretending to be something they're not, so it's not theirs. What I'm saying is the thing that's not theirs is us. Now you have to reconnect us today, living through the United States operations, to the Bible. So from the end of the Bible until now, that's us. That's us. U.S., that's us. We're those people. But here's what's important. Something significant about that, since everything happened to us, and since those motherfuckers that are doing everything fucked up are pretending to be us. Or related-ish, whatever the fuck that means. Like, you know, get what I'm saying? That's very important. I hope white people don't forget that detail. No, who gives a fuck if they have a religion, a book, or a ritual? Nigga, no. That book ain't theirs. That's not their people. That's not their ancestors at all. Who are these people? Y'all brought them here. What do you know? And how do you not know it since? Same story. So, you understand? So, the white people today, and somehow y'all forgot. But I'm just going to remind you. What a Moor, what a pedigree is, what copper means, what all that, what American Indians, Webster 1828, you can look it up, Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. If you want to, look it up, and you're going to prove it to your damn self. And all you got to do is make the correction. Like, oh, these are not black people, African Americans. These are Jews and Israelites. Yep. Most of us. You can tell who's African, can't you? Yeah. If they're not African, then they're probably an Israelite. That's how that works. There's no other black categories. If we're not African, then the default answer is we're the other copper people, Israelites. If we're not Africans. If we're not Africans, then we can only be something else black, right? Yeah, Israelites. Now, the Moors of Europe were certain tribes of Israelites, and they all happen to be brown. So whether you're the Moors or those certain tribes from the Bible in Europe, Hebrews traveling around, and versus the other ones right downtown, Africans, and then you have us over here, American Indians, who they tell you are copper colored. So if you had to pick a patina of where you get black people in America from, it's either Africa or Israel. That's it. That's it. So if we're not African, then we're Israelites. Yes. Yep. See, stop right there. You don't have to believe about Egypt, America, Israel, or anything like that. You just have to know we're black because we're Israelites. You have to believe in the Bible for me to be an Israelite. I'm an Israelite, whether or not you read the Bible. It's a bloodline from Jacob and Abraham. Abrahamic, Judaical. Yeah, that's describing our family, dude. That's not what we are, though. That's what they call what they're pretending to be. But we actually are the people. So I'm telling you, as a person that is the people, if a person on this planet is black and they're not African pedigree, they're us. That's it. If they're not Africans, they're Moors. That's it. And over in America, you got New Jerusalem and Israel. That's it. But the Moors is a composite of the Egyptian Israelites. That's it. Africans, I'm not sure yet. Maybe humans. Cool story, I guess. Maybe they mixed in. They're mixing in with Israelites. Stop playing with me. So yeah. So you have to understand the United States is helping them pretend to be us using your tax dollars, and you're complaining about us in that position. Yeah, man. It's a curse. It's a loop, and that's why it's important, because you're gonna keep cursing yourself until you untie that knot. You have to untie this knot, everybody, bro. I ain't gonna get no fucking benefits from this either, because I already see where it's going. We all do. So no, it doesn't help me at this point, or no one like me. It's just truth, like, you know what I'm saying? When you pivot and go forward, and you plan for your life, or you plan to adjust whatever's gonna happen to all of us, whether it's the stock market thing, whether it's some collapse of some infrastructure thing, and whenever things get uncomfortable, if you can imagine, right? When you plan your next step, you don't want it to do based off of social narratives and benefits programs and alliances built in that manner, because those are temporary. It's the same thing a man would tell you doing with a woman that likes him because he has money. Well, that doesn't stop her from finding another man with money or sticking around when he loses his. You know, people go through valley periods. So it's the same thing with this setup. Like, yeah, it's beneficiary to be these positions and not to care about the truth and not to resolve issues and blah, 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 and uphold treaties. Because the game is so far away from that, literally. But that doesn't change anything. The game is at the end of it. When the game is over, it is still there. And you're gonna have to pivot from that reality. You're not going to pivot from the illusion or the Board of Education narrative, because that died already. They're changing it again with their AI lessons. They're going a new direction even. So the next generation, beta especially, are not going to have a frame of reference to anything in this video, I suspect, as a norm or an average. And then they're going to say the society has changed. You don't have to do those jobs no more because of AI. Now humans can do other things if they survive whatever the fuck this is, right? I'm talking about the future. So no. You pivot off of, oh, we did like a cold reset of the United States timeline as it's going insolvent. And then we're going to pick up from there with the same people and cast of characters and kind of like, sidestep with technology to make it better. It's like they can't do that. They just can't sidestep this. Every time they take a sidestep, they miss. And they're losing money faster. They're bleeding faster. That means someone is, so if a decline is activated, especially after a year like this, Jesus Christ, especially for me and everybody I know that's going through symptoms of something changing, I'm telling you, it's in direct proportion to our change. We're synchronized with it, or it's synchronized with us. Yeah, it is. The collapse is synchronized with us. And it doesn't have to collapse, if you ask me. Just make some adjustments. Easy. But they're not going to. Narcissism. But it doesn't change anything. That's why the Bible is like, be careful of who and what you believe. Check their track record. And as far as I can tell, my ancestors have not missed. Every time I open that Bible, it's the same story. So yeah. Here I am today, telling this very similar story. Not the same story, but similar. We have a similar story to all them motherfuckers, but I ain't got time. Like, if they do this shit again, boy. For real. For real, this shit's stupid to me, boy. It's not that exciting. Like, ooh, that's the secret? The secret is that the people who are not the people they are, who pretend to be someone else, happens to be us. Like, oh, yeah, we didn't have too many other options. Grandma said she was Indian anyway. I just had to make the connection that the Indians were those people, and they are. Them feathers and them arrows are in that book. All right. So that's why they call them Indians. They don't have their Christian God. They won't accept the church. They won't join the Pope. I mean, nigga, they're Israelites. You read their Bible yet? That's every time they're around some niggas with a church, there's some problems. Every time they're around some niggas with churches, there's problems, bro. Remember, Jesus went into a church in a temple to overflow the fucking cash changers. Like, these are the people that exist after that story. Like, they're like, nah, we ain't doing that again. Nah, you killed our nigga for real. Like, nah, we're not doing it again. That's why we moved. We over here, nigga. Chill, boy. Take that goofy shit over there with your cousins. Like, their father the devil, boy. Like, stay your ass on that side of the water. You feel me? We understand you're talking about families on that level. Everybody else after that, I don't fucking know. The fuck does that got to do with the story? They're using our story. If it wasn't using our story, I wouldn't give a fuck. If it wasn't using our story in our language, it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? I'd just be some obscure tribal survivor of some ancient civilization that had a Bible. Whereas this situation we're all in today is a world full of English-speaking people. King James English, 1611 tells you when it starts. And then you have kingdoms of James in Virginia, where D.C. is right next to it, in Maryland, right? Virgin Mary. So like they gotta explain all the Vatican, the Pope shit, the little pedophile shit. There's a lot of pedophiles in the mix, eunuchs and mamelukes from that same time period. So like you start seeing the overlap of what it really is as a military operation and not one that's religious at all, right? Just like I told you, you have actual Mason though. So yeah. Oriental Masonry, if you want to read about it yourself, I'm telling you everything. So they don't tell anything, and I gotta tell everything, right? That shit's annoying, but it's only because their lie is so surface level. And I can just keep going. Like, they can't build back on nothing that I'm saying. It will not stand anything. Their ChatGPT would have a headache. Because the whole thing a lie. Like, it's arranged wrong. It's arranged wrong and it's offset at the same time. They move time. They move who the people are. They made really childlike adjustments to shit. And took the advantageous role. And then signed themselves as trustees. Which tells on who they are. If you have to manage something for someone else and your government is based on that, it's not yours. Congress are trustees, not beneficiaries. They're not a republic then, because they're not the we the people. That's literal language. I know they operate somehow, But that's what I'm saying. They're making reference to something while doing something else with it. They're not honoring the way it should go because they're not the people who set it up. And that's what's weird. Because this was hypothecated after the Civil War and Reconstruction, they couldn't keep it going because that wasn't the idea. Their idea was to take advantage of a war-torn country and buy up things and then tell people what to do for profit. That had nothing to do with like people stacking up, I don't know, in the lands of Jews, following the rules to help mental health issues, if you will, to prepare people who may go through sudden enlightenments and awakenings, you know, people telling you about flying craft and meditation all in the same book. Like, those people were stacking something up. They weren't doing that for money. In the book that tells you that they're trying to do this thing the way that they do because they would never need money if they can do it again. Bro, in King James English, y'all lie like that? In King James English, you said the people that made this Bible, this story in that Bible telling you what they about, want to do something totally different and new with your ass and you not in the Bible? Shut the fuck, man. Shut the front door, dude. It don't make sense no matter how you say that. And the only variable they switch is who is the Jews. That's it. That's the only thing they took out of place. And fucked it up for everybody. I know. They've been looking for us. Why? We've been here, bro. I guess they didn't get our letters from City Muhammad. After all. We never seen his response. Crazy. We don't even know if City Muhammad got that letter. So we know what time it started. After 1751. You know what's crazy about those dates? Yamaha, Hawaii. That's when the Hawaiians tell you ships started appearing over there, off the Pacific. Now, mind you, these motherfuckers, somebody coming from Europe and African Horn. Then why the first touchdown of these people showing up in Hawaii? Is at the end of the 1700s. Did they get stranded over there from Delaware, nigga? From Boston? They got to Hawaii from Boston? Can you fucking imagine the bullshit I have to believe? So the first time they saw anybody that don't look like them was at the end of the 1700s. I think that's like Kane or something. 1700s Hawaii. They tell that story on Valentine's Day. Something to do with Valentine's Day, Hawaii. First appearance of colonizers, Hawaii. It's like 1700s. Now, mind you, you look up the picture of King Kamehameha, you're going to see a Moor. And all his kids, kings, empresses. Check them out. Hawaii, in the middle of fucking nowhere in the Pacific. They're Moors. Look at them. Do yourself a favor. Wake your ass up. So then, that's a kingdom, by the way. Kingdom of Hawaii. Russian claim to the land because it was Tartaria, probably, right? Obviously. Since those kings of an empire of Tartaria, Russia would claim that in Alaska. Maghreb al-Aqsa, by the way, the extreme west, like on some Moors from Tartaria. Can you imagine the story if they were Jews who survived everything? Yep, that's why you even know these stories, because it's the Jews who survived all of those timelines, nigga. How you doing? Crazy. Who is anyone else? And why wouldn't they remember if they survived too? And why are we doing this if we just survived those timelines, nigga? You can't make it make sense. We can't keep freeing everybody of tyranny and then end up enslaved. And then the whole world forgets why they're enslaved again. Like, what happened to us? Like, what is going on, bro? That's a weird fucking story. So, all of this changed in the 1700s, worldwide. So when you study world history, you'll start seeing the same thing happen in India. Because Tartaria is right there, right? They're in Asia already. They set it off in Asia. That's the illest shit about this story. When they start ransacking the kingdoms, like Kingdom of Maratha, Kingdom of Bharata, like when they go into that 100-year war and the Cali Wars, right there, boom, 1700s. Mind you, that's like 300 years after the Papa Bulls got started. So the Poppables were running a fucking riot and a fucking trade route in the Caribbean. But in the 1700s, from that direction on Tartaria's side, something came in on the west side. That's why Washington State was very strange to me. How do you get there from Delaware, nigga? No Oregon Trail yet either. Don't fucking forget. No Route 88 there yet. But and the land is surrounded by Moorish Indians. I could have sworn that's in their annexation of Texas. I don't know, 60 years later. So we know what time it is. This country was invaded in the 1700s, dog. The same time as the rest of the world. They just didn't have no internet. They didn't get the newspapers in time, I guess. Probably didn't all speak the same language, babbling again, I guess. But yeah, something else crashed and hit in the 1700s. This was recent. I'm telling you. They're not part of United States history. The people in charge today. They're not in a linear connection to it at all. They weren't there. They'd be swarthy or tawny. You can't break those rules, guys. You're breaking the law of gender. You can't do it. If they started swarthy Moors, they should be swarthy Moors now. We're still here, as we ever were before. So there's nothing that can explain why they would all change to a completely pedigree of people. Not a different skin tone, a different pedigree of people in that short of a time. Mind you, doing plantations with free slave labor to become rich. There's no time to change your colors, buddy, into a whole new pedigree of people. And then forget your entire Moorish history in the land of Moors with Moorish languages. So that puts us in the 1800s, Cabbage Patch Kids and World Fairs again. Now think about that. When the population of everyone else explodes, that's during the World Fair. That's the 1880s. Reconstruction. So they're trying to replenish this war-torn continent, apparently, right? Since we're ambushed since the American Revolution, 100-year war. Boston Tea Party, everything. Those are all different kingdoms and groups of people who paint themselves white, at least. So maybe it is them, but they're not those people originally in our Bible, so we just keep it going. But those people lately, after the American Revolution, showing up, taking over shit, hostile, occupation. That's when it happened. They occupied a constitutional republic. They did not create it. The constitutional republic is not their idea. They framed it. They took over a republic from a previous government. That's what George Washington said that. You know, Washington State on the West Coast, like he said that we took over. We have these letters to you, Imperial Majestic. Oh shit. Oh shit, we came here and there's angels here. Oh shit. We took over from the Moors. Oh shit. Wait, what are you, George Washington? And why are you here? And who said you can take over for the Moors? What unanimous vote? Who's voting? A lot of questions people should ask if they read treaties. They make so much more sense. Donald Trump probably don't know this shit. That's a long time ago. Shut your ass. That's what's wrong with these niggas. It wasn't long ago enough. Our occupation is recent. It's after the American Revolution. Slavery is a deflection. That is not what was going on with kingdoms. With ransacking kingdoms. Save me the gory details of how they got an army. I want to know where they mamas stay. If they never heard of Namaste, coming from the West Coast of America. Don't make no sense. Queen Khalifa territory? Straight into the Mohammedan lands? You seen San Francisco? Asiatic as fuck. They're supposed to come from Tartaria, end up in California first, and they see Tartaria, and then get to Delaware and be like, we don't know who these niggas are. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. San Franciscans? Come on now. French friars made it all the way out there? Come on now. Come on, Christians. Do better. Do fucking better, Christians and Catholics. Do fucking better. You guys just got here. Y'all got here after the annexation of Texas, you fucking liars. The annexation of Texas as of 1868 tells you it's Moorish people and associates, and no one has crossed that line yet. Definitely not a fucking church, bitch. So your churches and your Christians and that shit over there in Italy didn't build shit over there. It's not your fucking land yet. You didn't gold rush quite all the way yet either. Because remember, this is a land full of Indians still who ain't part of your damn demonstration either way. I ain't forget anything. So they expanded the United States by breaking a treaty with the Moors and their Indian associates, 1868. It's in their records. So they owe Sidi Muhammad, and then they betrayed the Moorish people and Indian associates, which is why you have a Morocco treaty, the Moorish people, the Algiers treaty, the Moorish people, the Tunis and all that shit, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with all these Moroccan named people. And then you said all the land of the West Coast is their land. So where's Morocco, nigga? Like, they be arguing with Moors about stupid shit. This is common sense. Sidi Muhammad is the proof. The treaties are proof. And then the annexation of Texas is like 100 years later. And it's still the same story, bitch. So from Sidi Muhammad's letter to 1868, it's still the same story, bitch. So it doesn't change until when? Reconstruction, World Fair, Cabbage Patch Kids, orphan trains, all the same years. These people just got here, y'all. That's how evil this all is. They'd rather believe a story about being slave masters. That's how gory that story is. And the root word of slave is Slavic. They're a long way from that territory over here to even use such a word in King James English, a book by Jews. Yeah. White people were planted here. We already had Moriscos, guys. You can find the charts. We already had Moriscos. Those are Israelites. We already got them. And it's in Spanish. So that tells you it's closer to 1492. So we already had them here. They're all black. You can Google images. The Morisco chart, 1600s, 1700s. You'll see them. Yep, that's who's here, working on plantations. Crossbreeding, by the way. That's what the chart is showing you. It's not showing you their slavery. It's showing you their crossbreeds and the names thereof. Lobos. Black people. El Salvadorian at the time. Black people. Black people. They're all black people to me. I look down. You call me black because I look like them. They look like me. We're black people. Cool. We're black people, I guess. The fuck Israel, by the way. So yeah, same story. It's in everything. We got all the evidence already. You feel me? Like, no CIA, no FBI. It don't take this long, really. But that's what I'm saying. There must be that many fucking people in this country who just don't give a fuck about honor or truth. Who rather just do it for the benefit of something else. Afraid to lose something while everything is being lost because they refuse. That's going to be an interesting self-wound. Could have did something about it. Could have said something about it. Not a minute too soon, I guess. They got us fucked up, bro. All this is going on in the world for people trying to be us, but the people that it actually is completely ignored. That is ugly as fuck, bro. That's wild, boy. Shogun says evil. It is evil. Before it was all kingdoms, it was. Guerrilla Gospel says 2/3. 1861 is when Italy was bundled up over here. Yep, it's all the same time. Late 1700s to 1860s, 100-year war. Whoever these people are. We don't know where they come from originally. Because we're here by ourselves, minding our business. And that wasn't us. Weird story. But yeah. But the new people, the new seated people, is the World Fair for sure. L. Ron Hubbard's a World Fair kid. He went to the World Fair High School, St. Louis, I think. Scientology dude, is he? Yeah, World Fair kids. Can you imagine talking about aliens? And then who else did World Fair? A few people. You'd be surprised. Jerry Seinfeld. He said his dad was a test tube baby. He's talking about the Coney Island incubator kids. He wasn't joking. Incubator babies are at least from 1880s to 1920s. So you think people are creating a bunch of orphans and incubator babies and then say there's a bunch of homeless people in lines for bread and soup. Yeah, nigga, you're cloning motherfuckers. What were they doing a day prior? You just cloning motherfuckers in incubators. And they're like, they're poor, they don't know what to do. You got random immigrants and so many white people coming over here to adopt these random immigrant incubator babies. Like that's late 1800s you never hear about. And that led to a Great Depression, by the way. And that led to a war with other countries again. Don't miss it. They planted all these people here from the 1880s. So by the time World War I was here, they had a fucking army to go back and attack where the fuck they just said they came from? What's that story? Since we ain't talking about kings no more. Like, what's the story of you coming over here planting all these people in orphans just to have them grow up to 30, 40, 50 years old, or a second generation after you brainwash them, apparently. A good time, a second time. And then you send them to war to fucking die to finish taking over the Jews that own Germany and Europe? While we're arguing about who Jewish people are? No, Germany should belong to Jews, meaning none of those niggas you see. The people that look like me, since we didn't change colors. So if Jews were in Germany, hereditamous, then they would be my people. Not all this Disney, Stanley Kubrick propaganda bullshit on video. And because there's no internet and real-time correspondence, we don't have a chance in Haiti to know it, except for all the people who do the research against the Holocaust, and then everyone stops talking about it because it's anti-Semitic. And then like the passcode is right there, and they gotta know what this password is because they're trying to say everyone goyim is stupid. They're saying anti-Afroasiatic, haha. But Germany belongs to Afroasiatics. I'm the Holy Roman Empire descendant. Germans. Well, the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Bible, those guys, the Jews again. Yep. It's weird how we just show up everywhere our book is. But but for real, because they have to explain the story how the Germany over there turned white. Then you got Polish people and German blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, which we know is all recessive genes, so they wouldn't have indigenous rights to a land full of swarthy people as of 1750. So from 1750 to 1880, you inverted everything and went from carbon to sulfur organically. Shut the fuck up. And forgot you were Jews. Shut the fuck up. On King James English in which you speak, Mein Kampf. Michael, nigga, shut the fuck up. Right? No conspiracy. That's just common sense. Mm-hmm. So, in trying to figure out who these people are, don't forget, it doesn't fucking matter. They're not who they say they are. That's not the story no more than. That's it. We don't have to figure them out. We don't have to figure out their agenda. We don't have to figure out what's wrong with them. We don't have to fix them. They gotta move the fuck on to whatever they can afford to buy or borrow land or license land for them to finish breeding. But this story ain't theirs, this country ain't theirs, this empire ain't theirs, the Bible ain't theirs, the prophecy ain't about their ass. Like, nothing that the world has been doing in the West aligns to anything real because of their ass. They ain't real, that's not them. Nothing to figure out. You should stop probably taking their fucking money and believing their lies and doing the weird satanic rituals that they came up with on their own. That's not the Bible, bitch. That's it. That's what Hitler was talking about doing. And then our country went to save them and brought them here. The same people that they grew in a test tubes here and sent over there to cause that problem. They sent their grandkid generation of test tube babies to go fight in the war with the grandchildren of them who are over there and brought them back over here. This is the story of motherfucking, what's that boy name? Peter Pan. In the beginning of that Disney movie, Peter Pan, the soldiers knocking on the door while the mother's trying to tell the story to the kids before Peter Pan abduct their ass. Remember, they're saying is like, hurry up, kids, you gotta go to sleep because tomorrow we gotta put you on a train and send you away.
There's a war here. So the parents are sending their kids away. And that's the beginning of Peter Pan, which is why it's so comforting to the people who are here in America reading about orphan trains coming to America, in case you missed it. In case you got caught up with the Captain Hooks and Barbary pirates trying to free the kids from these people who are sending them to America. In case you missed the nuance there. Peter Pan resembling an angel, a ginger one on top of that. Can you imagine the story there? So, it must be Franciscan. But you understand, like, that should stack up to Walt Disney even, the propaganda. Why the fuck would this nigga grow up in America? Allegedly a descendant of the American Revolution people. Be telling these goddamn stories anyway if he'd never been to fucking Andalusia where it comes from, or Tartaria. Right? He's just some white guy that's a genius with imagination, I guess, and technology too. Don't sleep. All in the old islands that are controlled by Flores colony of Israel. And he's not that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he has an affinity for this Moorish reference points next to Alabama, and then he converts it to white people English and has artists create new images, but it's still telling the same story that they're stealing. Mm-hmm. They use the Americas to raise an army and use that army to send it back to Europe. And that's who's been running Europe since. But they're finally dying. Ukraine was next. Ukraine's ran by some fucking crackheads. That's why Biden lives going there. Hunter goes to Ukraine a lot. They're crackheads. That's not just cocaine. Them niggas on crack. So you got a nigga on crack doing a war with Russia. And y'all think they're gonna win. I can tell y'all never been outside. So yeah, nah, crackheads don't win wars. They don't win anything. They're fucking crackheads. So you're in a crackhead war. Don't forget Joe Biden's son is a crackhead. And the nigga Zelensky's a crackhead. And they were doing business together. Two fucking crackheads. Joe Biden's in the middle of that shit. That nigga that lost all his memory, like a fucking crackhead. Yeah, they're all crackheads, y'all. So we're trying to figure out like why narcissistic crackheads is selling the country out. At the root issue, like everyone can agree politically, like the root issue is someone sold us out and took our taxes and diverted it to foreign interests, but the people that we're talking about who happen to be Democrats most of the time are crackheads. I don't know if you saw it enough this year. You know, the crackhead son himself was like, after his father died or whatever the fuck is going on with his ass, he like doing interviews about crack and how to cook it and everything. Y'all didn't see his emails. I know, it's strange. They were real. FBI got it. Patel should have it. That's weird. He hasn't been arrested on any crimes. But now he's on a podcast talking about crack. Like, this nigga must have immunity, right? Imagine that. Imagine that he would need it. What type of character is that? Doing business for the United States and Ukraine. Yeah. Being funded by Canada and everyone else too. Just to go help Israel. And none of those people are Jews. Because they're humans. That Bible is not about humans. So, you know. And they don't match the patina. And you notice they're not living up to anything in that book. A book full of living up to things in case you want to be blessed. And they say they're blessed and they're God's people because they have all the physical things that they stole from someone else. Like, it's not adding up nowhere. But our politics and our people in power are going to argue those points. And what I'm trying to say to people is, there's no reason to go there. They and their supporters can go move to fucking Israel and get the fuck out of this country. AIPAC, all their funded political Congress people, all the people who are trying to leave Texas because they don't want to be accountable anyway, they fleeing, they free their ass to Israel then. Cool story, bitch. You don't have to be in the United States. You're not the United States either way, so like, move the fuck on. And it's that simple. The solution is just that. Anyone who's affiliated with them. You get them out of your country's infrastructure of control of economy especially, and then things will work again worldwide. Since this is a new problem since the 1770s only. Everything else was kingdoms. Don't let them fool you again. Pirates of the Caribbean, that's it. Captain Hook, that's it. That's their time period. They don't have no other older reference. They skip to Egypt, don't they? We're the Egyptians, so why are they talking about us? How they skip? You know what I'm saying? It's not the fact that they're whitewashing Egypt. More so, it's how come they didn't have another backstory, linear story to go to, so much time in between it. Like, all right, so what were you doing in the year 712? So fucking awesome. You got Cleopatra and Roman soldiers and shit. What did y'all do in 1712? What, you had Hebrew names back then? That's crazy. You're not Jews today, but you had Hebrew names back then before you became a Holy Roman Empire? Created by Hebrews? Y'all in the Holy Roman Empire full of Hebrews, but y'all are what? You're not Jews or Moors. And you're working with people who say they are against Jews and Moors to this day. That's weird. What game are y'all playing? Because it ain't about common sense. I know y'all don't know the history. Y'all just be saying shit. But what are y'all doing? I'm afraid the people alive today, most of them probably don't know. Indoctrination. They're just keeping it going. Metal Gear Solid, the Patriots. I don't think anyone alive really understands what the fuck I'm talking about. Because that's how long ago it was. But they inherited some shit, obviously, and they're just keeping it going for the sake of money and privacy, I guess. Whatever the fuck they're doing their freaky frog days. Did you know that if you just stop making it illegal and taboo, everyone can fucking do it because they're going to do it anyway, and then you stop fronting on the crime system and all that bullshit and just let everyone be heathenists and pagans, since that's what the fuck you are either way? Who are you hiding from? And why hide if you're free? There shouldn't be a closet anything, even in your government. That doesn't fucking make sense. They're not Christians. It's not a Christian nation. They're not Mohammedans either. They're not Muslims. So who are they pretending for? Why is that an act? Why is the prequel is that they have to pretend to be decent people in suits just to find out they're all fags? Just be that. What are they hiding from? Why, once they pretend, what's the rituals about, right? Like, why do they have to codify they don't believe in God enough to create Satanism? Like, how about you just be chilling with your money and, like, mind your fucking business and fuck all the ugly girls like you've been doing? Like, what's up? Why is there an agenda or school or church attached to that dumb shit? Do you understand how short life is? They don't. So, I don't know, bro. I know that way of life in their prequels, their ground operating system for the culture of history, like how they approach history and then transport to today. That shit's done. It don't connect to anything. I've been trying for a long time to find it. And it's cool. They're just gonna have to get out the way of the narrative. That's all. Back to minding people's businesses, yeah. That's all that would really happen anyway. The federal government is the only reason why everyone's centralized on these stupid topics anyway. They funded your schools. Now they're not. Your state and your city can still teach the kids if they want to. Like, you can go outside and like say, hey, bring all your kids here if you wanted to. No one wants to do that. Benjamin Franklin. People get used to luxury and conveniences. Being able to send your kids away to be taught by someone else and never have to check or understand what they're learning is a convenience. It's a luxury, in fact, compared to the rest of the world. You know, our 300 million to their 7.5 billion. Like, it's a luxury compared to the rest of the scale, if you will. Yeah. You can have a kid and have a school raise it for 12 years. That's a luxury. I know we gotta work really hard to pay rent and pay for food and shit. In a colony full of gardens and plantations. I know. It'll make sense one day, especially if you go to school and learn about it, right? And then you get taxed to death. That's probably why you can't afford a different option. Yep, because if you don't work hard enough, then you gotta worry about being homeless on farmland, on frontiers, on homestead acts, on 40 acres and mules available for everybody. But you might lose it to a bank. And then your federal government like, we take sides with the bank. I mean, after all, the bank that we're taking sides with that steals your property, that's what we print money for. It doesn't matter what color you are. You're using our money to buy its paper notes in bonds and contracts, which you're just signing yourself to as a tenant. Yeah, that's paper slavery. Just like my people disappearing is a paper genocide, not a real one. It might as well have been. We don't seem to survive or thrive around captivity. Just like Benjamin Franklin said. Before it even happened, he laid it out. 1700s. This just happened to us. We're only fighting education. The ideas that they gave us. That's not what happened. Not that way, at least. So, that's cool. Maybe we'll never recover the full true story. Just don't forget. No matter what the real story is, those are not Jews. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Synergy. Yep. We're the Judge Mathis, so we won't laugh at the motherfuckers. They're trying to make human trafficking heartwarming. Most of them are created, they clone, they're AI, NPCs, no inner dialogue either, 50% of the population. 1981, Emily was bundled up. 4 was all kingdoms, 2 3/3 gorilla speed. Yeah, man. I can't wait for them to change that algorithm. That's all. It'll correspond to something else by tomorrow. I'm almost certain. Because Trump is running out of time. You can tell by the link. You can tell when his MAGA supporting parrots paradigm, what they're talking about. He's running out of time. He running out of time with his narrative. That's dangerous. I don't think he as a person can care though. But I'm just saying. Everyone who's fixated on him as the president, he running out of time. I don't think we ever lived in a timeline recently, from 1770 until now, where everybody, where any leader or president's approval rating is 0%, and he heading that way. He heading to 0% in his own demographic. I mean, it don't matter what anyone else says. Not his demographic. You know what I'm saying? Like those numbers don't matter. He about to hit 0% within MAGA itself. The ideology is hitting 0 approval with them. Already. Oh man, boys, it's about that time. You got to get together. You know, get your family prepared. They're already talking like that, bro. On Beyonce's internet. They think they're talking in Morse code or something. The Montauk Indians, that's crazy. But you know, no, they're not. I hear them clearly. The fact they're talking in code in open air, they're still scared, which is even more funnier to me. What are they scared of? Trump cannot guarantee benefits, and now they're scared. I don't want you to miss what I just said, because it's going to sound like I'm talking about all white people. You miss it. No, one more time. We're not talking about swaths of random people who have to coagulate to vote and act like it matters. No, I'm talking about the ideologists, the ideologues, the people who support this. Like, what I mean by support, I mean money, donations, security, favor, bribes, blackmail, drugs, pipelines, and mom and pop businesses that can be utilized. Supported him, you know what I'm saying? Like his supporters, like the supporters, like support the support, like the actual supporters. Not the people who voted and liked the video, but the supporters who also may have liked the video, understand everything. His supporters are running out of their ticking talking, their tick tock time bomb. If I can pick up on it in my algorithm. Yep, Donald Trump was a placeholder for the Nazi descendant / white supremacists from the Cabbage Patch Farm. I don't know where they get them ideas from, but they sound very communist in their own way. So don't worry. We've seen how they talk about people in Poland. So something mixed in with that shit. They're talking to each other like, hey, we gonna need some snow blowers. Nah, family. Y'all not about to do none of that shit, Mason Dixon. Y'all not Masons or Dixies. in Indian territory? Like, y'all keep forgetting that part of your story. You lived that whole time in Indian territory, but you don't tell no stories about all your best friends that were Indians. That's weird, nigga. Anyway, so yeah, obviously it wasn't a story. So yeah, they're they're using their fucked up language model and version of history, and they thought that Donald Trump signified something else. Especially Mr. fucking Arch of Triumph he's trying to fucking build right now on Michael. Come on, dog. This nigga bugging. He sound like Kanye to me. But anyway, the white supremacist team, they're not having a good day. I know the default reaction is like, oh no, watch out, black people. You would have to watch out anyway. But now they're watching out. Who are they watching out from? If Donald Trump ain't who they thought or hoped he would be, agenda-wise for them, the way they survive and make money, that is, you know, the important part about being xenophobic, their control. I hate that we always make it black people. No, they're white supremacists, but it benefits them to the level of which they control occupied land, apparently. That would have to be backed up by the federal government. You know, the FBI to tell, oh, all the cops have the KKK. Shut the fuck up. Shriner, shut the fuck up. That's a stupid ass headline for Black History Month. No, duh, no shit, Sherlock. They all are. Duh, fucking duh. So those guys, they don't feel like they're protected. The Klan, the Dragons, the Templars, the Shriners, the cosplayers, the Moorish Parade, Philadelphia's, them niggas, those guys, every year, them guys and their friends, they don't like the way things are going for them. He's not bringing more jobs and factories and all these things to America soon enough for them to continue to live. And the last thing they want to do is move to the city around everyone they hate, or they credit the energy around the fact that they're a hate group. And even if, you know, generations change or something, yeah, no, cooked. They're cooked. Those white supremacists and biker gangs be moving all the meth around and all the fentanyl around. Cooked. They're taking them foreign CDLs off the road. Cooked. Sons of Anarchy was 20 years ago, dog. This is a different thing. Cooked. We talk about Jackson's son now and what they got to do. Cooked. They're cooked. No protections from the federal government. Meaning the feds will run down on them. They're running down on the Masons and NBA, ain't they? Don't act like they don't know on Napoleon. Don't act like they don't know on Napoleon. Those are all Masons hanging out with mafia members, part of the Roman Catholic Church Inquisition branch. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. And they know because they in there gambling with them. Don't you forget, you know they know. Double, triple agents, stop fucking playing me. You're gonna find out just like Al Sharpton was. No, he wasn't. You're gonna find out somebody in the NBA is also a federal agent. Can you imagine niggas who go to CIA and can also hoop and play 21? Can you fucking imagine the backstory to that story? Exactly, so yeah, you'll see it. They infiltrate everything. They're a secret society in itself. With no overhead from you, the public or the citizens. They're not in your constitution, that's why. They're in the realm of none of your business. They never have to, that's why they redact everything. But you're paying for it? Like, imagine the sickness of this shit. You pay them to research and produce to you redacted results. Like, that's healthy. And think about the shit they be redacting. Like, nothing ever happens before or after. It'd be like, yeah, this is a dossier. We're going to redact it for what? For justice? For protection? Oh, so you don't correspond your agents and other people's stories if they recognize their names in other redacted files, and the same names show up and the same people end up being affiliated with the same corporations or same hangouts or the same cities, and then you might find out where their hive is. Oh, that makes sense. Damn, why y'all so many agents inside all the sick shit though? They just standing by watching and shit? Oh, y'all don't do really justice for real. Y'all protect corporations. I get it. Connotative linguistics, you still lying to us. I know. Especially if you have no accountability over them, there's no reason for them to tell you the truth. You have no oversight branch of the FBI. You, the people, can't vote and do anything and make them release one of their prisoners either. They're their own thing. Don't forget that. Napoleon Bonaparte's grandson. Don't forget that part. Don't forget that part. Why the fuck the United States helping out French Napoleon? You know, the African. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Tell him to fucking lie to me. On Point du Sable of Chicago. During the Napoleonic Wars. Tell him to fucking keep lying to us. Point du Sable, look him up. Founder of Chicago. He ain't built it. During the Napoleon Wars. He's French, ain't he? That's a black guy. Can you imagine Napoleon, his commander? Shut the front door. Let him found a whole fucking city, a slave from Haiti. Shut the fuck up. During the Napoleon War, shut the front door, dog. Cut it out. Cut it. Sable, Dusky. Even his name mean the nigga black. If the bronze statue didn't, so he's in the French Napoleon army. Cut it out. With the light-skinned Chauves in the Civil War. Cut it out. How they get light-skinned? They fucking on white girls. Duh. Where? They're French. Where's that at? That shit don't rhyme with Indian, so take your ass home. Like, that's it. That's it. They got treaties with Royal Imperial Majestic, and they haven't introduced us to him yet. So who they got treaties with if they ain't acknowledging their own Imperial Majestic? Oh, they just willy-nilly in this shit. Loop. Yeah, it's hypothecated. They're acting as if. So something actually happened, bigger than them. And then they show up, and then whatever. And here we are. I think that's the more reasonable story. They weren't here, and they don't know what happened, because they ain't the ones who fucking did it to us. After everything was fucking done, then they show up. During a timeline of orphans, that's weird, bro, and evil. That they brainwashed these people and gave them fake narratives and origin stories. No wonder why they don't remember what an Indian is. Yep. They can't do nothing about that. The NFL had the backstone shooter too, Eagles, in Vegas. They need to use their imagination. And he's an Afro-Asiatic on top of that, yep. TBFB 13-3, word to Judge Mathis is crazy. They're trying to make human trafficking heartwarming. Y'all are crazy. That's all I gotta say about these niggas though. Don't get caught up in their madness. Don't waste your vain imaginations on any of it. Just get your shit back in alignment and pray. And then start to like, you know, it's already happening. You already feel the vibes. It's already shifting in your own spirit. Like you're not really attached to the outcome either way. That's a good sign. It's a good sign. That's faith, actually. When that shit don't bother you no more, it's like, it is what it is. It's like, faith is kicking in because it has to work out. And I understand how impossible the last 250 years of history is with things working out. Oh, it's gonna be fine. Nothing going on now is worse than the whole fucking time. I promise you. It'll work out again. Water fine level again. Everyone gonna forget conveniently, Mandela effect, all the narratives, and we're gonna have to get serious about something else and forget everything. I know, but this time I won't forget nothing. But that's good. I think that's the point of a poll switch. Everyone will just reshuffle their cards and pick up a new narrative and go on like nothing happened. Very similar to the silent generation, by the way. Loop. And so you have a silent generation being cooked right now. That's cool. Okay. They ain't gonna say too much when it changes. So it's changing since we're creating a silent generation, obviously. So, all right, give it 10 to 15 goddamn years. Usually faster these days, but you know, next decade, 2030 is definitely, right? You have a weird transition of narrative and how people are acting and what the adjustments needed for survival are going to be. We'll know way before then, but you'll see it manifest. And I don't think people will be able to afford to remember this particular time period in the transition itself. Ground zero. I don't think they're going to give a fuck. They don't already, but they're not going to go to school or, you know what I'm saying? There's no school to go to, but they're not going to pivot their future off of these moments and these changes and these narratives. They're not there. And they don't have to be, what I'm saying. They're going to keep going and pick up. As for everybody else, though, that's kind of how, like, that book is written. Like, it's catching the attention of people who's not everyone else. So That's way the word transcends tribes and skin color, because it says, "Be careful who you entertain. You may be entertaining angels." These days, 400 years later, that can be anybody. And the best way to tell if you have some type of leaning dispensation to those riddles and paradigms, you'll find it in law of correspondence. It'll be in you because it's trying to drive you that direction, but then it'll also be in your ancestry. You don't need much of it. You don't need much of royal blood. You don't need much of angel blood. I'm talking about drops of Jupiter, dog. Ocean and a cup of water, dog. Same story, same saline. Nah, it's the same fucking thing. Old wine, new wineskins. It's new wineskins, new designs. Can you imagine, kid? Yeah. Israel, over again, over again, 400 years later, over again. As if they can stop what God's doing. That's the funniest thing about everything. But so when you see more people today, who the difference is going to be the people who are more aware of a higher dimension of our reality. They're going to get out of conspiracies, hopefully. Because conspiracies is looking downward about what's happening. Once you're able to look upward and see what's happening, and the fact that you interact with it, and you always have been, hence why they need your mind under control to do it. Understand? They need you to hit enter on the prompt in your imagination. That's what is government today. They need you to believe. Hence. So a lot of people, at the very least, through this transition, want to take over their own beliefs again. Thank God. I'm just going to tell you one more time, man. It ain't for everybody. Because of the dynamic of what it is. If everybody was tapped into what I'm talking about and actually manipulating reality at any level, I'm talking about manipulating the reality of their imagination, even on that level. Telling the story different, even on that level. If they were, we would not be in this position. So I know the pattern now. Something is going to happen again, and the majority of the people are going to just click, 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 like nothing happened. They're going to have like 3 or 4 canned responses about why. That's a long time ago. It doesn't really matter. How's I going to pay my rent tomorrow? And any remix there is. Because now you're dealing with a more illiterate society. Don't forget. You're dealing with us forward, right? So going forward from here, you know what I'm saying? People weren't paying attention the whole time, I fear. You understand everything? So don't you worry about for the rest of our lives here alive today. Don't you ever fucking worry about what nobody think that didn't get the updates. Who are just going to just turn around, turn over, and do the next best thing that they were told to do. You're having a gender problem at this point. You're arguing with fools. Fool is a totally different gender, man. They're like, you can't even do nothing about a fool. You know, there's another Bible says, oh, this is how you break through to a fool. People who move a mountain into the water and walk on water, they don't have a cool language formula on how to overcome a fool. It's not that they couldn't figure them out. It's just that they understand that they're reprobate, meaning everything's going to be inverted with a fool until they change their beliefs. Everything that comes out of it comes through their filter, right? So don't fuck up and align your filter to foolishness. You'll start sounding like them in areas where it's serious. So you can't expect anyone to figure this out no more than any of you can. Yeah. It was never something visible. Never. I can disclose that. The Holy Roman Empire of angels were never public facing. They're not humans, so they're not showing up as like, hey, little people, we're descendants of giants. Hey, little people, all this is ours. Bow down to me, King Jew guy, Khan. But absolutely, there's examples of men doing that. That's not what we are. It's incompatible, is what I'm saying. It's a different gender thing. That's why I don't believe that the story they tell about the Romans and the Greeks are quite real, because it's too gory for me. For them to be an empire of love anyway. It doesn't make sense. It's not enough sex and fucking in their stories. There's always pedophilia instead. You get it? Like, go forth and multiply. But like, ooh, the coolest armies ever that took everybody was taking their booty. Like, the fuck, nigga? The fuck? Get the fuck out my face. Shut the fuck up. This eunuch fucking fantasy. Shut up. One day we could be as great as the Romans. Like, ass niggas fucking projecting. Goofy ass, retarded ass, lonely ass, pirates of slave ship ass niggas. Fuck out my face. Hell no. That ain't what happened. But still, the emperor doesn't wear clothes. They're always in disguise, if you will. Even Montezuma, he's in a costume. That's not how he lives. That's like putting on your football costume. Like an Indian parade that you would have down there. On that day, you dress up like that. Yeah, now you understand everything. Meanwhile, behind him is university-looking Roman cities. Like, wake your ass up. So yeah, society as a whole has mixed and hybridized in this particular genetic project. Still alive, they're still operating within that gnosis because the prerequisite is telepathy. Most people who understand the Bible are telepathic. That's why it makes more sense to us. We can kind of read the mind of the writer, like where they're going with it. And that's what the Illuminati type of demonstration is, or the Montauk Morse code thing is. It's not just random people who created this cool thing. No, these are angels. They're peculiar people. They're weird. Quite literally. So that is the empire. Now you have to imagine you're not playing the game in the empire as man anymore. You're already there. You understand? Like, you're already from the kingdom of heaven. Now you're downstairs in these bodies. It'll feel like you're enslaved. Keep your eyes open. Meaning you're here. You are here. If that is you, if you read that book and it's true for you, if you understand what it's telling you for real, if you understand the coordinates, then you understand it's not talking to everybody. It's almost like everything else is a filler episode if it doesn't click for you. It's like watching Naruto episodes between the hot points. It's like, oh, that's cool. That happened to them. That's about them over there at that time. Has nothing to do with me. Oh, yeah. If I read this and believe in this again, what happens to me? Yeah, man. Just close your eyes really hard, pray and believe. And then when you die, after paying those taxes, you'll go to heaven because you read this book. I'm like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to give all the hints away. That book is coded with those who have the eyes to see. It tells you in that book it's like that. That book is telling you what type of niggas is in that book. Like, we ain't writing this shit for everybody. So it's historical, but it's not meant to be a linear account like you do in college to write a report. Nah, they are giving you some very fucking important principles and information in between all the shit. Like, hey, yeah, man, remember this fucked up thing and these people? Remember your uncle and all of them? Yeah, all this going on. So we want to use these references, and then we're going to show you how to untie this knot. Watch, in action. Oh, yo, you in a situation where a motherfucker got you working, and they lended you something, and they didn't want to pay you back? Right here. And action. Ah, shit. Y'all niggas ended up sold out again in captivity. You need to know how you need to act. Act like this and watch what happens to you. Favor with God and Man, part 2. In action. If you ever played Metal Gear Solid, it's a bunch of VR training missions. Based on previous scout reports. 66 playthroughs as something else. Amongst everything. Be in this world, not of it. That's why that empire is holy. Not because of their morality, but because of what's inside of them. The kingdom of heaven. Luke. Now, what the kingdom of heaven is, with these word models, your guess is better than mine. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sold on the hype. If all the baddies are downstairs, and that caused all my uncles to come downstairs, I ain't sold. I'll be honest with you. We reincarnating back down here with the baddies for a reason. I ain't listen. I'm not unreasonable now. I can imagine all the gory details, or if it's just a different spaceships, you know, 3-eye atlas type shit. What if it's just that? Like, yeah, I don't want to be stuck on a fucking spaceship all day. Might as well come downstairs. Understand everything. It can be any of those altered carbon dimensions. It wouldn't matter to us because we're down here. But while we're down here, you'll notice you're more peculiar than other people. And then you read that book about peculiar people and you're like, let me try this. And then it works. Wake your ass up. Wake your goofy ass up. If it work at all, nigga, that's impossible. So if it works for you, the impossible, then you got a way bigger problem than anybody else here, I fear. You gotta worry about the fear of God now. Goofy as hell, dumb as hell. You better figure out how the fuck to tap in and do what the hell you're supposed to do. And I already assume most of you are already doing that. That's the most beautiful thing about it. When it is in you and it is who you are, you naturally, you don't naturally rebel against it. You actually rebel against the thing that stops you from pursuing it. That's where we get in trouble at. Going the righteous path is the wrong path in your society. And then Hebrews 13:14 is laying that out again. Like what I'm saying is the ancestors is like, hey, if you figure out what this is about, no duh, nigga. But check this out. This is all you gotta do. It's a book full of formulas, bro. You know, Jews who always giving out cheat codes. It's a story too. It's uplifting and motivational too. It tells you a lot about the nature of humanity and man, and even gives you some reasons for it. But if you read it differently, you'll be like, oh shit, nigga, no duh. This shit wasn't written by humans, at the very least. A holy Bible not written by humans, at the very least. Royals, Imperial Majestics, not humans, at the very least. Once you open up to that reality in a land of kingdoms, and you understand how impossible and magical that is, then you understand that a land full of kingdoms being usurped by some evil shit isn't that damn impossible, nigga. If anything's possible in that Bible, nigga, you're in the land of impossible, around the niggas who wrote about the impossibilities of impossible in the land itself. Hi, welcome to Egypt. Hi, welcome to Mayan territory. Illusions. Hi. Like, come on, dog. Stop fucking playing with us. Yeah, so it's kind of like the Illuminati. It's kind of like the electorate. It's kind of like the divines. Like, that's what they're talking about, dude. They're talking about that right there, what I'm talking about, what I've always been talking about, which I didn't know I wasn't talking about it when I was talking about it. And when I was trying to talk about it, I wasn't. Like, I didn't know the difference because it's the same words. They hypothecated it. They put another filter on top of it, so it makes it harder to see. But I'm describing something that's being described to me, and I was like, okay, copaesthetic. And then I ask other people, I listen to other people, like, they don't quite get it yet. They're still debating facts and mysterious sources. No. Did you realize what it's saying yet? You read it? You read it? Like, nah, I'm saying, like, you saw that shit? Like, what they were talking about? Like, you saw how these motherfuckers keep ending in a situation and they get out of it. The people who like bad bitches, them guys, kill his own best man because he couldn't do it himself. Couldn't bring himself to it. Set him up to die in a battle that he had no business being in. It's kind of sworn like King Ahab a little bit. I wonder if they're related. Like, those guys. Those guys. Reprobate, if you want to compare them morality. Wait, who would you compare our morality to compared to this fucking country? Nothing in that Bible is worse than what this fucking country today is doing now. So, for perspective. Like, they was wilding out at scale, but compared to what's been going on between the harvesting, the bullshit, the mind control, what they do to kids and everything else, and control it and incentivize it and take your taxes and make you climb higher up the ladder, at least if you don't, you get sad and shit. Like, that is, Israel ain't never do no shit like that, boy. We just be on some bullshit like, yo, we gonna do some magic to manifest some bitches and some money. Yeah, some of our brothers are faggots, whatever. And then, yeah, nigga, we ain't gonna do shit but steal and take from other people because we got some cool magic tricks and we'll be scheming. And I'd be like, yo, that'd be fine in America if that was just Las Vegas. Nah, nigga, we got bigger problems than Las Vegas in this country. With all these missing children, too. With all this surveillance and satellites, we'd never know who's doing it. Imagine if you have the CIA and FBI and shit. So anyway, just for perspective, you feel like this is your punishment for being fucked up sometime in the Bible's history? No. First of all, this is the most fucked up time, I think, in human history if you're referring to the biblical history where the humans are kind of fucked up. But, like, a bad day in the Bible is a normal day in their high schools today. So, like, you gotta really do science on this shit. Nah, this is something different. This is something different. This is something way different. This is a different kind of evil because it's a different kind of stupid. I know. But if you wake up to that and you're sensitive to that, tag, you're it. Yeah, they don't understand the Matrix. They're talking about the Matrix of the simulation of the rules of society. They're talking about consensus Matrix. That's a cool one to wake up out of. You normally do. Or you always question it since you're a kid. That's just paper Matrix. Yeah, wake up out of that shit. Wait till you wake up out of your body, though. Start to understand that born again concept a little bit better. Reincarnated right where you are. On earth as it is in heaven. Like, you ain't got to go back up and downstairs no more. You ain't got to chase these angels up no ladders, Jacob. Like, wait until that download happens. And they already wrote about it. And this is 400 plus years later. So you imagine, they already unlocked that ability. Jesus Christ, it's written. So, now, once you start tuning into that shit, you're no longer everything else. And that's why this story sucks. It's just like, I think the brother Mr. Now pointed this out. I always notice in a dream, you kind of like just pick up in the middle of a dream. Like, it's never like day one of dream, like Westworld. They wake up, go to the train station. No, you're just kind of doing something, and all of a sudden you're moving along looking for something in a dream. And then when your dream ends, it's the same kind of thing. Like, you're waking up and you're like, damn it, what happens next? Like, I was trying to do something and it just wasn't working, and now I'm woken up. But you realize, like, your dreams are always that way. You're always jumping in the middle of something and it's going, and at the end of it, it just keeps going, and you're always snatched out the middle of it. Of a continuum of a story happening, and then a story that never gets a resolution. Every time you go to sleep, right? And remember it. Like, it's always into the random something, and you're always out before you get to resolution. Like, every night, damn near, you have a chance to experience never getting to the point of what the fuck that was. And that's even when you're sleeping, my nigga. Like, imagine if, even when you're sleeping, it does that shit to you. Wait the fuck, how did I get here? Where am I? These are some cool buildings. Hey, I think I know these people. I'm just gonna go on autopilot, just like everybody at NPCs. You an NPC in your dream until you're conscious, right? You're just an autopilot doing shit. You don't know why you're in this damn dream yet. But as soon as you start to, get control of your senses, you're like, I'm in a dream. It's almost lucid. Now, you're not talking to yourself yet, because that part of you, your ego, is parked. But something else comes online, and it starts to monitor where you are, and then that's when you get involved emotionally, right? When you can start feeling the dream, like, hold on, there's some type of intensity. I'm trying to get here, and this is blocked, or this is happening, this is cool. Like, you might have good dreams, too, that are, like, just as intense when you snap in. And then it's like, oh, no, it's like water going down the sink. Like, what's happening? The car is over there, no. And then you wake up like, damn, what the fuck was that dream about? And you talk about it in past tense. And then you talk about it like it's trying to tell you something that's about to happen in your future. Imagine that shit. A dream that's over. That's always over. Every time you wake up, it's over, right? You never get to the end of a dream, ever in human fucking history. And you never get to the beginning of a dream either. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a weird mechanism for a monkey brain. But we do it, right? But you still respond to it with your observer just the same. You actually learn from it. You actually wake up and apply something from something seemingly so random and senseless. And then you get to a point in your ministry, when you meditate a certain way, you start controlling them sometimes. And then you go, wait a minute. I'm an NPC when I go to sleep. If I'm not even controlling my dreams yet. Think about that. People who are talking about their dream is. don't control their dreams yet. Their dream is imagination about their reality of the future, based on their goals and sets and work through. You know how the Romans do. But they don't control their dreams yet. So what the fuck is their dream then? Cut it the fuck out playing with me. If you can't control your dreams, you did not choose a dream yet. Your dream is a copy and paste NPC. Repeat. It sounds good to talk about, but you're not dreaming about it, are you? Get it? It's a different quality. It's not serious. That's what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to have an answer, because everyone gets asked that question. But how many people control their dreams? And if you don't control your dreams, how do you control outcomes? Metaphysics. Thus, if you don't know metaphysics and read the Bible, you'll get a version of it. If you learn metaphysics and you start understanding the Bible, you'll be like, there's a little trick to this. And then there's another layer to it. That's all I be talking about. Minding my business. Shout out to JPX. Smyth-EL says, the song that doesn't end. In Italian, the dream is spelled sogno. If it doesn't end, it means it can't, aka you can't get to it. Yep, it's not supposed to end, and it doesn't begin. And that's the same way they describe eternity. They describe eternity's properties like your dream properties. Can you fucking imagine? An endless fucking dream. Yeah, your dreams are already endless and beginningless. So eternity is endless because you're beginning here, I guess. But your dreams are already beginningless and endless. Dreams are like an eternity. You can have a whole fucking situation in the last 5 minutes of your sleep right before you wake up. Yeah. So we already know what the Bible's talking about. Like, one day is 1,000 years. One day awake is like 1,000 years asleep. Quite literally. It can be, if you're controlling your dreams. You've seen these people on DMT, mushrooms and everything. I think the Moors and alchemists would have a few of those things. Can you imagine if they did? They would have experienced all kinds of altered states of reality to talk the way that they do about it. Trust me. I know what they're talking about. You tried mushrooms? You tried mushrooms yet? Then you'll understand everything, I promise you. Like how different your mind will filter reality with just a mushroom. Now imagine if people were really trying to find all of those sciences that do something similar. No Mario Brothers. Dun, 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 dun. Same story. If they find remembering dreams pointless, you better all F4 from that combo and that person. Yep, 3 or 4 days sometimes in a dream, wake up and it's only the next morning. No fast skips. Yeah. And so it'll happen in your sleep and happen when you're awake. And I think that's the main part that most people don't share. Like, I mean, the dead giveaway to a person that's capable of any understanding any of that shit is, do they dream? Because if you have a good imagination, you probably have good dreams too, right? They're coming from the same pineal gland. So if people can remember their dreams or have them, or their, what do they call it? That their dreams are described as worth talking about, like worth keeping track of, like worth acknowledging, like a dream is important to them, if you will. Those people are always going to be different than everybody else who just don't remember, care, or talk about their dreams. That's a dead giveaway for me. But those people who don't talk about their dreams are the main ones chasing a dream. Don't miss anything, especially the American kind. So you have American dreamers, and then you have people who happen to be born in America dreaming about shit. That is the difference. I almost guarantee it. Yep. Fuck the internal dialogue voice. That's a scary by itself. They said 50%. Jesus Lord. But out of them, how many of them have an imagination? Let alone a dream. Like dream space. Like stories that are happening when they're sleeping. That they're keeping track of. That are changing. That decisions or thoughts or aha moments actually affect the dream itself. How often is that practiced? Right. And we talking about a book written by people full of dreamers, where half of the shit they're telling you is about things that they seen in visions. Dreams, remote viewing. Like a whole book written by people like that, trying to be debated and ran and organized and controlling people who don't talk about dreams at all. Imagine if prophets, dreamers, you know what I'm saying? A book made by prophets and dreamers. Can you imagine a book by prophets and dreamers talking in dream symbology language because they were minding their business as prophets and dreamers? Can you imagine if DACA, if we actually had some dreamers in this motherfucking country, boy? Yeah. Hence all the fucking attack on your subconscious mind. That's why you have to pray or clear your mind before you fall asleep and when you wake up. Neville Goddard, the Bible, everybody tell you that. A book written by dreamers are telling you that, by the way. Fear not, a book written by dreamers, by the way. Imagine this, a book written by dreamers. Do it like this, a book written by dreamers. Whenever this happens and you're stuck, do this, a book written by dreamers. Metaphysicians. People who weaponize their imagination. Descendants of kings and warriors who were talking about dreams half the damn time. Visions and what they mean. Nebuchadnezzar, don't play with me, read it. It's a book written by dreamers about dreaming and how that comes to reality. At the very least. That's us. That's it. It don't get no fancier than that. You think that'd be a cool enough story to get some pride and dignity at least? Can we get that? That's all we want is credit for what we are. It seems cool enough to steal and sell for billions of dollars. I'm sorry, 140 trillion. But you know what I'm saying? If you just let us have it. But they can't let us have it. That's the thing. We have to just take it back. And that's my point. How do you take your imagination back? How do you take your dream back? How do you take your narrative back? Ain't that crazy that the answer is by reading a fucking book? Can you imagine if this movie solved itself before we die, boy? Wait, so the people with imagination reading a book by a bunch of magis, hence stored imagination, that's why the first principle of magic is the mind is all and the universe is mental. They're talking about your dream and mind imaginations, aren't they? I know they are. I know they are, Mason. Y'all made that shit complicated. You got people's kids and cheating on your wife. Ooh, you silly. But anyway, if you just do some things to have a clear imagination, get rid of some of that baggage and narcissism you got, and then you get in a really comfortable space in an equal vibration, and then you remember the hard times, and you use that as propellant fuel on how to use the law of polarity to get you to navigate where you ought to fucking go. And if you do it long enough, all of a sudden you get some help, and then your GPS goes off by itself, and you're like, damn, son, where did we find these synchronicities? Understand? You understand? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. They gonna try to put a nigga into a sane asylum for explaining the steps already written in the Bible? That's evil. We can't have nothing, not even ourselves. Can you imagine if we made sense for the ancestors? Like if the ancestors' kids, like, yo, hold on. Let me get a shot at interpretation. Real quick on King James' grandson. Let me just try. I'm gonna freestyle it based on triangulation and what's in my blood. Let's try if this makes more sense for us. He's on fire. I know, I know, man. Because we don't have a choice. My life has been such a way where my goofy ass asked God for answers in books, and them books took me to the science of how for me to understand the Bible. Like, that's how God answered me. That shit cool, but read this one. You don't buy all of them. Oh, you fancy Negro. Go ahead and read all of them, but this one will stand out. Napoleon Hill got a lot of books, but you're gonna get this one because you need an attitude adjustment, sir. And then you'll do dynamic thought, and then you go through all that other goofy side mission stuff. Oh yeah, your grandfather is Noble Drew Ali. You should spend some time there if you're honoring him, right? And then ding, 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 ding. Don't get caught up in the strangers and the narratives of everyone else who ain't his. What did your granddaddy say? He said something totally different. He said he can only count good Moors on one hand back then, so I know these niggas lying. So then you go right back to the Bible. It's like, damn, it's all there the whole time.
If we only had eyes to see it, if we weren't under fucking MK Ultra, Michael Ultra, Archangel Michael, right? MK Ultra, Michael Ultra. Come on. All right, if you weren't trying to, do that to his kids, weird fucking story. This is like Job times millions of us? I don't fucking think so. Y'all motherfuckers tried it. Have fun, bitch. But meanwhile, in the temples of more science, in the divine classes, you see what the chaos is. Everybody ain't that. Everybody ain't Hebrews 13, that's all. That's like it. That's the beginning of it. Half of it is figuring it out. Half of that fucking glyph right there is figuring it out. It's almost a dummy mission. That book is almost a dummy mission, given how many people don't explain it or know what the fuck's going on in it. Like, it initiates you by itself. If you just keep coming back to it, even if you just try to figure something out about it, that shit gonna fuck around and wake you up, boy. It self-initiates if you take it seriously. Not religion, not the dogma, not the doctrines. I'm just talking about it itself. Like, God, what does this shit mean for real? Tell them stop fucking playing with me. Why they got all these people who are not Hebrews worrying about Hebrews so damn much to go to heaven? That was weird. Hebrews go to heaven, but they always make them slaves. That's a weird relationship for society. Okay, then cut. Wait, I think there's aliens in this shit. And cut. There's flying craft in this bitch. And cut. Niggas using their mind and shit. And cut. Niggas is about to get killed, and then God rewinded it on them. On Daniel, like, oh shit. Y'all trying to figure out if this shit real or something. No, nigga. That you read that book and then eventually you get caught up in the rhythm of what's going on. You're like, did you notice something?